Take your seats. I have a few general announcements to make. Kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode. We request everyone to remain seated throughout the inaugural ceremony. Restrooms are available towards my left behind in case you want to use. Thank you for your cooperation. To begin this auspicious occasion, we invite our dignitaries for the ceremonial lighting of the traditional lamp. May I respectfully invite Padma Shri Professor Kamakoti, Director IIT Madras, Madam Reena Sonowal Kohli, Joint Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Director in Charge, Institute of Mental Health and Life Skills Promotion, New Delhi, and Director Expressions India onto the dais. I request everyone to rise for the ceremony. May I request everyone to keep standing for Tamil Thai Varthu followed by Vande Mataram. Thank you, everyone. May I request all of you to please be seated. We now respectfully request our Dean of Students, Professor Satyanarayana Agummadi, to please felicitate our Director, Professor Kamakoti. Thank you, sir. We now request our Director, Padma Shri Professor Kamakoti, to please felicitate Madam Reena Sonowal Kohli, Joint Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education. May I also request Professor Kamakoti to please felicitate Dr. Jitendra Nagpal. Thank you, sir. It is now my privilege to invite Padma Shri Professor Kamakoti, Director IIT Madras, to deliver the welcome address and formally welcome everyone to this program.
A very good morning to all of you, Reena ji, Nagpal ji, and all of you from ministry and all institutions, and Revered Swami ji. I am very extremely happy today for many reasons. Number one is that today one of the major crises that many institutions, many organizations are and many families are really into is mental well-being. And the time has come where we have a very comprehensive look at the mental well-being, and I'm sure these type of meetings that we conduct regularly, where we share our ideas, where we share our do's and don'ts, are extremely important and crucial, and that we have recognized this as a major issue, and that we are trying to address itself give us immense happiness. So let us all spend time together today. But this is a long journey. It's not a 100-meter dash, but it's a marathon. And let us all work together towards ensuring that we have proper systems and processes and the required emotions and sentiments and benevolence that is put, so that we address campus well-being in a very, very systematic and effective manner. The second important thing that makes me happy today is that there are many researchers have actually started taking this. It is now becoming part of the academic curriculum, and we are now seeing very important targeted interventions that we can do, for which we have opened up several scientific studies, and that's also a very heartening thing to note, because there is much more than what we see when we handle an unfortunate incident on the campus. Even I don't want to mention that name, but we learn every unfortunate incident in the past at IIT Madras and many of the institutions that we have assembled today teaches us several lessons, and that actually requires a very deep study. And I think that is also something very important today. We have people who will be addressing this in this day-long symposium. The third important thing is that we have been looking at software quality, software resilience, system quality, process quality, but have we looked at well-being as a measure or a parameter? Have we tried to quantify? One attempt has been made, and today I am also very happy that ISO, we are going to be given the, what's the number? 45,001 is the number that will be assigned. So we did a very long exercise. I don't say it's perfect, but we are learning it. And we have come to some level of parameterization so that any institution can be measured. And it's like our NIRF ranking in the sense that every point where we are weak in that particular quality evaluation gives us scope for improvement. And I'm sure over a period of time, with many more institutions participating in this ISO 45001, we will really see some amount of process setup and lot of transfer of do's and don'ts, because standards, what is a standard? If you look at engineering, when we look at standards, standards are those which have evolved based on common practices. There are some n different teams practicing so much on a particular area, and we just take the intersection of the very good practices and make it as a standard. That's how standards have evolved over time in the field of engineering, in field of wherever we are seeing the standards. I am sure wellness as a standard, I think we may be the first institution, Sarathi. Are we the first institution in India? First CFTI institution to get it. Okay, so good. Okay, so this is also something that we will discuss today, debate today, and take it forward. So friends, let me tell you very shortly what happened in IIT Madras. I took over as director in January 2022, and till September 2022 it was a very nice time. My predecessor has handed over in a golden plate. He has formalized everything. Everything was running smooth. The first suicide happened in September 2022, and that was the time kids were coming out from their home and coming and joining here, and the first time after clearing JEE Advanced and GATE and all these competitive examinations, that's the first time they started meeting each other. And we really couldn't understand what would be the dynamics there, because they are meeting after the second year. So then within the next 6 months we had 5 suicides. And when we did not even have time to react to the situation. And it became a sort of, from some point of view, it was a mockery, like somebody asked me, when is the next wicket falling? Okay, so somewhere these sentiments get reflected in a wrong way outside. And that was the criticism also, and we thought it's like COVID pandemic, now maybe it's becoming like a suicide pandemic. From then on, we had come out with more than a 16-point formula that we formalized over time. We have Kushal meetings, we have reverse Kushal, we have listeners, we have counseling, we have so many things that we put. And from April 23 till date, touch wood, I am praying God, every day I am praying God, we did not have a single suicide on the campus. This 3 years, this clap will be more valid if we now go to 10 years and then infinite. So my only prayer to God is no educational institution in the world or nowhere suicide should happen. I think that's the most important thing. So what we will do today is also in one of the sessions, I'm sure we are going to present all the learnings that we have done. And so it's not simple. Every incident, and after that, because of the interventions, friend, I am very confident to tell you that at least we have saved more than 50 to 60 lives on the campus. One simple thing that we realized is these children actually need somebody to ask at least once a month, hey, how are you? Don't worry, things will get all right. Just these 3 words, if it is done, I think we are really doing good. So these are very simple lessons. So that is something that we will also share, and we will be very happy to hear from a lot of you and a lot of experts who have come here, and also the ISO team, what we have done to formalize this entire thing. So this is one part. The second part is that we need a very flat, we always say, tight, light but tight, okay, sort of a framework that we need to create. So very recently, we inducted a wellness officer, Colonel Balaji. In this, I am also one important point that I need to tell you, that people from Army, Indian Army, Navy and Air Force, from our defense forces, retired people, actually do a very great job in this. So that's our learning. So we have Colonel Balaji here. Balaji, please, where are you? Okay. So he has only, this hair is grey, but inside everything is black, meaning he is very young. He cycles in the morning, he jogs in the morning, pulls all the students. And that is the, see, I also studied this. There are people when we come from Delhi to Chennai, specifically in the evening flights, we see people from Kargil and other parts north, but Delhi is the hub. They travel back to their home. And they say, sir, next 15 days I am getting married, and after that 1 month I got leave, then I have to go back to Kargil. There's no guarantee that they will come back, right? So this is all the great soldiers. I think we should give one applause for the great army who has been doing. And in that type of a sensitive situation, right, army people have learned how to balance life. They are away from their family, they are away from their dear ones. I know one person was carrying a phone when he was returning back to Delhi to go to Kargil. He said, sir, tomorrow I have to report for duty, but yesterday night I got a baby, sir. This is a photo of the baby, right? And there's no guarantee that they will see the baby back, okay? So these are situations. I think when we talk about mental wellness, balanced counseling, I think the armed force, hats off, I think. And I also suggest again to all the institutions here to carefully look at and get a Balaji in every institution. I think we'll be very happy. I think even narrating these stories to some student who says, oh, my paper got bumped, I want to end my life. Narrating one short story like this, I think will put them back into common denominator. I think this is one very important learning. Friends, this is going to be a very big marathon. I think the Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court also had a task force, the task force which visited us. We see early symptoms, and we should also be, we are also seeing the other side of the story. See, in our 100%, are we on the national network or anything? Nobody's recording is okay? Okay, it's all facts. So, out of the 100%, the suicides, we also see more than 75% are for personal reasons. But we can't go and tell the personal reason out. Always the institution, the education institution, says, okay, it is our problem, it is because of us, we take the blame. But seriously, if you look at the reasons are much more personal, interpersonal than academic. Health or wealth, if any one of this is touched, immediately it has a bearing on the studies, it has the bearing on the concentration in the class, and that reduces the grade. And then you see that it becomes, because your grade got reduced, again you go back into this depression, and again this becomes a vicious circle. So this is also something. So we started one simple exercise. We are sending WhatsApp message to parents and ask them 2 questions. Is your child happy in the campus according to you? And did you talk to your child at least twice last week? Only 2 instances in the scriptures in India. One is Ramayana, another is Bhagavata, where Lord Vishnu wanted to be born as the son of Dasharatha, wanted to be born as the son of, Vasudeva, and no other place. Every other child did not want to come and get birth. They didn't select the father and mother, correct? It is us who have given, who have got married and got this baby. So it is our responsibility also to see that the baby is kept happy. Please, This I think I'm telling every parent when they come for the orientation program, I say, baby is your production, not his or hers will. Correct? Somebody actually gave a case in the Supreme Court against their parents saying, whose permission they got to bring me to this world and make me suffer. Okay? Right? So, unfortunately, I must tell you, out of this, we send some thousands of messages on the WhatsApp. Can you all guess how many people respond? 2 questions. Did you talk twice in the last week? Your person, your child. Is your child happy according to you? Just yes, no. You need not type anything. It hardly takes 5 to 6 seconds, even for the worst fellow with some dyslexia symptom. Otherwise, it takes less than 2 seconds. Can you just tell what the percentage of people who respond to this? Can you just guess? Any one of you? Huh? 50%. I would have been the happiest. Sir, 2%. 2% of the parents want to even respond to it. So this is the cooperation we get from the parents. We can't blame. We have to live with it. And every suicide or any wrong thing that happens, the institution has to take the blame. So this is the context setting. So with this essentially means the parent participation is almost nil. Parents are the emotional bondage to the child. But we are not getting it. Let me be very clear. Now it is 2 years now. Now I can give it as a statistics. I am pretty sure that I cannot be contested on this. Now, with this as a background, we need to work. Because children when they start, so that's what, then I go back to the Taittiriya Upanishad says, Matru Deva Bhava, Pitru Deva Bhava, Acharya Deva Bhava. When you come to Acharya, then Matru Pita is gone. Only Acharya has to take. So this is one very, Swamiji, I am correct, right? Right? So we have to only take it. So we have reconciled to that fact that we have to take care. So sleepless nights, myself, Satya, Sarathi, Balaji here. Some fellow says today, I am tense, they sent me a WhatsApp message. My phone number is with every student here. I also came to know that a monkey also has my number today, okay, in IIT Madras. So they just sent, sir, I am depressed. I got some less grade. My guide is not giving the same project I want. Okay, so guide will have some reason. The moment they say depressed, some 10 fellows go, hey, what happened? That type of care that we are taking. That is the only way by which we could solve this problem. So this is also one very important point that we need to keep. The emotional base is missing. I am also, these are some statements which now I want to publicly tell. Kids who come from joint families, where they see their grandparents, the love is not with the parents in this materialistic world. Right? All of us are busy. Right? The kid goes to school. By the time they come, they are doing their homework, you come. They don't have time. After 5th standard, they don't have time. They are into the Gurukul at home. Grandparents are very, very important. Many people may disagree with me. I don't care. Joint families, small houses. Small houses are homes. Large homes are houses. There's a difference between house and home. English is a very fine language. Correct? Small homes, small houses, 800, 900 square feet, 5, 6 people staying there, dashing each other. In this whole nonsense of privacy, we have completely detached the emotional bonding between family. This is also very, very important. So many of you are educationists. When you actually address and you have you feel what I am saying is appropriate, I want you to go and tell this in the first orientation. Please ask the grandpa and grandma to talk to your kid. I am seeing very good emotional bondage there. Very, very, very strong emotional bondage when the kid is coming out from a joint family. They know what is give and take. They know what is share. They know what is love. They know what is care. They are seeing the sufferings of others. So this is something that we must keep in mind. Friends, when this whole episode of this 5 suicides in 6 months happened, am I boring? If I'm boring, please stop me. If I'm interesting, I'll continue. Can I? Yes, yes is not coming like. Little more? Thank you. Right? So, when this 5 suicides happened in 6 months, I also, we didn't know what to do. So, everybody came and said, it's like during COVID, you get this WhatsApp message, eat garlic, COVID will go, eat garlic, you will die. Okay, so all these things. So, several people in good intention were advising me, and one advice I got, which I will remember forever, IIT Madras will remember forever, and probably the IIT system will also remember, is that, sir, vitamin D, if it is less, they will get very depressed, sir. Why don't you look at it? So it was easy. One of the hospitals, actually I should also, is anybody from Kaveri came today? Where? Oh, Kaveri is there. So I must also thank Kaveri. When I was really struggling, there was one Ayyappan who came suddenly, just stood in front of me, sir, there was some suicides in your campus. We will work with you, sir, to see. And that was the first counseling and other things that we started. So thank you, Kaveri. Please convey my thanks to Ayyappan. Okay. So at that point, Kaveri was there, so we just did vitamin D test. Won't find 20 is that normal, it seems, 20 some units. It was 4, 5. For all the kids I took, randomly pick a kid, do vitamin D test, it was less than 5. So in a random test with 5, I think it's almost certain that everybody will have. Then when we started interacting, then we have to tell the kid, we have to take them to the stadium and say, this is called grass, that is called sun. They have not seen sun, grass. First and foremost, they were into coaching. The next thing was COVID. So it was a monkey bitten by a scorpion, mad, drunk. Okay, so it's completely ruined that young youthful. Then I was remembered of the famous song by Bharatiyar. Bharatiyar is a great poet. So he said how to define the life of a child. Papa. Papa I call. Odi காலையில் எழுந்தவுடன் படிப்பு. When you get up in the morning, you study. பின்பு கனிவு கொடுக்கும் நல்ல பாட்டு. Then you practice some art forms. He said பாட்டு, but it's art forms. மாலை முழுதும் விளையாட்டு. The whole of evening go and play. என்று வழக்கப்படுத்திக்கொள் பாபா, make it as a habit. So studies, sports and art forms, 3 were given importance, and that is what a saint of our time, we believe he is great, and I personally, we all revere him. He has told, but we have not put into practice. Then I went, where should I go and look for it? There is one God document, Bible document called NEP policy. So NEP gives so much freedom to us. So when somebody told, you got the Padma Shri here, I actually told, give Padma Shri to NEP, because without NEP I would not have done all these things. And I am being regarded for doing all those changes. I think the Padma Shri should go to NEP. Okay, and thanks to great Kasturi Rangan, who unfortunately is no more, but he has documented it. So many people worked, and thanks to ministry for bringing it. NEP talked about holistic development, where they gave good insights into how we can bring that holistic development. Using that particular holistic development class, we introduced for the first time sports excellence admission. Somebody would have got a bronze, silver or gold in a national competition, or participated in international competition. It's not easy. So they have to, however, they have to do JEE advanced, but they can get a reasonably okay rank and get into coveted course like computer science, etc. So this we started. Friends, I'm happy that 15 plus 7, 22 national champions are now in our system. And one fellow yesterday went and played in our, he went and played in Tamil Nadu. If that team wins, he'll go to national 2035 Olympics. I want one IIT and any IIT to be participating in that Olympic. I think that's a big message we have to give. Okay, so that we got. So now, 22 IITs were against me. They're saying you're diluting standard. I said no. And friends, I want to also share. Now it's 3-year data. Now I can talk. But data gives you strength and power. Okay. So with this, we know the average CGPA is now 7.25 for these kids, which means they are doing very well. 7.25 is sufficient. There are 7.25 who are billionaires. One person has given 200 crores, he was in that range. Okay. So 200 crores they have donated only to IIT Madras. So how prosperous they are. So 7 to 8 is a very lucky CGPA in IIT Madras. Okay. So this is one part. Next, so I went by Bharatiyar. The next was Kanivu Kudukum Nalla Paattu. So we run the music club. I also want you to go and look at some of the things that we are doing for wellness. You can see many water bodies, water falls, right from the director's house to many places. The flowing water actually soothes your mind. Okay, especially the securities division in IIT, in any institution is a completely thankless division. They have to completely look at every time, everything when goes off well, nobody will go and say thanks, but somebody they catch, then they pounce on them. Okay, so it's a thankless division. So always I felt that they are under stress, and we opened up a very good fountain near just opposite the security division. That was my first test. And last 2.5 years, nobody complained that the security was abrupt on them. Okay, they were very soothing. So there are different ways of scolding. No, you can smile and scold. I think that's all the things that is happening. So essentially, stress is coming down. We are now making a music fountain. 7 to 7:15, there will be a music fountain. 7 days, 7 ragas, 7 talas, and anybody who have even I tell faculty, every house will have some fight, so bring your spouse and sit there for 15 minutes, everything will be peace, shanti, shanti, shanti. Okay, so we are doing that. And then the Ilayaraja Center, I want you to, Satya, I want you to take them to Ilayaraja Center if possible. It's almost done. So it's made of bamboo. Just you see that place, you get some peace of mind. I think these are some things that we started creating. And then for the first time in the history of any IITs, we have started this fine arts cultural excellence. So if you are an CCRT culture, CCRT is a fellowship given by the Department of Ministry of Culture. If you have a AAR grading, All India Radio grading, and then you have other things, then again you should clear JEE advanced, but then low ranks, but then still you can get good. So we introduced that. So every course we are putting 2 seats. One is gender neutral, another is for females. We are encouraging more females into this, into the system. So these are some of the things. Now we have at least, now last year 7, this year 5, 12 fantastic artists. Very good tabla player, 2 of them. Very good Hindustani vocalist, 1 painter, 1 fantastic Bharatanatyam plus Kathak dancer. So we have excellent people who are taking up these seats, and we have lot more seats. So over a period of time, we want to see this diversity in the campus, and that is what National Education Policy also wants us. So friends, these are all the things, and many more things are happening, but these are all I thought is very important to share with all of you. Wish this be the first such workshop, and we need to meet quite frequently, and let us all ensure. I want to finish with the quote of Adi Shankara. There is a Prashnottara Upanishad, Prashnottara Malika, a sloka where Adi Shankara asks questions and he also answers. So one of the important questions that is very relevant, that I follow during every faculty recruitment, Ko Guruhu, who is a guru? The response is Adhikata Tattvaha. Adhikata Tattvaha means he should have understood what he is trying to preach. It should not be half-baked. Shishya hitaya udyataha satatam. Satatam means every time. Udyataha makes an attempt. For what? Shishya hitaya, for the benefit of the students. Always the person must be thinking about students, 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 students. Student first will only take the institution to great heights. Right? Friends, lot of engineering institutions were running without teachers. Correct? Without teachers were running. When it started closing, no admissions. Correct? So, who is important here? An educational institution is run. Why is Srinaji coming here? Why is he coming here? Why is the Ministry of Education being run? For students, not for faculty. Student first must be this, and we have taken that role. I am very happy to tell you, last 2 years, we have broken all records. 500 PhD students we have graduated last year, 500 this year. All interventions. Something gets wrong, something, no, this goes there, that purchase is delayed, equipment is delayed. All things now we have. Whatever rule, whatever thing, go and do fast, finish. Interest of students must be always protected. Because suppose that between me and my student, he is wrong, his life is getting spoiled. I am wrong, still he is only suffering. Because for me, the ministry gives me salary, my gas is burning. Who is ultimately suffering? Students. So, Shishya Hitaya Udyataha Sadatam. So, I have certain very questions, I will not out it now, but in the interview for faculty, I ask such questions. And even if you have the slightest doubt that, they are not responding to the way I want it to be responded. As a director, I have that control. Then even if they are going to give a Nobel Prize to IIT Madras, I don't recruit. I want to recruit only gurus, only teachers, no transactors. In this materialistic world, I think even the students whom you train, this must be told again and again and again. And when they take up an academic profession, which is one of the most noblest profession, I think this is very important. And you must tell all leaders here, whoever has attended this workshop, if you again feel it is appropriate, please go and tell all your colleagues, work for the students. Automatically you will become director, you will become whatever you want, you will become. You will get Padma Shri. Okay? No problem. Don't sacrifice, your interest should not come before the student. If your student is good, you will always be good. On the day of retirement, you will retire with satisfaction. You may not get one Bhatnagar award, so what? What will you do with a Bhatnagar award? You got it, you put it on one screen. What else? It's ended, over. So recognition, for publication, for H-index, for rank, don't do anything. Do it for the students. Automatically your H-index will go, automatically your thing will go. This, I think, we must keep telling, and everybody must realize this, and we must be extra careful when we recruit faculty. So these are all the things. I'm sorry, I'm very emotional about this topic because I am a person who had faced this. So if I had bored you, sorry about it. If I had made it interesting, thank you, and let us all follow.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words as always, and for setting the tone for the program. May I request Professor Sarathi, Dean's Planning, to please present a memento to our director. Thank you, Professor Sarathi. We now move to a very special presentation. An institution strive to create healthier and safer campuses. Internationally recognized standards play an important role in strengthening the workplace well-being and safety. The IITM Wellness Center, which is, has been certified with ISO 45001:2018, which is for the occupational health and safety. As far as we know, this is the first time that an educational institution is getting certified for their wellness activity. We would also like to thank Professor Vijayalakshmi, Department of Management Studies, Dr. Jeevan Das, and Professor Sarathi for their support in achieving this. We now invite officials from TUV Nord India. May I request Mr. Vinod S. Panikar and Mr. Arun T. to kindly come forward for their presentation. We would like to request them to present the ISO certificate to our director, IIT Madras. Thank you to the dignitaries and also Mr. Vinod S. Panika, General Manager, Certification, Training and Sustainability, and Mr. Arun T., Regional Marketing Manager, TUB Nord, India. It is now my honor to invite Madam Reena Sonowal, Joint Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, to please kindly address the gathering. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Namaskar and good morning to all of you. Director IIT, Professor Kamakoti ji, Dr. Nagpal, Swamiji who is here, all faculty members from different participating institutions, students, and the team from IIT Madras who have made this program possible. I thank Director IIT Madras for hosting this workshop, sir, and your speech, your address right now was very insightful, speaking from your personal experiences, and we are all sort of, I don't know, sir, I mean, because you have said that you have been, I mean, it's your passion that speaks, and today IIT, the system wellness centers that is working, it is all under your leadership that this has been possible, and we have been telling that it is the leadership, the personal commitment of the leadership together with the institution which sort of makes campuses holistically develop in all spheres, not only as academic spaces but also in the field of well-being and building up resilience. I will not speak much today because we have a number of discussions which are happening. We will be listening. Ministry is only facilitating such programs. Sir, I'd just like to tell you that it was 2.5 years ago that I think it was part of in 22 when you had these incidents. It was in January of 2024 that we started this as part of the Malviya Mission Teacher Training Program, a capacity building for teachers. Since then, it has been an online program. All the centrally funded institutions are participating. Dr. Nagpal has been collaborating with us, with his team. And since then, we have been able to sort of reach out to more than 3,000 faculty members. So this happens every month, twice on a fortnightly basis. Faculty from IIT Madras would also have attended it. What I would like to just say that because the campus is the main place where when once the student comes in, it is the campus which acts as the second home for the students, and it is where in a place where they come where they don't have access to their parents. I mean, they come out from their safety of their homes. It is the campus, and it is so heartening to see that Professor Kamakoti and his team here have tried to make this campus something which the student can interact with as a space where there's the stress of everyday living, the stress of academic life is reduced, and the kind of interventions and the kind of the crisis response that is there embedded in the system. So we will be learning from IIT Madras, and I'm sure all the institutions here who are here will also speak about what systems you have in place and how we can all work together and have a framework which will help us all. I mean, there cannot be one fixed path that this is what I'm going to do, and there will have to be multiple pathways, different kind of interactions, and this is where this 2-day workshop will help us all. On that note, I thank you all for being here, for coming to this institution from away from your institutions. I think every institution has at least 4 members, a faculty, a counselor, a student. So this, and of course, from the, how many of you are students here? Okay, faculty, That's quite a bit. And counselors, not too many. So I'll just request that the faculty, I'm sure you are all looking after the counseling centers in your institution. Please go out, reach out to the other faculty and make our, and how we can contribute to make our campuses more empathetic, more sensitive towards our students. As Professor Kamakoti has said, that it is, we work for our students. Students are the center of our all our activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Reena ma'am, for your thoughtful address and for highlighting the ministry's vision for student well-being and holistic education. May I now request Professor Sarit P. Satyan to please present a memento to Reena madam as a token of gratitude. Thank you, sir. May I now kindly invite Shri Jitendra Nagpal, sir, Director in Charge, Institute of Mental Health and Life Skills Promotion, New Delhi, and Director, Expression India, to kindly address the gathering.
Well, a wonderful morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. What a pleasurable, supreme honor to be part of such an ambience. And I think the capacity building has already started with the deliberations noted by Professor Kamakoti and Honorable Reena ma'am. Nothing less than a evolving, transforming, moving to the next level of learning for all of us together. Precisely celebrating minds. What else could be a better title for the first and the maiden venture by the Ministry of Education, Government of India, looking at the non-negotiable role of wellness as a paradigm in the inbuilt part of Indian education. It is nothing new, but then COVID gave us a new thought. Maybe somehow the crisis had to come in by virtue of a virus to tell us that India can do a lot more. And as Professor Sir Kamakoti told us, we are the largest. Are we the largest youth in the world? The answer is yes. We are the largest demographics, we are the largest diversity in the world, we are the largest democracy of the world, we are the largest diaspora of the world. Are we? The largest diaspora. Alumni from premier institutes living abroad and having alumni contributing to the newer paradigm. And not to forget, we are also the largest digital users in the world. 800 million internet users. Where else can you get such a diversity? So I think this is as ma'am said, as Reena ma'am said, it is only a beginning, and let us make it a capacity building for all of you young leaders who will go back. This is not a seminar, this is not a conclave, this is not a conference. Every participant here is a delegate to transform their own institution. And as Honorable Devendra Kumar Sharma ji often mentions, we are actually a team of learners together. So none of you are audience, by the way. You are all resource people going back to transform every moment, every human being, and every breath that you take on the campus with mental health, resilience, and well-being. And not to forget, involvement of family came up in the dialogue by Sir. As a country, I think we are known to the world as a great Indian family. I've heard so many school systems in Chennai, the SBOA school in Annanagar, and the DAV schools having family darbars more than the PTMs. Can the IITs look at that? Can you have more family involvement? Can you have more alumni involvement? Because wellness is not a paradigm, it is life itself. It's a new name for life. So I think these are the new junctures we'll be crossing the barriers today. So wish you all good luck, and thanks to Honorable Professor Sarthi Sahab, Ryala Sir, Balaji Sir, and of course Swamiji for being present here. And on behalf of all the members of the team from the Ministry of Education, I Once again, welcome and thank you all for being here. Please go back as leaders in the field, not as listeners in the field. So as John Dewey told us long back, education is not here for preparing life tomorrow. Education is integral to existence and life itself. So let us include, celebrate wellness as a paradigm. Thank you so much. Right.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Professor Sanyasi Raju, our CCW chairman, to please present a memento to Dr. Jitendra Nagpal as a token of gratitude. With this, we conclude the inaugural ceremony. Thank you all to the dignitaries. We now move into the technical sessions for the day. We'll move on in a while. Moving on, every successful student well-being initiative begins with a vision, and IIT Madras has been at the forefront of building a comprehensive ecosystem for the student support. To present the IIT Madras model, may I now invite Professor Satyanarayana Gumadi, Dean Students, IIT Madras. Sir, may I request you to kindly take the stage.
Very good morning to all of you. On behalf of IIT Madras, I welcome all the participants to our beautiful campus, and also let me thank Ministry for organizing this first event at IIT Madras and giving me an opportunity to share what we have been doing it out. As Director pointed out, in 2002, September to April, So a lot of untoward incidents which really shook the administration. There are a lot of protest, and there is no trust on administration from the student side. Faced a lot of difficulties. Then this is what we found, that student wellness is not just the purpose of counselors or some faculty. It is the collective responsibility of all stakeholders of students' community, which includes the student community itself should work for students' wellness, and all faculties are part of this institution, and also all administration, deans, directors, heads should be part of this student wellness. Most importantly, as director pointed out, parents has to be involved. Even though it's in higher education, parents has to be involved in the part of student wellness. So this lead to our genesis of wellness ecosystem. We had some counseling system, but development of ecosystem started based upon the crisis. So director created this website, behappy.iitm.ac.in, so you can have a look at it later. So the first and foremost thing that we try to address is students' grievance readdressal mechanism. What way students can confidently give the grievance and how it will get addressed. This is very, very important, because many of the cases we found that some students had grievances which is not addressed at the first level itself. So how students should know how to address the grievance is very, very important. Then we also introduced something called Kushal and Reverse Kushal, which I will discuss in more detail. Basically, Kushal and Reverse Kushal is a platform where faculty and student interactions are increasing a lot. Okay, so at least once in a month, faculty has to meet, sit with the student, discuss. So I'll show the details on the website how it will be done. And most importantly, how to improve the confidence of students on the institute administration. That's very, very important. They have to trust us, right? So if I go and tell my grievances, whether it will be trusted or not, whether I will get the justice, whether I will get my solution. So this is a very, very important aspect that we wanted to build up this into the system. And then most important thing is that there is a taboo on counseling, okay, in many places for students to go for counseling. How to remove this taboo, how to make students take more access to the counseling system is what another important step that we need to address, and how to create this awareness. Second, we also have a student body who works for the wellness of the students, how to empower them and how to give more opportunities and placements to them. So this is what we tried initially setting up. So we have proactive student groups and administrative groups. One is called Kushal. Kushal is administered by director and dean students and wellness office. So Kushal organizes support for stressed individuals, basically who are in academic stresses, how to handle them. And we also have a reverse Kushal where student will give feedback to the administration, their grievances, whatever is it, so that will be completely addressed by the directors. Very confidential, addressed by director through suitable platform. We also have a student community called Sati, which is under student general secretary. So they have a team of 300 to 400 students. So their primary job is to how to make students first time coming to a campus away from home, how to acclimatize to the community, what are the language issues, how to give academic buddy system to them. Okay, so these are the things that they do along with carrying out various programs to encourage their talents. And especially the kind of initiative that IIT Madras is doing, IIT Madras is also recognized predominantly for students with disabilities to join in this place. Okay, so as of now, we have more than 200 not physically, challenged students that we call as inclusive education. And we have developed a very strong team with an advisor and a student team, which looks into how to make them to be inclusive as with us. And then we also have a reactive group. So reactive group is nothing but when we identify a student is a stress through Kushal or something else, how to help them. Okay, so we have a complete student body. It's called Mitra Student. This is not this is a voluntarily we float advertisement. We select students. Once we select students, we'll give them a barefoot counsel training throughout the year for the entire team. So they can do first level of counseling to the student. And this team is what bridges between students to the counselors or students to the administration if they have any difficulties. And also we have a well-developed counseling system, which details I will give you. So we have plenty of counselors who try to conduct a lot of wellness programs and support students at various aspects. So now if you look at the open behappy.itm.ac.in, you can look at the 6 important aspects. One is called grievance redressal mechanism, how a student can question is the grievances, right? Second, you have Kushal meetings. Third, interestingly, IIT Madras also has something called listeners group, okay? So they are other than counselors, other than this is a confidential thing, so they can pick up and call, which I will discuss this thing. And what are the counseling networks and how to improve. So a lot of students also have language issues. So how to improve their communication skills, language skills is also this thing. So in the grievance redressal, if you click and browse, it will show this kind of thing. So students are segregated into two groups. One who are doing regular academic programs, BTech and MTech dual degree, MBA. Second, research scholars group. And for under each student, you will have academic grievances, you have a social grievances, and also you have hostel and other grievances, okay? So for example, an undergraduate student has an academic grievance, how to raise the grievance mechanism? So his first step is to talk, every student has been assigned to faculty advisor, so you need to raise it to faculty advisors. In 3 working days, if it's not able to resolve it, it has to go to department grievance committee. So department grievance committee has to address in 3 days, then it has to go to head, then dean academic courses. If nothing is solved in a period of 2 weeks, then director will interfere into this academic grievances. Similarly for scholars, it's one-to-one between research guide and student, so it has to go to a doctoral committee, first guide, then doctoral committee, then it has to go to the Dean AR, Dean Academic Research, and then to director. In case of social grievances mechanism, we also different kind of social grievance mechanism. One is sexual harassment, so we have an internal committee called CCASH. If it is not resolved in CCASH, it has to go to registrar and then to director. So any other stress or ragging cases, it has come directly to my office, those office, and it is not resolved in my office, it will go to the director. Any discrimination based upon caste and others, it will go to the corresponding liaison officers, so they will take up an action. And any other issues, again it comes to my office to address this case. Something like, if anything in hostels, they have long pending issues that has not been resolved, and this is the scheme in which they need to go ahead, okay? So now, so what director is talking about Kushal, okay? So the purpose of Kushal is to increase the contact between faculty and the student. So at least once in a month, faculty should call all his mentees and sit with them and see whether they are facing any academic stress, academic issues are there, okay? So for example, every people has a different logins, okay? So there is a dean's, HOD, faculty, okay? So if I'm a faculty, I will log into through that. Then if you see that, you will also have like Kushal update and assessment update. For example, in my class, if some students are not submitting assignments at all, so I can record that, it will go to the director office, okay? And Dine update. To improve the relationship between faculty and student, so we also call something called Kushal dining. Once in a month, faculty and his mentees can choose any dining hall, mess dining hall. They can go with mentees and have dinner with them. And faculty is allowed to give feedback on the food and other qualities to IIT Madras. In fact, this gave a very good feedback on missed food, because faculty is visiting and giving a feedback. That develops a lot on the caterers, also very serious about maintaining quality, hygiene and other things. For example, so these are my mentees. So if I look at it, only 3 questions have been asked for every student, right? It's a very simple question. So did you meet the student? Yes, no. Student is coming and meeting you or not, okay? Second, did the student tell you that he or she is having any academic stress facing it out? Yes, no. And did student tell that any neighbor of his friends are having any academic stress? Yes or no. That's all. These 3 simple questions. Every faculty has to do it for one student. It takes less than a minute to do this one. If you have 20 students, hardly 10 minutes a month I should spend on that, and 1 hour for going for a Kushal dining. This gave a very drastical change in students' community, that they are able to contact faculty. Okay, so do you agree that many higher education institute faculty and students are very apart, right? So they don't go and talk like school, right? So this helps students to come and interact, make more contacts, especially when they go for dining, they open up a lot. They'll talk about what are the issues in the hostel, other things. So immediately faculty will give a report to director, and director, it comes to corresponding people. So there is a continuous improvement in the system in terms of academics, mess, hostels, and so many things is happening with this. Similarly, this is the thing that faculty, if I am giving an assignment and students are not submitting it, I will put it up here. These students have not done, marked it out. It will come back to the wellness center. So this is a Kushal dining form. So you want to eat meals, breakfast, lunch or dinner, you go there, how's quality of food feedback, how many students you invited, how many of them came. You can take pictures and upload. Okay, if food is not good or something is happening, not hygiene, you can take pictures and upload. So within 24 hours, action will be taken in this case. So now next question, what happens if I say a student has having an academic stress? I reported in my portal, okay? So all the data that has been uploaded in the Kushal portal who are having an academic stress, so all this information will be dispersed to the counselors of our IIT Madras. So they call individually each student and ask them, talk to them and ask them to come and meet them and discuss. And if really they have any stress, so they will undergo the counseling and other procedures. If students denied support, despite calling 2-3 times denied support, then we will call and inform the parents that your son has some academic stress, he is denied support. So now parents will be connected. Parents will know that the son is having stress. And if it's serious problem, we'll call parents to come back and to look into it. And then we also have, if a student continuously get absented for 2 times for Kushal, he's not meeting his advisor, faculty advisor. So that also will get it out. So that data will get and give it to counselors. They will talk to them and see how is it doing, why you are not meeting the counselor. Then we look at his academic records. So academically is okay, then we don't much interfere. If academically is not good, his grades are bad, and he's not meeting advisor, then we'll alert the parents to come and meet faculty advisors. Okay, so in this way, so we are making into account of all the stakeholders, HOD, faculty advisor, student, and parents into the loop to look into it. This is a very important, this is a reverse Kushal from students. This is the feedback that students will give it to the director confidentially manner. So do you meet your faculty advisor or guide in the previous month? This is especially for research scholars, it is very, very useful. Sometimes very difficult to meet your research supervisor, may not able to get time to do it, so he will put yes or no. Are you happy in the campus? Are you facing any sort of discrimination in the campus, especially among the research group or between guide and student or between faculty, whatever it is? Do your hostel need some maintenance? So do you have PhD thesis document submitted with your guide, not corrected, delaying your correction process, yes or no? Are adequate equipments available in the lab or not? I'll give an example. There is a lot of students who complain from chemistry department that they have issues in the equipment. So within a week time, director and dean planning visited chemistry department. They found that because they are highly dependent upon NMR and NMRs are old and they are not able to do it. So immediately director granted 10 crores for NMR to upgrade and to get things done. So that's how the feedback from students is also taken very seriously by the administration to make sure things happen. So if students is not happy on the campus, if they mention it, so information comes to him, I will talk to him and find out what is happening. Any discrimination among the students, it goes to the appropriate committees to handle it. Any inconvenience in the hostel mess, it goes to CCW. So any paper thesis pending is very sensitive issue between a guide and the student, so only director will handle it. And no adequate equipment in the lab, then director, dean planning and corresponding heads will be called and find a solution to overcome this. And this is what director has mentioned, that the 2 questions sent to all parents, only 2% of the parents responded is that, is your ward enjoying the stay at IIT Madras campus? These questions goes to their WhatsApp, okay? So just click yes or no. Did you talk to your ward at least 2 times a week? Okay, so this is the information. So this is only we're able to get only 2% of it, and we don't know how to improve that. Okay. So my next thing is that, so this is what director said. So 500 research scholars were graduated. How it happened? Okay. So we formed a committee under Professor Balaji. So each department has 3-member committee. This is across 18 departments. We have 3-member committee. So independent of the head, these 3 committees will sit and discuss with all research scholars who have crossed more than 5 years. Why it is the delay? What is happening? So they will record it and send to it. And then there will be, in the same evaluation form, there is also ways in which how do you enhance your PhD submission. Okay, so this helped a lot in submitting thesis at the right time. So last year and this year we have crossed 500 PhD students graduating with PhD and MS degrees program with this kind of this. So next important thing is that, so as challenge students are coming into undergraduate engineering programs and research programs, we also get challenged how to make them inclusive, how to handle this kind of children into the campus, okay? So we created Inclusive Education Center with a team of counselor and faculty advisor with students. And this is the 20 different varieties of disabilities of students we are having in our campus, starting from acid attack victims, autism, thalassemia, mental illness, low vision. We have a variety of different types of students coming into this one. So what we are trying to do is called, we are doing a separate admission process for the student with special needs. Okay. So as soon as admission list is come, we send a Google form to the students, ask them to give all the details about his disabilities and what kind of support he need. And then once he comes here, we will have a one-to-one accommodation interviews with a specialist based upon the disability. The specialist, counselor and advisor will interview the student and make academic requirements. Suppose a student is not, vision is not good. He will say that I have to sit near the blackboard and I need to have a magnifying glass and so many things. So that requirement will be given to the corresponding HOD and faculty teaching the course. You have to give this kind of provisions to the students. Okay. If somebody is coming in wheelchair, he needs only ground floor room, it will go to the CCW. So we do a detailed requirements of the students and make sure that the students have been accommodated and help both in academics as well as their normal life. And there is a team that takes care of them. So regularly I meet them once in a month and to see what issues they face. And we also give a lot of, for challenged people, we provide a lot of these equipments at free of cost during their stay here, because thanks to alumnus and corporate society CSR project, we are able to support many of these things. And the next thing what we try to do is how to improve this counseling facilities at IIT Madras. Okay, so we have 4 different types of counseling facilities at IIT Madras. One is at Wellness Center, which is housed in my first floor of my office. So where weekly 6 days we have counseling facility between 10 to 6. And we also provide a counseling facility at the Institute Hospital, where many faculty, staff, and they also get used to these facilities, and which runs almost 24/7 into 365 counseling facilities available in the hospital. And we also have YourDost as our online counseling partner. They do all kind of online counseling facilities. It could be a chatting or video calling or just audio calling, any kind of thing that they will try to handle it. And YourDost is also having a face-to-face, one-to-one counseling facility at library. Okay, so we try to provide them at various locations that they are free to take wherever they can take it. So later what we also try to do is, we also put counseling facilities at the hostel itself. Okay, so we made a rooster system. Then counselor will be available in the hostel for 1.5 hours, 1 to 1.5 hours, at least 4 times a week. In every hostel, they will go, every hostel they make. So this is the kind of rooster system that we follow. So somebody doesn't want to go to any center, they can go to their own hostel, they can view it. Not only that, we also make counselors to visit departments. So in department also we created a certain space for them to come and sit there, so that at the end of class they want to go and meet them, so they can go and meet them. So that's how we made people get more access to this thing. So in the last 1.5 years, so when we took the data from Wellness Center, Counseling Center, almost 90% of the cases are self-referral. So we are very happy to say that, because there is no taboo on counseling and this thing. People voluntarily go to Wellness Center and take counseling help, okay? Which was not there quite some time back. And so what we also did in the last 2 years back, in 2024, we started doing wellness survey mandatory for all incoming students. PhD, BTech, MSP, whoever is coming for admission, before getting admission, they have to undergo wellness survey test. And this is 2024 data which I am showing it here is that, for example, out of 2,500 students, 65% students are okay with it before joining itself, while joining. 32% students are under focus zone. Focus zone means they are susceptible to depression, anxiety and that kind of thing. That we psychologists are able to do that from based upon the test results. And 3% people are on worry zone, means they are coming with real psychological issues coming into the campus. So this information, we didn't have it. Now after introducing this wellness survey at the time of beginning, now we know which type of students I need to focus on to give support. Okay, so this data will be given to counselors. Counselors call, they follow it up. They will see, especially the worry zone is very, very important for us. Okay, so we make sure that their issues are being addressed in this thing. For example, this is some of the challenges that all new student faces when they're coming from different parts of country to IIT Madras. Concern over others' opinions. What do they feel on me based upon the test? And lack of contentment with life setup. Okay, and many people wanted to striving to how to improve myself, language issues, communication issues, and all this. Sense of loneliness and social bonds. Comparing life accomplishments of others. Okay, these are the several major issues that we found with many of the incoming students. So this help us, our Sati student team and Mitra student team, Wellness Center, to conduct programs accordingly. Because these are the issues, right? So we need to focus on conducting programs based upon these issues. So based on that, we also introduced a very nice, interesting program. It's called Outbound Training Program. It's also called OBT. Many corporate offices does it. But we modified it and we did it for all students. Now we made it mandatory for all incoming students has to go on outbound training program where life skills such as emotional strength, stress relief, group teamwork, it's all been taught to fun-based activities. Okay, so this has been, IIT Madras is the first institute who's made mandatory for all the students coming into the IIT Madras. So in addition to it, director also appointed Mrs. Telakavati IPS retired as student ombudsperson. Even if student doesn't trust director, if something is not being addressed, students can directly go and complain and talk to ombudsman and give complaints, and she will inquire institute and to make sure this one. So a lot of cases has gone to her also, and thus students give us a lot of confidence on the administration of the system. Yes, if I have a complaint, institute is listening and they are trying to help us. So that is one of the major reasons which I feel that students are a little happy in the campus that all those incidents are not happening. And what we also have something interesting called listeners clubs. So on the website in the Kushal, these people name and their mobile numbers are given. For example, Professor Sivakumar is previous Dean students, Kandaswamy is an IPS officer but he did PhD here, and a lot of alumnus, some faculties. Suppose I get a very stress, I need to vent out, I need to talk to someone. So I can pick number, any one of them, I can just talk to them. They are well trained, they are good listeners. They don't question you, they will listen you. So after vent out, many students feel I am relieved. I don't want to go to counseling also. So these people trained other students how to become a listeners, right? So we're expanding the listeners list. Now if you look at, there are almost 30 to 40 students who also learn to become listeners. Okay, so students can call any one of them and just share and vent out their feeling. Okay, so these are some of the initiatives that we have seen that. So in this slide is that, so we have Kaveri counselors in my wellness center and counselors at the hospital, online counselors. So in all these cases, if they found a red flag case, that's what important, red flag case comes to wellness officer, intimated first. Till then it is confidential. Once any of the counselors identify them as a red flag case, which means that he has to go for a psychiatric treatment or parent intervention is required, it comes to wellness officer, then it will be discussed with me, associate dean, dean planning and director, and we will take appropriate action. Okay, so that is how our red flag case handles will happen. So very quickly, 30 points. So Kushal meetings and dining, faculty student interaction improves. Annual wellness survey, so we know what kind of students we are targeting it out and what kind of programs we need to do it. Most importantly, time-bound grievance redressal mechanism, how we achieve it. So improved, strengthen the counseling teams across the campus, and 24/7 facilities we have online facilities we have included inclusive student support team, and most importantly, we also give every year gatekeeper training program for faculty, wardens, hostel staff, to see how to handle people with stress. Okay, so this will make it mandatory for everybody to attend every year. And we also, alumni office also has a program called YARI, where students need some mentors for them. Okay, so we'll connect to the alumnus. Okay, and alumnus will guide them how to make your career and so on. We have introduced listeners network, so we involve parents, Reverse Kushal is very, very important for research scholars, how to get the feedback and these things. And our Professor Karnal has done a lot of wellness health campaigns, so that I'm confidently happy in saying that 90% of the cases are self-referral, that they would like to seek help from counseling systems. And we also have a student Mitra and Sati teams. So almost they conduct 20 to 30 events throughout the year for all the students to do that. And we also have accessible resource. And during academic courses, Professor Pratap also has initiated a software called Landquill, so which helps students who have difficulty in English communication, understanding. They can use this AI-made software to help them. So from 2024 onwards, we have started special orientation for UG parents, not students. Students will be done in the morning. Afternoon, we'll have a parents orientation, where we specifically tell the parents what challenges they might face when they become independent. So far, each one is a good ranker in their school, but all good rankers are put in one place now, right? They will lose self-confidence, so they will struggle for their existence. So what are challenges that students will face when they come here, and what kind of support is required from parents to administration as well as to the student is what we'll be telling them in the parents orientation. And so the red thing is very important. So what we are trying to do is that if somebody has some real issues and that particular student needs a parental care, we send the students home. For those students, we give online material, so that this academic is not affected. Okay, we'll give some tutorial materials, you complete assignments and do it. Or if it's 6 months time, you please do, we will permit them to take more extra NPTEL courses to complete, so that his credits is being covered by sitting at home taking medicine, so that his academic is not affected. Sometimes parents has to come here. Okay, so if mother is coming here, we try to provide them an accommodation inside the hostel. We'll give one room, and we have some guest rooms where attached toilet will be there. So where parent and the kid can be kept there for some time to take care of the students. So these kind of things that we are also trying to do it. And a lot of flexibility in selection of courses. We made more than 50 to 60, close to 50% is an elective based program based on new education policy. We have a lot of courses called introduced recreation courses for students, undergraduate students, and sports, music, arts. And we also have GN courses which specifically focus on life skills, happiness, self-awareness. So in all these, they have certain numbers that they can take it, but it reduces the overall burden and they can learn new things into this. Recently, we also introduced, as per NEP, 6 months internship for students. It improves their employment ability to take this case. Apart from that, evenings we also conduct leisure time activity programs where students can register and take courses like cooking, yoga, dance, music, painting, etc. They can learn this thing. People who have real wellness issues, so we definitely give academic waiver, thanks to Professor Pratap, Dean AC, who supports a lot to this case. And we also made 24/7 ambulance facilities, all cashless medical facility to important hospitals in the city. So anytime we have a complete human power support to help a case, any student who has any emergency, we'll make sure that it has been taken care of. So we support them through insurance. If not, we also have certain distress fund from thanks to alumnus again. So through them, we try to do as much help to the students through this thing. Okay, so we also tell research scholar initiatives, the 5-year students and all this. So this made us to progress a little more on the wellness thing. So way ahead is that, so we are trying to build a complete wellness space where counseling and other relaxation space, yoga hall, everything to come in one place, where we call it as a third space. So home, hostel is the third space where students can come and just like library, how students go, we would like to see students who feel stressed should come to our third space. Okay, and we are also trying to see technological integration of all these activities. Now we are doing part by part. That's why we recruited Colonel Balaji, and now we created a separate post in Associate Students Wellness. Now we are going to make a technological integration of all these activities and streamline how to make policies and SOPs for wellness. Okay, so very soon we are going to make a document on SOPs for wellness at IIT Madras. So we thank MHRD for providing all the support, and majorly all CSR project sponsors who supports for all these wellness initiatives, supporting students with distance, entire administration, NIMHANS and IMH. So during crisis, NIMHANS, IMH did a lot of support. They helped us in setting wellness survey questions, okay? And all doctors, CMO, 24/7, they help our students who are having these wellness issues. And thank to all our student bodies, Mitra and Sati student team, who does a phenomenal job. And more importantly, thank our alumnus, Mr. Karthik Sharma, who has given a 3 crore grant for our wellness initiatives at IIT Madras. So through this, it helps us a lot to do this. He is willing to support more. So every year he comes to IIT Madras, he spends a day here, visits, he talks on what he wants, and also this thing we are doing. So thank to Karthik Sharma. So thank you all for listening. If you have any questions, so anytime you can please approach me. And if you don't have any questions, I can put it on. Yeah. Is there any mic?
Fi- 50? 50 to 60?
15 to 16.
15 to 16. Okay. And how many students you would have approximately?
Student strength is around 12,000.
12,000. Thank you.
Sir, I have a very, here.
Yeah.
A very generic question, sir.
Yeah.
And this question springs from the fact that we are trying to do this in a slightly different way in our own in our institution. I come from Nalsar University of Law, which is in Hyderabad. So I was just wondering, when you brought in this element of parents being a part of the system, how comfortable are the students with, the institution talking to the parent?
Because here we are not talking anything about their academics. The questions are simple. Do you feel that your student is happy at IIT Madras, or did you talk to them? Okay. So if parents says no, means that student is not calling them or he is not doing. So there is something is at home, personal level.
In general, sir, every time there's some attempt to communicate with the parents, we see we see the students saying, look, I'm 18 plus, I'm an adult.
So we see a lot of resistance.
So how are you dealing with that resistance?
So
that's the question.
No, if it is decided as a red flag case, so it's our institute policy that we have to call parents. Till then, we don't interfere. In red flag cases also, some cases based upon the feedback from counselors, they say, let's wait for some more time. Don't do it now. We'll wait. Once counselor says no, you have to call parents. Intervention has to be made. Then definitely we'll call. We don't listen to student at the time.
Sir, and what if the parent only is the source of the problem?
Yeah. So that is a major problem. Yeah. So we want to send him home.
We can't send.
So we have one typical case. So father is abusive in nature. He can't go home. He beats him. He takes away all his PhD scholarship money. So no, but what we do? So we have admitted in SCARF. We called his sister, be there, and we supported him to get it cured, come back. So sometimes we have to go out and do these things. So otherwise, it's very difficult, right? So parents is the problem, and they are also not much educated. Very difficult to convince them also. That is an issue. Even if some people don't come, we will set up an online meeting. And if you don't know a language, we'll call somebody who knows their language to sit meeting, ask them to explain. So this is the issue. So that's what.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from Pondicherry Central University, and we four of us, we come from a campus where there are about 10,000 plus students studying, and nearly about 5,000 plus students dwell on the campus. So our situation is very similar to what you've just explained. So just like we had a previous questions, it's not that they sometimes tell us that they know everything and we don't really need help from the faculty or the wardens or the deans, students' welfare. We have a system in place, but students are very clear that We don't need any help from you. You just listen to what we tell you to do. So it's more of, dictatorial in nature. So how do we, deal with such a situation, especially because we are told to be always student-centric. It's students first, students first. So we are in a very difficult spot, and we know that they are going towards destruction.
So for an example, what kind of issue that they would?
Any kind of issue. Let's say the food in the mess is not very good.
Yeah.
So they say.
So that is what we are given.
Yeah.
So grievance, this thing. How do you address your grievance? It's not addressed. Step by step. So did you do that?
Yes, we do it.
No.
I'm a professor in microbiology, but also a hostel warden. We do all that stepwise series of assessments and evaluations, mess committee formations, mess visits, inspections. We do it. We are not saying we give them for a very nominal price. Also, it's a subsidized. So in such cases, do you have a kind of a evaluation method? And
Yes,
also, I'd
so-
like to know what is this outbound training means.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So in case of messes, what we'll do is that, so we have a student representative, it's called Hostel Affairs Secretary. He will be elected by student. Okay? He and his team will decide on the menu. We don't decide, we don't do anything out of the food. The entire menu is prepared by them. Okay? So in the entire tendering process, student will be there. So he will be negotiating with that caterer for what is the price that he needs. So student contribution is more. He is the representative of students. Okay? So that brings out a lot of issues among this. So no mess item is proposed by either me or Professor Sanyasi Raju. Okay, so CCW chairman. Everything is done by students. Students have MMCC team. They will go and check. They will give feedback. Students will keep on writing emails. Today paneer is like rubber. Okay, so he will take a picture and put it. So immediately the mess monitoring committee will go and check there and address the student. And we also have a MMCC meeting, Mess Monitoring Committee meeting every month. So all these issues will come there, caterer will be called. If it is found wrong, we will find the caterer. And this information will disseminate to the students also through MMCC Council. Which one? No, deliberate fines are more.
Yes. What if they are doing deliberately? We
See,
have
see,
a
for
system
example,
in
you have a
place.
foreign object, it will be 50,000 fine immediately.
Yes,
So if you
yes.
repeat, it will be 1 lakh. Third
Yes.
time you will be out of contract.
Okay.
So
We do this.
Yeah.
We find our caterers too, but then the students will do it deliberately once again. So that's a.
So maybe CCW in the afternoon will give you more information. So
Okay.
like what we do is that many people will quote for the tender, but finally all of them, 10, for example, we have 10 caterers, all 10 of them will agree to the same price finally. Okay? So if you are not doing your route, we have another person to do it. We'll give the space and we'll do it. We know who's doing well, right? Students will have the feedback for them. So every month student feedback, everything is being discussed. And we also have a third party checking for hygiene. So we have FSSA, AI audit, Eat to Right audit people. So we hire them. So they do regular checks, hygiene checks and everything in the mess. And then they will give a report, they will give feedback to caterer to see how to improve. They will also come for the mess monitoring committee meetings. So they will say that I am telling the caterer is not listening. So we will find more, give severe warnings and so on. So that. Yeah. So outbound training program is I think after afternoon Colonel Jay Kumar will come. So I'll tell them. They introduce this. So basically what is that we have different activities. So how to do this? A simple activity is like a truss fall. Suppose I will go up to this side, turn back, and he has to say, so all his team will have a hold the bottom and say, are you ready? He doesn't know any one of them. All new entries will combine with the different branches together. They will ask, are you ready to fall? He'll say yes, and just fall. So that develops trust among the friends. That group becomes very strong bonding while doing those activities. So we have also called a A-frame with 2 frames with rope. So people has to move from here to here, that one, how to coordinate and move. Students fall. So we have a lot of that kind of activities. So that you can provide, if email list is there, we can share the document to all the colleges, what kind of activities to be made.
So can I just...
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
had a question.
Yeah.
Maybe the
If you could tell last question.
I had a question, can I
Yeah.
ask? So as ma'am said, we are from Pondicherry University, and we were discussing that whatever you have done is quite impressive in various ways, and will become an exemplary model for us. I was really interested in knowing about this listening practice that you have. Do you identify the students who are then put on the listeners list, or is it a voluntary sort of a thing?
It's a voluntary for students.
Okay.
Once some students say, I want to become a volunteer, then we'll give them training how to
Yeah,
become.
what about the people who are to be listened? They are identified
No, no,
ahead
no.
of time,
No.
or they are coming at their own wish?
If somebody is available, they will
They will, yes.
attend,
yes.
or
So it's
they will send a message, I want to talk to you today evening.
yeah,
So
it's
they'll,
completely voluntary from both ends.
Among
Right,
both the ends,
right.
they will coordinate with each other.
Okay, okay, thank you. And how are the students compensated, those who are listeners? Are
No.
there any rewards for them?
No confidential. It's a confidential, right? If I know
Yes.
with whom who is talking,
Yes,
then it
yes,
is not confidential. We don't. It's a voluntary service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the initiatives, challenges, and different groups available for student community at IIT Madras. In line with the IITM model, our next speaker has played a pivotal role in strengthening student wellness initiatives at IIT Madras. Please join me in welcoming Colonel Balaji, Senior Wellness Officer, IIT Madras. Sir, the stage is yours.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And as we see, we are running behind schedule. So I'm going to rush. Sorry in case I don't take much of your time. And I just go with what I have to just say. A very good morning to each one of you. Thank you for taking your time to be here to listen to us. IIT Madras is home to almost all type of students, graduates, undergraduates, postgraduates, MH, PhD scholars across India, and we have students from abroad too. Students come from various cultural, linguistic, educational, and socio-economic backgrounds. English is a major problem for most of them. They always have problems relating to communication. This has been a major issue that we have been just coming across. While there are challenges, our students also bring remarkable strengths, curiosity, resilience, innovation, and an incredible ability to adapt. Most students navigate these challenges successfully, especially when they have the right support. So, what is that we just going to understand? Before we just talk about distress, let us understand what is stress. Stress, we all have stress. I'm sure it is a normal part of our student life, as we have stress in our day-to-day life, which we all come across. But we all know how to manage stress in many situations. It can even be helpful by motivating students to perform well. However, when stress becomes prolonged and overwhelming, it can begin to affect a student's well-being, relationship, and his academic performance. Distress exists on a continuum. Feeling stressed before exam is very normal. I'm sure we all been coming through this. But when these feelings become persistent and begin affecting attendance, concentration, sleep, relationship, or academic performance, intervention is needed. Now that we have distress which can develop into stress which can develop into distress, let us look at some of the common factors that contribute to the distress. But before that, we just need to understand one important thing, which has been done through a study by NIMHANS, wherein the NIMHANS study says 1 in 3 students who are reported to be under stress and depressive symptoms, and nearly 1/4 are reported to be moderate and or with severe anxiety symptoms in any institution. This is a pretty normal situation in our country. Another important finding from the same study was that more than 1/3 of the students who had experienced suicidal thoughts and shared these thoughts with someone. This is something which is very important. A couple of days back, I'm sure you all have just seen a clipping about a kid from a school just jumping out of the second floor and killing herself. And you also must have seen how she expressed herself to someone, especially the teacher. The suicidal thoughts had shared these thoughts with someone at some point of time, and especially they just do this with friends. And this is very common, people they choose to confide in. These numbers remind us that many students may be struggling silently. Not every student who experiences distress will ask for help, which is why awareness and early recognition by all of us become very important. Now, recognizing distress at the right time can make a significant difference. When signs of distress are identified early, students can be connected to appropriate support before their concerns become more serious. Research on early identification programs, including gatekeeper training from NIMHANS, shows that timely recognition and referral improve the likelihood that the individuals receive appropriate support before a crisis develops. So, what should we actually look for? Let's begin with emotional indicators and cognitive signs. Students rarely come forward saying they are struggling. Instead, they often communicate through changes in their emotions, thoughts, and behavior. Emotionally, you may notice persistent sadness, anxiety, irritability, mood swings, emotional outbursts. Cognitively, students may struggle with concentration, appear confused, express hopelessness, or frequently make negative statements about themselves or the future. One sign alone may not indicate serious concern, but several signs occurring together or lasting over time deserve attention. Behavioral distress signals which we generally notice are: a student who was previously punctual may begin missing classes regularly. Academic performance may suddenly decline. Students may isolate themselves, start participating in activities, or show noticeable changes in eating or sleeping habits. At IIT Madras, we notice all this through various mechanisms that we follow. Other warning signs also include aggression, withdrawal from friends, loss of motivation, or repeated absence without explanation. These changes encourage us to start a supportive conversation rather than make assumptions. Some situations require immediate attention and should never be ignored. Let's see what they are. They include students expressing suicidal thoughts, engaging in self-harm. This we just come across quite a few, and we appropriately recognize them, identify them, bring them to our fold, and then take care of them through various counseling services. They also experience severe panic attacks. Severe panic attacks is sometime, I'm sure some of you might have noticed, the panic attacks makes them feel unconscious for some time and then makes them feel extremely distressed. Statements like, "I don't want to live anymore," or "everyone would be better off without me," these are some words do express the feeling and which needs immediate attention from all of us. Student well-being is a shared responsibility. At IIT, we call it a collective responsibility of all of us. So we have friends. Mitra, we just had our dean students talking about the Mitra volunteer groups, and Sati, which is another student body which helps us. The faculty is a very important aspect which we always look forward to, which through the Kushal, which we had just discussed, the office of dean, the hostel wardens, the institute doctors, psychiatrists and counselors we do have, and they also come to us on their own self-referral, which is very important for all of us. Despite experiencing distress, many students never seek professional help. Some fear being judged or labeled. Others worry that their concerns will not remain confidential. Some are simply unaware that the available support services that exist in the system, while some are believe that the cultural beliefs of the family and the attitudes of the family may discourage them from taking help. Because of these barriers, many students go silent and they struggle. This is why we cannot rely on only students asking for help. Sometimes they need someone to notice it and start the conversation. Recognizing distress is only the first step. What truly makes a difference is having a clear and coordinated referral system. What I'm just showing on the slide is what we just do out here at Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. A student in distress may be identified by different members of the campus. It could be a friend or a roommate, student volunteer group such as Mitra and Sati, a faculty member, a mentor, hostel warden, dean's office, institute doctors, counselors, psychiatrists, or even their own self-referral. Regardless of who first notices the concern, the goal remains the same: to ensure that the student is connected to the most appropriate support without delay. Depending on the student needs, the concern is addressed through appropriate professional services following the institute's referral protocols. This may involve coordination between the wellness team, medical professionals, academic departments, hostel administration, or other relevant stakeholders, always with the student's safety and well-being as the priority. The strong referral system at IIT ensures that the concerns are not managed in isolation and that every student receives timely, appropriate, and coordinated support. Now let's look at how institutions can strengthen the student support. Of course, this is my last slide before I just say thank you to all. This can happen by a regular mental health awareness program, help reduce a stigma and encourage help seeking. A gatekeeper training enables the faculty and staff to identify distress early and respond appropriately. Clear crisis response protocols ensure timely support during emergencies. Regular well-being check-ins and accessible counseling services further strengthen the support system. When students know that someone notices, someone listens, and someone cares, they are much more likely to seek help. That's how we build the supportive campus. Once again, the wellness of the students is the collective responsibility of all of us at Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Colonel Balaji. True well-being begins from within. To deliver today's first keynote session, it is my privilege to invite Swami Narasimhananda Ji, Ramakrishna Mutt, Kozhikode. Swamiji, we are honored to have you with us. May I request you to please come on the dais? May I also call upon Professor Raila Suresh Kumar to felicitate the speaker. Dear participants, in the meanwhile, I request all of you to quickly go and grab tea and snacks and be settled back within 5 minutes. Due to lack of time, we essentially do not have a tea break as such. We can maybe go table by table and then fetch our tea and snacks and get back. Thank you.
No, shall I wait for the team people? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes, yes. இல்லை லேட்டை மட்டும் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணுறேன். சார்ஜர்
Okay, thank you.
Om. A good morning to all of you, Suprabhatam. To the team who have come from the Department of Education, Government of India, and also to the faculty and staff of IIT Madras, also to the Center for Wellness here in IIT Madras. Sneha is conducting this proceedings, and just now Sneha said, okay, all of you go for tea and Swamiji you give the talk. Had I done that, I hope I have your attention at least for a few minutes, because that's why I have come here, right? To interact with you. So had I done that, I would have been talking to chairs and tables, which is definitely not my goal. And I am told that representatives from about 15 to 20 educational institutions have come here. I stand here with a institutional knowledge of the Ramakrishna Mission and Ramakrishna Mutt, who have at any given point in time lakhs of students studying in our various educational institutions, starting from pre-KG to post-doctoral level. But also I have the individual experience of teaching students from KG to post-doc level for last 3 decades, both in the residential and non-residential setup. It is with that experience I want to talk to you, to share some insights with you. In 2017, 3 persons were awarded the Nobel Prize in physiology or medicine. They are Jeffrey C. Hall, Michael Rosbash, and Michael W. Young. And what did they discover? They discovered that the human body functions according to the cycle of sun, and they called it circadian rhythm, which is also sometimes called biorhythm. Interestingly, for many decades this idea was discarded as quasi-science. But it was in 2017 that Nobel Prize was awarded for this very discovery. Why am I mentioning it here? Because whenever I go and work with CFTIs, centrally funded technical institutes, or IITs, NITs, if one were to include IIMs, and I checked that with the faculty here also, that a significant number of students, they go to bed when generally, traditionally, we are supposed to wake up from sleep, 4:30 or 5 o'clock. I'm already telling you, I'm going to address the elephant in the room, because I believe somebody has to speak the unspoken. And I'm very happy, I was very happy hearing our director, Professor Kamakoti, that there has been an effort, syncretic effort to introduce many measures in IIT Madras. So always the question will be, how can it be bettered? Is it not? Because measures keep on improving. So these Nobel laureates say that the well-being of a human being depends directly on how she or he is following this circadian rhythm. And if we have campuses across the length and breadth of country where people go to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning, I know that this is a fact in IIT Kharagpur, it is so in IIT Kanpur, it is so in IIT Delhi, Mumbai, NIT Calicut, and in many other NITs, and to some extent it is the fact in IIT Madras also. And then they come half sleepy to the classes starting from 8 AM onwards. Sleep is an essential thing a human being needs. I always say jokingly that when Swami Vivekananda said, "Arise, awake and stop not till the goal is reached," I don't think he was talking about not sleeping. So, if you are going to make sleep a casualty, then all the other problems, for example, you talk to any diabetologist, they will tell you, and it has been proven over and again, if you have disturbed sleep one night, the next day morning fasting blood sugar will shoot up. And it is when you are battling sleep, you are trying to becoming owl. We are all born as human beings, but constantly, I don't know why, we either become Batman, Batwoman, or owls. So when you're trying to become owls, you are also going for a very, very weak psychological health. And so, the first step definitely in ensuring wellness in a residential campus of such institutes has to be ensuring that we follow the sun. Now, if you see traditional civilizations, all of them, without exception, had the sun in the center of the civilization. Not just in India, across the world, sun worship, sun clock, praying the sun. And I can tell you without any hesitation that it is because there was a science and logic behind it. And we as a human being, our physiology does not allow us to become nocturnal beings. We are diurnal beings. So this is something we have to focus on. How can you turn your residential campuses into a place where the students go to sleep at an earthly hour, say 10:30 something, and get up from sleep again 5:30 something. If you go to the Ramakrishna Mission hostels across the country, you will find that all the students in varying degrees have lot of complaints with the monks who manage the hostel. In fact, they have various nicknames for the monk who is managing the hostel. But after 20 years, 3 decades, when they return to the hostel, they say, "Swamiji, it was this routine, this discipline which made us what we are today, and we follow this discipline till date." So, if you have to have a holistic psychological wellness program, it has to start with the sleep routine. We should not even debate about that. And that is not happening. And we are dealing with tech students. In IIT Kharagpur long ago, there was an experiment where internet could be, even intranet could be was cut at say 10 PM something. But that didn't simply work. That was a time when OTTs were not so popular. Torrent was more popular. And people downloaded all the movies and games when the internet was available. So the student is in the class and in the hall, that is what they call the hostels. I think here also you call the hostels halls. I don't know. Do you call it halls here? Huh? Hostels only. In Kanpur and Kharagpur they call it halls. So that thing was getting downloaded, and here he was doing lab work or she was doing lab work or class work. So it did not work. Another thing which they tried was weekly once there should be a not digital detox but electrical detox. Power was simply shut down. And they all came, and for 3 or 4 hours, they all came and assembled on a playground, and they were asked to do whatever you want to do, you do. And that was very successful. I don't know whether they are following it even now, just like Kamakote ji told earlier this day, that giving them something, telling them that is sun, this is grass, that really works. So when the first time it was done in IIT Kharagpur, they simply did not know what to do with the time. And because of that, they started talking to each other. This is something we can do. But as I understand, sleep is very important. You have to sleep. Every psychologist, clinical psychologist, one of the first questions the clinical psychologist asks a young person or even an old person who goes with some psychological problems is, how many hours do you sleep? The sleep routine is the first thing which is asked, because it is the first thing that gets affected because of psychological stress. So this is something which we have to take care of. See, when in the Upanishads we talk about a human being, the human being is variously talked of in different languages, but the Taittiriya Upanishad and other Upanishads, they talk of a human being in 5 layers. And the first and the most lowest rung of those layers is the body. Unless you address the body, it is very difficult to address the other layers. The next layer is prana, that is breath. The third layer is manas, which does not translate to mind in the English language. Then there is your buddhi, then there is anandamaya kosha. So first you have to target the body. Couple of years ago, we have a huge school where there are more than 3,000 kids studying in Calicut Ramakrishna Mission from KG to 12th standard. We found that in the morning, students were not so attentive. And when there was assembly, we saw that some students could not stand even for 15-20 minutes in the assembly. And we found out that students coming from even lower middle class income families, they were asked to go to tuition classes, even for classes from 5th standard onwards, and they will leave their homes at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, and then they get the food only during the midday meal, and so they are going without food in the morning. So it is already, you have a very good mess, but I think you already have a program to ensure whether people are going to the mess. You have a program, right? How do you ensure that there is attendance in the breakfast? You have a program. I think you have a program? Huh? Oh, so whether a person is going for breakfast, you know. So you know. And if somebody is not going, you have a remedial measure. So this thing, here it is there, but in most places, because the person is going to bed late, the person obviously skips breakfast. And breakfast is considered to be a very important meal. Because the person skips breakfast, in most IITs, I don't know about here, there are many tea shops inside the IITs. You have? Yeah. They are the spots where people come. Okay. And there all kinds of socializing is happening along with some samosa, BD cigarette. I don't know about the ground reality here, but I know that that is a fact elsewhere. And here you don't have smoking and all that. No, thank you. So, but that odd eating habit, it takes a heavy toll on, but odd eating habit might be there. So that takes a heavy toll on the students. So this is something which we have to take care. There was a talk, in fact, there was one question asked by the group who have come from Central University of Puducherry, that how do we, like, I think the question was not properly understood. Like, even if you are trying to improve the quality of the food, students deliberately create complaints. That was your question, right? So how do we address that? See, education, most of you are educationists or your teachers, faculty. The primary philosophy behind education is taking a person from what the person knows to what the person does not know. Taking one from the known to the unknown. Now this is a basic fundamental idea. And we fail mostly in education because we don't do this. For example, if you go to a village in India, say in South India or somewhere where it is difficult to find apple, and you say what? A for apple. So basically there is an intrinsic flaw in that system. You are not taking the child or the student from the known to the unknown. Now, to take the student from the known to the unknown, how much do you know about the environment of the student is my question. It's an open question I am asking you, expecting answers. Like, how many of you faculties here are confident that I know the environment of my students? Please raise your hand. You know the environment of the student means you know what the student watches, reads, etc. Okay. So if that is the case, can you tell me what is the online content in terms of movies or web series? What genre of web series or movies is seen by youth largely in our country? What genre, what category? You said you know the environment. No, Netflix is a OTT, sir. What category of movies and web series do people see?
So you want specific name of the web
No,
series?
Category. What kind of? You don't know, but you said you know the environment.
Yeah, but then I don't know, what they would be
Who
seeing
knows?
as such.
You know, you are a student, right? Yeah, sure. You are a faculty. Yeah, give it to her.
So I'm doing a guess, but this is also partly because some of these get like referred to in the classroom discussions, and therefore
tell me.
I'm confident that two genres are very famous with our law students. One is dystopian in nature, and the other one is psychological thrillers.
Yeah, but
because they have a lot of criminal intent.
More specific. Yeah, you had something to add to that? Korean drama. Yes, Korean drama. Korean drama, you knew that? How many of you did not know that? Please raise your hand. Many of you did not know but are not raising the hand. Korean drama, Korean movies is what, madam?
Not exactly, but yeah.
Korean drama, Korean movies is what students of school to college from a remote village in Himachal Pradesh to a village in Tripura to Tamil Nadu are watching. And the teachers don't know that. So that is the problem. You don't know what they are exposed to. Unless you know what they are exposed to, what is the frame of reference in your classroom? That is the question. Why do you make your classes so boring? That is another question. See, pedagogy does not need to be revised. It has to be abolished. We are living in an AI age. It is the fourth industrial revolution. But still we are teaching our teacher how to transact a class Today, early this morning when Professor Kamakoti said, I don't want transactors, I loved him. We are not evoking critical thinking. We are actually murdering it. When you bring bright kids to a class and do what Swami Tapasyananda, who was a vice president of Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, used to say, Lathi charge. You are killing the critical ability of the child. So that is another problem, that is another elephant in the room which needs to be addressed. Okay, in our engineering institutes, primarily technical institutes.
Sir, I would like to ask, how do you include all these in a diverse
No, I will,
classroom? How will you include all these in diverse classroom? Because as you said, not one genre is followed, not one particular part or segments of let's say language like K-drama or C-drama, whatever drama the people are watching. But it's very diverse across generation as well as in the same generation as well. How do you include that in a...
No, it is not diverse. Yes. Everybody is watching, you are not watching Korean drama.
I do, but...
Are you a student or a faculty?
Student.
Student, you are not watching. Life has become all work, no play for you. But generally everybody is watching. It is not diverse. It is the intent which is important. What is your intention? Is your intention to complete the syllabi? Or is it your intention to evoke engineering ability? Or in the case of IIM, management ability? What is your intention? Why is there so much skill gap between what the industry wants and what premium? I'm not talking about ordinary mushrooming engineering colleges. I'm talking about premier engineering colleges like the IIT is producing. There is a huge gap, and that is why almost every company of repute has to have a almost year-long induction program, because what you have taught them is basically useless in the industry. This is another elephant in the room we have to address. So first we have to understand where they are. When you understand this question which people from Puducherry Central University had asked, when you understand where they are, when you are able to say, did you watch that web series, the what wonderful attorney, who something, that is one Korean series, then you will be able to share something, and then immediately you have a bond with the kids. No, not like watching, madam. Not like asking questions.
Yes.
Please don't make a Q&A out of it.
No.
So
let's
for
try.
bonding,
We are trying to establish
even,
a cordial
you see,
talk.
Even the cordial establishing becomes very formal. It is like those dinner parties which corporates have. If you don't attend those parties, you will be fired. So you make it so serious. That it happens. I'm telling you what the kids tell me. So you make it so serious. Oh, madam is asking, so I have to tell something. Not like that. Just love. And another problem is, the problem mainly is because of fragmented families. Today families are fragmented. The problem is mainly because of parents. That is a problem. But there is a solution also. Many parents who have their kids, like they call it settled, whether they settled or unsettled, I don't know, they have a lot of free time. And they have rich experience. They want to do something, but they have nothing to do. Those people can become mentors to these kids whose parents are not so willing to share their time, so not willing that they don't want to even respond yes or no. What Professor Kamakoti was saying, 2000 messages going, how many messages? 2000. 2000, but still 2% people are only responding. So these people who can be found among your alumni, among the parents of faculty, or some other parents who are willing to participate, they can be trained or they can be asked to become mentors to other students who are not their children. And it is our experience that they do it very well. They do it very well. Because what Professor Kamakoti was telling, asking many grandparents to do that, that might have some practical problems. But you can ask your alumni, you can ask the parents of many faculty who are on campus. Many people are there on campus. They can do this. And also retired faculty who sometimes stay near the campus, or they can do this. And that has brought a lot of changes. Another thing is, psychological health is even today in India a topic of taboo. It is a topic of taboo even today. Many people would rather go to a temple or a priest or a sannyasi than to a psychological clinic because of the taboo associated with it. So some kind of basic psychological education, proper psychological education, which is possible today. One example is, there is this famous hospital and research institute called Johns Hopkins Hospital in the United States, and they have a course called Psychological First Aid. Psychological First Aid, which is available on Coursera. So it is a course, you have to take the course, you have to give tests, and then they will give you a certificate. If this course, which is not a very big course, it's a short course, if this course can be given to those students who are volunteering to help other students, then they will have a very clear idea. The problem with psychological health is, A, there is a lot of taboo about it. B, we become judgmental. See, that's again, how do you listen? That was some other person was asking this question. How do you listen? I think you were asking. How do you listen? So listening is an art, which unfortunately, I don't know, in India we like to talk. So that's why here it is what you call telecom provider to another telecom provider, talk time free, we have invented that concept. So we like to talk everywhere. Okay, we don't know how to listen. That is one primary cause of marital disconcert, marital disagreement, or etc., marriage problems, because the husband is telling something, wife is not listening, or one spouse is telling something, another is not listening, and vice versa. So how to listen without being judgmental? In a clinical psychological setup, when a therapist meets the patient, they say that though you are sitting on the other side of the table and I am sitting on this side of the table, we are going to go the same path. It's not that I have some magic wand and I will help you. We are sailing the same boat. So that understanding, not being preachy, not giving any kind of advice. So this course needs to be given. And Swami Vivekananda, when he returned from the West, 4 years he was in the West and he returned. When he returned to India, he came through Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, in Colombo, he gave a talk, and that was a series of talks he gave till Almora. Those days it was in Uttar Pradesh, today it is in, those days it was not called Uttar Pradesh, anyway that province, northwest frontier province, something like that it was called. And afterwards, now in Uttarakhand, Almora. So these lectures are found in a book, you can download it, Lectures from Colombo to Almora. If you see those lectures, Swami Vivekananda says, every country has a nature, has a philosophy, has a character. Some countries have politics as character, some countries it is philosophy, some countries it is arts. He says for India, the character is spirituality. He says spirituality is the backbone of our country. And he says Ganga, you see Ganga starts with a place called Gomukh and goes and joins the ocean in Ganga Sagar, West Bengal. He says even if the path of Ganga can be changed, which is impossible, but even if that were possible, it is impossible to change the fact that India is spiritual in character. Now what spirituality is, it is for everyone to find out for themselves. not one religion, not a conglomeration of religions. It is something which you have to find out. To put it in very simple languages, to find out who you are is spirituality. That may be something else at a particular period of your life. Later on it may evolve, it may devolve. Be my guest, you have your own definition. Who you are, to understand that is spirituality. As a nation, we have failed miserably to uphold that nature of our country. And whatever problems have come to our nation, are even now coming to our nation, is because we are adamantly reluctant to accept this nature. See, I work in sociology of religion also, and all the time whenever I meet academicians from across the world, they say, Swamiji, in your country religion is at your face. You go to any place, it can be a grocery store, it can be a hypermart, it can be a restaurant, you can get into the bus, train, religion is at your face. You see religion practiced only in this country. Yet, we are foolish enough to be reluctant to accept this reality. It is a reality. To accept that you have to understand who you are before you begin to do anything. So, I now here bring a reference from the Shvetashvatara Chandogya Upanishad. There is, in the 6th chapter of the Chandogya Upanishad, a boy called Shvetaketu. He goes to Gurukula, our the ancient version of our modern, say, IIT or something. After education, he returns to his home. His father asks him a question. Did your guru, teacher, teach you how to think about that which cannot be thought of? Did your teacher teach you how to speak about that which cannot be spoken of? Did he teach how to experience that which cannot be experienced? So by the time these questions ended, Shvetaketu, that was the name of the boy, thought, when I went to my Gurukula, my father was sane. By the time I have returned, he has lost it. Because how can you think of something which cannot be thought of? How can you express something which cannot be expressed? So that is it is not possible. It is a contradiction in terms. So the father says, if you have not been taught this, then I will teach you. Systematically, he teaches, and after a period of training, finally he says, now did you understand who you are? So you are Tattvamasi, you are that reality. What that reality is? Shvetaketu's understanding. There is no fixed or rigid understanding. That's a quite fluid understanding. So are we teaching this to our kids? We are making managers of our kids, engineers of our kids. Are we making them complete, fulfilled and content human beings is a question. So that question is to you directly. Are we addressing that? And if we are not addressing, this is there in NEP. When you say holistic, the word often too misused means a lot. It is there in NEP, but have we done that is a big question. So, along with all these practices, I think 2-3 practices, before I end, I sum up. 3-4 practices are very important. One is, we have to sleep when the sun, little after when the sun sets. We have to get up little before the sun rises. This has to be done not because I'm in a technical institute, not because somebody ancient told, because it has been discovered by Nobel laureates. They have been given Nobel Prize for that. So we have to be scientific first. Second, the teachers, faculty should come to a common meeting ground with the students. They should talk the same. Like if I were to ask, how many of you regularly listen to BTS? Do you enjoy it? Arey, bacche sun rahe hain. So they listen, that is why I am listening. So, not bitterly. I am only 33 and a half. And it got delayed, right? So, yeah. First you did not even offer me coffee. I myself volunteered. No, I went and had coffee. First they said you speak. Then I will speak to empty chairs. They said they will go for coffee. They said, now what about me? Then I said I myself went. Voluntarily you have to do. Well-being is something voluntarily you have to take care of. So this chit business is common wherever you go. Though it was started late, I was told 45 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes, but still he has come and I'm not afraid of that. I have to tell what I have to say. So I was already summing up, by the way. So first is you have to have a sleep routine. Second is there should be a common ground. Listen to students just for the heck of it. Don't judge them. And the third thing is, which I suggested, Colonel Saab, I suggested that it is difficult. It is really a difficult problem. Parents, because there is a huge generational shift happening across our country. So parents who did not probably even go to school properly, their kids are coming to IITs. So instead of only depending on those parents, let us create a breed of mentors among the faculty or their parents or retired faculties or other parents who are willing to do that. This one suggestion. And the fourth thing is, can we bring any element of psychological training, not firefighting, but creating 5 minutes of meditation. Meditation can be of various types. We have a very universal kind of meditation. Meditation need not be confused with religion. Can we bring some kind of query, some kind of philosophical engagement, some exercise to understand who am I? What is my nature? If I think I am the body, okay, be my guest. But you have to understand it. You have to come to that conclusion yourself. So these things if we don't do, with all our good intentions, we will be lacking miserably in producing a wellness program. For an institute like IIT, which is not only going to represent India or going to work for India, but it is going to work for the entire globe. The alumni from here are working for the entire globe. So we need to bother about what kind of mentoring they are getting, how much they are sleeping, and what kind of engagement we have them, not on a classroom setup, but outside that, and whether they gel with us, whether they consider ourselves, faculty, who are generations apart from them, as their friends, and whether we can have even 5-minute, 10-minute program, which is open to people of all faith traditions, where we can have some kind of mind training activity, some kind of psychological thinking, philosophical thinking activity, which will give some higher order, higher purpose to their lives. So I'm really grateful for being invited here, because I understand that this is not an ordinary audience. You all mean business, and you have come here for two-day workshop to create this. I have been earlier also part of this Malaviya training program. Last year, I think Ramanujam College, Delhi, they had invited me to talk about how we can use Bhagavad Gita in a classroom setup. So it's a very good initiative by the Government of India. I thank the organizers for inviting me here. There is no time to take questions, no? No time. Huh? No. So thank you very much. And Ramakrishna Mission always is very happy to partner with any kind of educational initiatives. So thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Swamiji, for that enlightening session. May I now request our Dean students, Professor Satyanarayana Gummadi sir, to please give away a memento as a token of gratitude to Swamiji. In the interest of time, let us now move on to the panel discussion, from stress to success, policy for student well-being. This particular session will be moderated by Professor Pratap Haridas, Dean Academic Courses, IIT Madras. And joining him on the panel are Madam Reena Sonowal, Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Professor Shailendra Swaminathan, Sapien Labs, Kriya University, and Professor K. Vipinendran, Director, Alumni Affairs, Anna University, Chennai. May I please have the panelists on the dais, please? Can we have all the panelists on the dais, please? Thank you, dignitaries. Over to you, Dr. Pratap.
Good afternoon, everyone. Really delighted to be part of this panel with the esteemed panelists here on stage. We had really very interesting session this morning. Very nice points, I think, underlined and emphasized for us. Swamiji also gave us some very good insight. In fact, this is one common thing. The point he made about sleep is very important, in my opinion. When we do our student orientation, and it's going to now admission season is here, and that's just 2-3 weeks away for us. We have a separate session for parents, and that's the first thing I tell them. Your students, your kids are all very bright, and but they are now transitioning to a situation where parental oversight is not there. So you are not there to tell them, do this, do that, etc. You're not there to give them any structure to the day. And the first thing that will go for a toss is their sleep cycle. So I keep telling them, when you call them, I mean, of course you will inquire something about how are your classes going and so on, but please always ask them, when did they go to sleep? Are they going to sleep? Who is their best friend? And so on. Anyway, so we will get this panel discussion going on stress to success, policy for student well-being. I noted down a few points that I think we will go over. We'll get our panelists' views on these. So I would like to talk briefly for us to discuss briefly about source of stress. I think some of it has already been mentioned, but it will be good to get an idea on it. Also, the role of faculty, the student themselves. That student, we are talking about the student, and I think they are also growing up, and I think they also carry some sense of responsibility, some sense of participation in their own well-being. It's not like they are passive people and that we have to tell them how they have to be well. So we will talk about what is the student role in this, what is the faculty role in this, the parents' role, and the peers' role. So these few things maybe we'll discuss. Something on support systems, something on academic policy, use of technology, and maybe we'll conclude with how we would like to measure these, measure the success of our efforts. So this is what we would like to start with. I would also like to say that we talk a lot about student well-being. I think we also should talk about faculty well-being. So somewhere along the line we will talk about it, because I think that's sort of taken for granted, and that's not really fair. We face a lot of stress these days. Particularly, I think a lot of faculty get messages from students. No student had some problem and then they are under stress, they are under depression, So now there's some stress on the faculty also on how to respond to this. Maybe they don't have training for it and so on. So we'll look at that. So we will start now with the source of stress. I would like to request our panelists to just take some turns and give us some inputs on what they feel is the sources of stress for many of our students. So maybe I'll request Reena Madam to please share her thoughts.
We come to this stage where we will all be talking about what stress is, how we handle stress in our institutions, and what are the kind of interventions. We have Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, whom we have been collaborating with regarding, capacity building for our faculty on how, because all our educational institutions, we have this huge group of students who need that special care as they come into the campuses. Stress is very high. There are a lot of, external influences that affect a student's life cycle in the educational institution, be it in terms of academic stress, which is a given in terms of what kind of placement the person will have at the end of his tenure in the academic institution. A lot of personal issues, relationship issues we have talked about, family issues in the background, the baggage which the student carries into the educational institutions. And it is in this entire set of scenario that the faculty or the institution which have to grapple. I mean, I am saying grappling with the situation, like Professor Haridas has said. We talk about student well-being. What about the well-being of the faculty? We have this capacity building under the Malviya Mission Teacher Training Program because, like I said earlier, it is the faculty and the institution, the non-faculty, who are the first responders in an institution. So that is why parents are very important, but when the student is away from his home, this is the place he looks forward. He has his peers. It is heartening again to see most of our institutions, IIT Madras also in particular, where there are these mentors, teacher, student, the peers, you have the Mitra and the Sathi, and we interacted with the Mitra and some of the Sathi and Mitra student volunteers. I think they are working, they are contributing hugely to this, creating this ecosystem where the student can come forward. We have talked about why should a student come forward if his privacy or his confidentiality is not maintained. So that is also another problem that institutions have to handle. So there are issues. We have visited a few institutions again where it is not about stress. Again, it is about this, this equation between the student and the teachers. That is something where we actually need to work on. The faculty and the student need to talk to each other, not just as a teacher and a student, but as friends. Maybe the faculty could just reach out to students, come over for tea. It's not, let us not discuss our academic calendars. Let us not talk about the lessons that we are doing. Why don't we just come over? There was the suggestion by a very senior professor. We had visited one of the institutions as a team where he had just said, why not, call them over to your home? It may not be possible. Why? Okay, if not the home, over at the local, institute cafeteria, just come over. We'll just talk about it. So these are places which give you a scope to interact. Students can, they can talk about things, and perhaps, that frequency, if it is quite high, then students could open up, and the problems that we are facing could be reduced considerably.
Thank you, madam. So as we move forward, I'll try to position some questions so that we can discuss it in some in a holistic way through as we progress through this list of topics. So maybe I will now request Professor Shailendra to maybe share his thoughts on what training faculty have for or what should they have in terms of communication. Madam mentioned that we need to have informal gatherings between students and faculty to basically bridge the gap. There is no, once the distance falls, they don't see you as some faraway person who's not in a position to relate to them. We also heard the need to watch K-dramas so that we can communicate with them. So something like this. So maybe I would request the two faculty here to comment on what we can do with respect to communicating with students. I will also share some ideas, but maybe you can share some thoughts on this.
Thank you very much, Professor. Who doesn't have stress? Everyone has stress, isn't it? When I started my career, and I used to do a lot of training also, and from one person I learned how to handle stress was our former president. He was with us for about 1.5 years, and the way he would handle students and the way he would handle faculty and in general people, Professor Abdul Kalam was one of my role models. And years back, in a gym, in a hotel, where I was doing a training program for a company, Larsen and Toubro, I found Sachin Tendulkar. And he gave me this beautiful statement. We were discussing for a few minutes, and he said, Professor, whenever I go to bat, he was hitting about 70 centuries by that time, right? Whenever I go to bat, I have butterflies in my stomach still. But I know how to fly the butterflies in the formation. And that is what was the success, basically. So what we have is, being the director of alumni affairs, we have a very well-driven alumni, initiative, which is called the EQ Club, the Emotional Quotient Club, which is now a part of the students, and it's a student-driven activity, basically. And it's the first of its kind in the entire country, because generally clubs are for movies, for drama, literacy and all that. But here you have students coming together on a voluntary basis and making emotional intelligence fun. Because a club means fun, basically. So we have devised a lot of games. In fact, most of my students have devised so many games wherein life skills are taught in a very fun way. And we also invite, people like Swamiji, people, experts, psychologists and all that, basically to train their peers. And we have volunteers to do it, and we have events, we have competition. We have one of the successful cultural competition, TechOfest. So we have an event running on that. We have Kurukshetra, which is another student-driven event, the big event in the campus. We have the EQ Club participating in it. So that is entirely driven by the alumni. But before, I thought, since we were talking a lot about stress, and we have Edison, always telling that everything should be made simple, and we have a lot of students and faculty here. And the faculty are in the best position, sir, to interact with the students. Rather than, as Swamiji was telling, there's a big taboo around going to a psychologist or a counselor. Because immediately the people around them, right, the peer group making fun of them, this fellow has a problem. So, and you have to listen to them. You are with them always, isn't it? So, obviously, some of these activities are very good, but then because there are so many faculty and students here, some of us, we need to really know the basic fundamental of what it is. And the celebrating minds, before I, finish, I thought I will ask you, what is a mind? On a very scientific level, do we know? Because if we can't explain any scientific concept in a very, very simple way, it's just overflowing. So on a very scientific level, can any one of you tell me what's a mind and where is it? Just a second.
Can I?
Right, what's a mind and where is it? Because we are talking about mind, we are talking about celebrating minds, isn't it? So what's a mind basically?
I'll volunteer in case audiences.
Yes, sir?
In case audience can
Yes,
do
audience,
wonderful.
any answers? What's a mind? Because we would be talking, you are going to talk about it for 2 days, isn't it? So we must know what's the mind and where is it at least? Some space, right? Where is it? Can anyone volunteer here? Yeah, can anyone volunteer here for a minute and I can show you where the mind is. You can literally see it, right? Can anyone come here?
The mind is in the heart. That's what we both
Oh,
were
the mind
saying.
is in the heart. Okay, the mind is inside the heart. Okay, that's one. We will just keep that aside. But can someone volunteer here and let me know where the mind is? Or we can do a small experiment because you are in IIT and IIT, Anna University, all these premier institutions. You have to do something practically and demonstrate. That's when it's reality, isn't it? So there's no use having a chemistry theory class and an engineering class but not having a practical. So just a minute, if someone can volunteer here, a student or someone, nothing will happen. We can use that person. Great, sir. Anyone, right? Please, just if the panel, right? Sir, can you come here? Yeah.
Thoughts, feelings and behavior as a manifestation of the brain, the mind. The anatomy of the mind is the brain, the vessel.
Can you tell our friends what I told a secret in his ear, isn't it? What I told him first and what I told him next. First, what did I tell you, Professor?
Basically, he asked me to feel that I am a weak person.
Think that you are a weak person. Okay.
Second, he asked me to think that I am a strong
person. Okay. So I, using an input device called ear, put a seed of thought in his brain, right, which is the hardware, which is 2.3 to 2.5 kilograms, which every one of us had, that for a few seconds, please think that you are a very weak person. And immediately he transferred that thought to his body, isn't it? Hand, and I was able to push the hand very easily. And second time I told you, sir?
Strong.
Forget that, think that you are a very strong person. So who are we? We are nothing but our thoughts, right? So the mind is nothing but a collection of thoughts which is processed in the brain. And the brain, thoughts are basically electrical activity. And that electrical activity, thank you very much, Professor, right? Thank you. Thank you so much, right? Please applaud, no? Yes. As faculty, we always tell appreciation, right? Please appreciate your students. Professor Abdul Kalam sir's biggest regret was in India, no one appreciates the other person. But to criticize, everyone is ready, right? So always he used to say, you know, many people in India go to sleep without a meal a day sometimes because we still have poverty. But many more people go to sleep at bed with a regret that no one ever appreciated them. As faculty, please find out ways in which you can appreciate your students so that tomorrow when you want to correct them, they will listen to us, right? So we are nothing but our thoughts, and everything is thoughts. What is going on here is basically thinking, isn't it? Now what happens when we think is, Roger Sperry got the Nobel Prize on the left and right side of the brain, left side processing the cognitive intelligence or the logical thinking, and right side the emotional thinking, right? So whenever we are basically hitting thoughts processed us as we saw he was doing, and it's the right brain which works. And unfortunately, the NEP today maybe is addressing that. Unfortunately for us, most of education means marks, your grade point average, right? So when it is CGPA, and that is important, that means we are producing half-baked individuals. As teachers, we must remember that it's not just the left brain, but it is the right part of the brain also. And when we process that, as Madam was telling, the right part of the brain controls the left side limbs and organs. And because the right part of the brain controls the left side limbs and organs, what is on the left side? The heart. Basically, when an emotional thought we work on, the electrical activity signals the brain through a set of neurons which are connected, and electrical signals are sent to the heart that I require more oxygen. So the brain only functions on oxygen, and oxygen can only be provided by the blood. The blood, the hemoglobin content, right? So heart gets a signal that yes, I have to pump more blood to the right side of the brain, and the heart starts functioning faster. That is why we say dil se, right? Manasu thottu sollunga we say, isn't it? That's basically because the left brain, the right, the heart is on the left side and the right brain connection. So on a very simplistic level, this is how it is. If we can help our students understand themselves that it is their thoughts which they are trying to manage, in the 4 years or 5 years they spend with us, they become more clear about themselves, because thoughts is their choice, isn't it? And when we work on that level with the students, very simple stories which you can maybe start off with a session with, that is what we do in Anna University, sir. We start off with very simple stories, stories of grit, stories of cricket players. You know, Swamiji was telling about Korean dramas. We can talk about Suresh Raina, the cricket player, right? He was on the ground in the Lucknow College hostel, and he found something warm and wet being on his face. He found his seniors were peeing on his mouth. He came out of the hostel, he overcome that and went on to play for India. So these stories of grit, resilience and all builds the capability of the student. So at least I and a lot of my colleagues, we believe that if the students, can themselves create that kind of a mind, strengthen the mind, they are in a better position to handle their own problems. Because whenever we have a problem, yes, counselors are always there, but the best person to always consult is yourself, right? We all fight our battles ourselves. That's something we have to remember. Yes, help is always there from the institution level and all that. But if we can empower the students, everything is possible, right? One thing is stress management.
Okay, thank you. I think we are discussing multiple topics simultaneously, so it's fine. I think it's all helpful for us to get a holistic idea of the issue. So now I request Professor Shailendra to also tell us some challenges maybe from the faculty perspective on how we are handling these aspects.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, from the faculty's standpoint, and I think, basically the way they're perhaps trained is, so far their training is obviously to know the subject matter well. That's where they're trained during their PhD. They're also trained in research. But I think where we probably have completely sort of, not doing anything at all is to sort of say, when you're in this classroom with a set of students, who have certain issues, how do you actually deal with that or handle that, right? So, if you think about faculty training, we're trained to do certain things. The classroom then is expecting us to sort of handle these students. So I think the way in which, again, in terms of what might work, I think that's your question. what actually would work in terms of trying to change the way we handle students and what would prove successful. I think the point that Swamiji mentioned about actually, really trying to understand the student at some personal level is perhaps something that some of us have tried to do. But at the same time, I think it also, I think the leadership, and we've been part of these teacher training programs with the Ministry of Higher Education, with several faculty coming in every couple of weeks. And I think what we're hearing is, the faculty recognize the problem, but they also have to, as complete a syllabus, they have to actually set exams, grade them, publish their own papers. The question is, how do they actually divide up their time? I don't think there's an answer to that question now, but all I can say is I think it's still work in progress. We try different ways to make the student feel comfortable in the classroom, but I think more data is needed to try and understand what actually would work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now I'll also change the topic slightly as we reach out to Dr. Jitendra Nagpal for his inputs due to his experience in mental health and life skills promotion. So there are two challenges that we face as institutions. The basic idea is that we would like to balance academic rigor with student well-being. I think the pressure is there to somehow, release all expectations of academic rigor in favor of student well-being, because students do write messages where they say, I got low marks in this exam, I'm under stress, I'm under depression, please do something. So what is this? What is the implication of that message? The message is, give me some marks because I have told you that I'm under stress. And so I now request Dr. Jitendra Nagpal to help us think about this issue. I also want to request him to discuss about this idea that we focus on success. We focus on student success. It's at some level. The parents are pushing for students to succeed. The students would like to succeed. Everybody has an impression of what that means. Maybe it means a great salary at the end of the 4 years and so on. Students who've gotten into our institutions have a taste of success. They have done well in some exam, etc., and come into our institutions. But in all this experience and expectations, I think one thing that's glaringly missing is that we are not training our young people to handle failure at any level. Nobody says that it's you may fail. Nobody tells the incoming student that actually you may fail. You may fail in subject. You may struggle to get a good grade in a subject. You may not get the job you want. You may not get the internship you want. If you propose to a girl, she may say no, and you have to accept it, and it's not the end of your life. So we are not doing anything to train our young people, and it looks like some of them are also not getting those cues from any other life experience of theirs. So I'm requesting Dr. Nagpal to address this issue of how do we train our young people to accept failure or at least lack of meeting their own expectations with grace and comfort. And also, maybe that's the main point. We'll talk about faculty thing in a bit.
Okay, I think that's I would say, a wonderful description of a question. Well, since morning, all of us have been able to digest and internalize a lot of conversation, and taking a clue from the pre-tea session, which was a walkway and come back to your chair, you can also keep it in mind as a part of your personality orientation through the day and tomorrow. Capacity building, Professor Director Sir also mentioned, Reena ma'am mentioned. What do you understand by your own capacity building when you came here? Don't have to tell now. What are those maybe 3 or 4 qualities? Can you rattle it off, ma'am? You came with the idea as a capacity builder for your own institute. Okay? What is capacity building? What are those qualities which when we talk of mind, mental health and human behavior in institutions, me as a capacity builder, what are those qualities I come here with as a shortlisted delegate and what I wish to go back with? The next session would be about life skills, precisely this. So coming to the fact of decoding mental health itself, we heard about the mind. And I think science is telling us gradually, research in science about mind and brain and the dichotomy. mind as a manifestation of the function of the human brain, and brain as the vessel or the anatomy of the human mind. Science is telling us that. Is it clear so far? Mind as a manifestation by thoughts, emotions and behavior. Thoughts, emotions and behavior as a manifestation of the human brain called the mind. So mind cannot be measured unless seen in behavior, heard by feelings and seen by the thoughts of a person, like we saw. But brain is measurable, tangible. It has a height, weight, volume, 1.5 to 2 kilos. Very important that we keep on having a dialogue on this within ourselves first, as a student, as a faculty, as a director, as a vice chancellor. Are we introspecting on what qualities of my mind, thought, emotion and behavior? 3 parts. Am I scaling over a period of time? Could be few months, could be years of your presence in a college or university. And what are those qualities which I now need to assume that I need to build further? You are a master trainer. You are a capacity builder. So when it comes to an inward journey, I think the challenge we came across was education started as a literacy campaign 70 years back. It became a holistic development movement thanks to NEP. Thanks to NEP, it is a holistic human personality development, not only an academic outcome. But by the flaw, what happens world over, we are driven by an academic outcome, by a livelihood outcome, by a job placement decided by the family pressure, academic pressure, what ma'am said, interpersonal relationships indirectly influencing negativity. Third part, my own regulating mechanisms to my emotions failing. Because the pursuit is academic. The pursuit is job, powerful placement of a job in 4th year or after PG or doctorate. The purpose is not somehow awakened. I'm also talking at the school level, that there is another notable skill which will make you sustainable. Look at the title of the beautiful workshop today and tomorrow. From academic excellence to sustainable wellness. How many are accepting why this title was given? I think Devendra ji and Sarthi Sahab were discussing, I was there. The title was given because there is a huge gap between the pursuit of academic excellence as the objective of life and the pursuit of sustainable wellness as the goal of life. Do you feel there is a gap between the two? How many of you feel that way? Are you sure? Only this much? Very few. Sustainable wellness. Was the gap felt when you were into academic pursuit, maybe 10, 15 years back, 20 years back? Your academic pursuit and sustainable wellness today. If you ask school teachers, let me tell you, they seem to be very successful by this definition, but not happy people. So the children are asking, are you creating a successful work for us or a happy world for us? So that is my first suggestion, that we are creating the NEP is meant to, and this is what the Ministry of Education thought, because the topic of this particular panel is from policies to practices. The wonderful part of the Government of India is now we are not going by suggestions from the Western world. Do you agree that the data of suicides, the data of mental health percentage in India is still less than the Western world? We are 1/5 the size of America, and we are 5 times more than the population of America. Geographically, we are 1/5 the size of America. We are 5 times more the population of America. That is our occasional challenge, because anything which is 1% in mental health would be 1.5 crores. In Switzerland, we have only about 16 lakh children. We have 16 lakh schools in our country. So the population divide compelled us to start connecting for mental health after COVID-19 in an aggressive manner. I am not in full agreement with 1 or 2 comments in the previous session that India is facing the worst crisis of pedagogy. No, we are the best pedagogy in the world. We have friends in Harvard. Me and Devendra Saab met a lady professor from Columbia University today morning in the hostel. She is saying we are proud there to study about the Indian family system. How America is studying the Indian family system in Harvard. How are we sustaining our families? But the threat has been there in the last 10 years, 20 years. So I think the whole idea about generating a skill apart from academic pursuit and job pursuit, or academic pursuit and employment pursuit, is a skill for life skill. We'll talk about self-awareness, empathy, interpersonal relationship, critical thinking. Most importantly, how are we creative to our mind? That is the third part which now needs to be speeded up in the times to come. You'll be happy to know that psychological first aid is not new to India. John Hopkins did that only recently. India is doing it for the last 50 years. But the fact that documentation and feedback mechanisms and feedback loop needs to be strengthened. The purpose of what 48 programs, what Reena ma'am mentioned, 48 programs online have been conducted for psychological first aid, including faculty as the key resource people. What a wonderful achievement so far. Non-mental health faculty as a mental health resource. Nowhere in the world you'll find this. How many, sir? About 4,000 faculty? More than 4,000 faculty. And you are going to be the another feather in the cap. So today what India needs is, we have a huge crisis, agreed. We are about 7 to 10% of our students and faculty reeling under diagnosable mental health conditions. Okay, but need not worry, because crisis is not the objective, crisis prevention. Objective is to create more wellness promoters like you. You are a wellness promoter now. With you, what gatekeeper mental health can be done in your institution, you will prevent 80% of diagnosable mental conditions. If you take on the programs in the hostel, any hostel is a subunit of wellness production, wellness manufacturing. An average hostel would have 200. We've gone to certain institutes where there are 800 in one hostel. It is a township. An hostel is a township. So you're creating a wellness paradigm through students' activities, through participation of the warden, is a policy which is already in place. So one doesn't have to wait for more policies, because India is among the very few countries in the world now having a university formal mental health policy. It's already there in the public domain 2 months back. National level policy for school mental health is just about to come out for 16 lakh schools. So you can imagine who is involved in this. Teachers and pedagogy. Because we have only 12,000 psychiatrists and psychologists in the country. And we need 5 lakhs. We need 100 years to cover up the gap. You can do it. Because what we need is first aiders, early identificators, early detectors. We don't need to go immediately to a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I can do that in the next room of the hostel. I can do that in the warden hostel. I can do that in the playground, in the activity room, in the chopal, in the family darbar, or in the activity room of the main campus. So I think the purpose of this particular activity is to redefine the skyline for promoting mental health through the common individual, which is a student and faculty. That was my initial, we'll be talking about this over the day and tomorrow also. Last point I want to mention here is that we need not worry about, we need not panic about the fact that we have a large number of certain problems like dietary habits and sleep habits. Undoubtedly, there is enough evidence in India also now, if you don't sleep for about 4 hours a day minimum, the brain damage is occurring. The gray matter in the brain, which consolidates our memory in the limbic area and the amygdala, is actually crackling. There are studies from abroad and the National Brain Research Center in Manesar in India that human brain functioning in children who are on devices. How many of you have below 10 years children at home? Anybody? Wow. We have young resource people. How many of the children have 2 to 4 hours of screen time amongst you? 2 to 4 hours. 4 hours? Okay. So, science is telling us that that is the time when the brain is like clay and jelly. You've heard of jelly, no? The custard jelly. Jelly and the clay. It is after 14, 15 years, that brain starts cementing the neurons, the 100 billion neurons in the brain. So at that time, now you're knowing very well that Australia, Sweden, Finland, France, Karnataka is going to pass a bill. Today morning I read in the newspaper, Hindu newspaper, it has come. Prime Minister is suggesting, while he's in his tour to New Zealand and Australia, commending on Australia's decision to ban Android phones for 16 years and below, legally banned. Why? Grey matter diminishing, the volume of the brain diminishing, emotional regulation going haywire. Are you prepared for your children to be banned from screen time? No. So India will debate this in the Lok Sabha maybe, but the countries, among the top 10, 5 countries have banned it. They feel we are not civilized anymore. Norway is looking at no tablets, no screen time in primary education in the school now. Because 1/9 of the brain is used when you are using a tablet. And when you are writing or reading or talking with the teacher, writing, reading and talking with the teacher, you are using 100% of the brain. They have found that. Today morning we heard about the Nobel Prize. Let me tell you, Karolinska Institute starts the Nobel Prize in medicine every year, shortlisting. They have asked the Swedish government to ban mobile device, PCs and tablets in the classroom because brain is shrinking. They call it the brain rotting, not brain fogging. They are calling it the brain rotting in childhood. So what a wonderful research happening the world over. So you as the capacity builder, going by scientific evidence available, not just psychology is important or mental health is important. No, we have science evidence that the brain damages are taking shape in a big way. So your acceptance as science people will be more acceptable to the parents also. We'll come to the other part later then.
Okay, thank you. So I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to do a quick summary of some of the points we discussed, and we will close because we have some more sessions ahead. So I think sources of stress, like I think we discussed, comes from various avenues. I would also like to emphasize from a faculty side actually, speaking for the faculty, that interestingly, much as a lot of people are looking to the institution and saying, what are you doing about the stress on the student? In my view, I don't believe a single faculty actually walks up to a student and says, puts the stress on the student. I mean, I don't think a faculty goes and says, why you did not get the job? Why you did not get that internship? How come you are only at 8.5, whereas your friend is at 8.9? I don't think that's anything that a faculty does. So actually, much as the location of stress, physical location of stress happens to be the universities, the faculty very legitimately say that we are not trained to do this. I'm trained to teach whatever biology, or I'm trained to teach metallurgy. Suddenly you are asking me to be a counselor. I don't even know what I'm supposed to look for in the student and so on. So I think this is an important aspect as as mentors in institutions. Our institutions should try to assist our faculty on what is it that they should communicate. From my own perspective as a dean, I often tell my faculty that if a student raises a request that is that in your opinion is not reasonable, or in fact not even as per the rules, right? So try not to bluntly answer saying no. Don't just send a letter saying no, this is how bad of you to raise this request. That's not the way. I think that's where our communication would fail, in my view. And I do this all the time. When I refuse or turn down a request, I always try to give them another option. I tell them, okay, you didn't get your this option, you didn't get your interdisciplinary dual degree program that you wanted. Why don't you try that minor stream? Instead of simply telling him, you're wasting my time raising this issue that anyway we cannot solve because as per rules it is not allowed. The fact that it is not allowed as per rules, he already knows, right? He or she already knows. So I think this ability to give the news in a little bit more gentle manner is something that we can easily do without much training. So that's something I would suggest. Also, I also mentioned, how do we train our students to face failure, or at least face lack of being able to live up to their own expectations. A simple answer is, please encourage your students to do sports. In sports, every game they play, they are going to win or lose. So they are going to, play with some 3 other kids, lose something, and walk away still smiling. I think if this is something that we can somehow bring back to our systems, because they are not doing it much these days, you will always find this small set of students who are not doing anything in the institute. You have to get them to at least play sports. Okay, so they'll kind of hide into doing nothing. You have to push them out into sports, and that would be a great way of doing this. I think those are some of the points that I wanted to make, to share. I think that due to the lack of time, I would like to thank all our panelists for sharing different perspectives on how these things can be handled or what to look for and how we should go about it. And with that, we will conclude and we can always discuss offline. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Professor Pratap, and also our esteemed panelists for an engaging discussion. I hope this session was very informative and helpful. It might have been helpful for our participants as well. With that, thank you so much. We'll move on to the next panel discussion. Sorry, we would like to felicitate you with a memento before you leave. So. May I request Professor Satya to please give away the mementos. Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you so much to the esteemed panelists and Professor Satyanarayana Gummadi. Moving on, building an ecosystem for student support would be our next session. Our next panel explores how institutions can collaboratively build a strong ecosystem for student well-being. This particular session would be moderated by Mr. Sridhar Bhuvaragavan, President, IIT Madras Alumni. Joining him are Dr. Manimala, Psychiatrist, Kaveri Hospital, Chennai, Dr. Sendil, ACS Medical College, Chennai, Mr. Devendra Kumar Sharma, Director, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Mr. Rahul Mahamala, Student and Mitra Head, IIT Madras, and Mrs. Richa Singh, Founder, Your Dost. May I kindly request the moderator and the panelists to please kindly take their places on the dais. We welcome the panelists for the second session once again, and over to you, Mr. Sridhar, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, and we are standing between you and lunch, so we try to keep this as short as possible. We are running late, we realize that. So let me actually, we have a lot of things to discuss with regards to how an ecosystem with regards to student support can be made, cultured, developed in an institute. We will try to bring out from previous examples of what IIT Madras is doing, we'll try to bring that out. And we'll also try to bring out other perspectives from the esteemed panelists here. So let me start with the student on the panel, and let's pass the baton to Rahul. And ask him to describe about different avenues of student support that are available, and we will build using that to other panelists and ask how those things are being developed in other campuses. Thank you. Rahul.
Hello. So, hello everyone, myself Rahul, and I am a student head at Team Mitra. So, we believe that wellness is a collective effort, collective responsibility, and we can create a good wellness ecosystem through the collective effort with help of a student, faculty, and professional supports and entire campus community. So in our campus, we have major 6 components in wellness, including Mitra, Sathi, Inclusive Education, Wellness Center, Be Happy, and Kusal Meet. So I'll just give a brief idea about what each team have the perspective of having different responsibility and their work. So I'll start with Mitra. So Mitra team is the first point of contact for the student, where a student can approach their peer volunteer in the hostel, in the department. So after that, after reaching out to Team Mitra, our team take the welcoming, they provide the welcoming space to student, and they listen the student, and based on the requirement, will connect with the required resources. So this is the overall of Team Mitra, and our all Team Mitra member are trained with basic counseling training called barefoot training. Moving on to the Sathi team. So Sathi team is mostly handling the mentor-mentee program. When students are coming to the campus, and then they are providing the mentor. Mentor will be the senior who is guiding throughout the adopting the campus environment while they are coming from the home. Also, Sathi does the Acad Buddy program, where if the student having throughout the year academic related some doubt or something, so they can clear. So Sathi does the mentor-mentee program. Then after that, we have wellness facility. In wellness center, we have professionals, where professional counselors are available in all the department and all the hostels, respective their schedule. Apart from that, also professionals are available in all possible way where a student can comfortably connect with counselor. A student can book the appointment for face-to-face counseling. Also, a student can book the appointment for online session. Also, a student can contact via call. Also, a student can reach out to counselor via message. Whatever feel student comfortable to connect with the counselors. Apart from that, we also have a Be Happy. Be Happy initiated by our director, and the most important point of the Be Happy is we have the Kusal meeting. So Kusal meeting, where we have the one dining with our faculty advisor. A faculty advisor have a group of students, 6 or 7 students, where we have a dining with a meal with our professor, where we are comfortably sharing our academic journey, personal experience, and overall well-being, where professor are guiding us how to go about, and overall throughout the semester, throughout the graduating, the professor will be guiding us how to go about it with the requirement and with the resources availability. After that, we have the inclusive education. In inclusive education, we have dedicated team where our team will be providing the student with resources based on the requirement. It's all about accessibility in education, accessibility in campus, like as give the example for me, like I have the locomotive disability, and when I joined the campus is too big, and then there was, after the admission, there is an accommodation interview. In inclusive education team used to conduct, where one-on-one accommodation interview will be there, and where they will be asking what are the resources will be required for the academic, what will be resources will be required for the campus life and all. So this was which helped student to comfortably adopt in the environment, campus environment. So yeah.
Thank you, Rahul. So that gives us a overview of how IIT Madras is trying to, on all aspects of a student life, trying to cover the student wellness part. And there are some other things that Rahul has not mentioned in this, and I would like to bring out. There are two aspects. One is, I think other panelists have spoken before. These are GN courses, like Professor Satya talked about, that now I'm a graduate from 1991, and I know that there is a sea change in terms of what the students are able to do in terms of courses then compared to now. There is a huge amount of flexibility that is built in, not just because of NEP, but also because of what we have seen with regards to academic stress. Now the number of electives are a lot more, and a part of these electives are these GN courses, the general category courses, where you're allowed to discover new fields that are not just, see, I am a civil engineering graduate, and we were hardly allowed to take just a handful of electives outside our civil engineering discipline. But that is not the case for students now. Students can join civil engineering and find that they have an interest in public policy, or they have an interest in data analysis, and they could join and graduate with possibly a minor in either of these kind of disciplines that are far removed from this. So this flexibility that is there in the curriculum is one part of this stress buster, I would say, because the student is allowed to explore his or own interests rather than being straitjacketed into a particular discipline. Now these GN courses, I happen to teach a course called the Happiness Course in IIT Madras. It's a very popular course, very highly in demand, partly because it is easy to get a top grade there. But I would say students come for the top grade, but they leave the course thinking that they've gotten a lot of small skills that will help them to deal with stress, right? So, and I'm so happy as president of the Alumni Association, I go and have chapter meets in different cities in India as well as abroad. I just came back yesterday from having chapter meets in 5 cities in Europe. And in 3 of those cities, I found former students of mine who came up and said that I remember taking this course with you, and it is one of the most memorable courses that I've had, right, in the institute. These are things that are, we are developing, we are helping student wellness in a different way. And these kind of GN courses that we have, and when Rahul talked about mentor-mentee, some of the things that we are doing as an alumni association is to promote alumni to mentor both current students as well as alumni that have just graduated, because we realize that as alumni who have possibly gone on to doing a lot of things, they have the ability and they have the knowledge to guide young students, which are current students, as well as students who may have just graduated, in a lot of career choices. It could be academic career choices, it could be in the professional field, it could be even in other kinds of non-professional, non-academic, it could be relationships, it could be places to live. All these kind of knowledge that is there in alumni could help, and this is something as a mentorship program we are promoting quite a bit. Now, when we are talking about counseling services, I would like to bring in Your Dost, which is a counseling service that has been offered in IITM. I would like to ask Richard to talk about how this has gone on to help students have another choice in terms of when they need help, how Your Dost is coming. Richard, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are in between the lunch and the discussion. Just some more time. I have a 3-year-old waiting at home who is not well. He's like, "Mummy, jaldi aa jao, jaldi aa jao." So I know what it feels like. So you asked a very valid question, right? And so, Mr. Sridhar, I've been working with 250 educational institutions across the country, and today when Professor Gumudi was talking about the model of IIT Madras, I must say, because there are a lot of educational institutions here, that's one of the best models I've seen across the country, right? And I've been working here for 10 years, so I've seen how the model has also evolved, right? And at Your Dost, we always say, mental health is not when a crisis happens, right? Mental health support needs to be an everyday thing for everyone to be a better version of themselves, right? So they are more focused, they can work on themselves, they learn better skills and so on. As a nation, if we say we want to be a Viksit Bharat by 2047, it cannot be only by GDP and infrastructure and global ranking. It also has to be how people are showing up to work and life and everything related to that, right? Not just about, and I always say institutions are nation builders. Institutions are not just about academic excellence, it's about how we are developing our next generation and the generation after. So to your answer of the kind of support that we have been providing, see, we always say support has to be at two levels. One is at an individual level. Do I have access to support, right? It's late in the night, it's 2 in the evening, 2 in the night, it's a weekend, weekday, whatever it is. If at that point I need support, do I have support available, right? Maybe I am not comfortable to walk out to a space and talk to someone, that's okay. Can I connect online, right? So we provide both online support, in-person support through counseling. But we also say there might be a lot of people who do not require counseling, and that's okay, right? They are looking at to be a better version. Are there tools available to them which helps them self-reflect? If I was I was feeling angry, is there an exercise I can do? Can I do body scan meditation? Can I play games and improve my focus, concentration, memory? Those are also a lot of things that we do to help someone learn more about themselves and then be a better version of themselves. If required, seek support from professional, online, offline, whatever they prefer, whatever time of the day and all of those things. But another thing that we also, I think is very critical is as an institution, right? As an organization, how the community is also ready, right? As peers, as mentors, as teachers, as alumni. Can you identify someone needs help? What should you say? What should you not say? How could you support better? And a lot of capacity building, training, workshops, and all of those things also. While of course we support, but I love the way how things are I think some of these things exist at a lot of institutions, but the way it is done in IIT Madras, where it's said it's the agenda of the institution, right? It's right at the top. The leadership says this is critical for the well-being of my people is so critical. I think that's a part I really feel they allocate resources, I think at IIT Madras, and I feel like those are so critical. It has to be right from the top. It has to be where students are. It has to be given in a way that they accept. I think Swamiji was saying in the morning also, right? In a way that they find it, say, fun, engaging, and still get the message. Or how you were talking about the course, right? How can it be made? And how are you measuring that? As an institution, do you have that readiness in case a crisis comes? Are you measuring what is the impact of the things that is happening, right? Right from screening to benchmarking assessments and surveys and having the data to improve yourself, I think month on month, year on year. I think that's some part that we do here at IIT Madras, and the part has evolved in the last 10 years, sir. That's a little bit about it.
Thank you so much, Richa. And, you know, given that this is happening at IIT Madras, we have been hearing a lot about how IIT Madras does it. I would like to bring in Dr. Sendil and ask his perspective as to, because there is no one solution to this issue, there is no one perspective that is always right. There are different perspectives, and even in IIT Madras, what I am blessed with is that they have realized that there are multiple ways, multiple support systems that need to be done, and therefore they have found places for a person like me, they have found a place for a person like Richa, they have found places for, Dean Gummadi, to put in their solutions to the problem. So in that way, I would like to bring in Dr. Sendil to talk about his perspective and what he does at ACS.
Thank you, sir. Let me first thank IIT Madras Director and Dean and rest of the professors for inviting me here for this panel discussion. I see it's a very interesting session and I'm gathering a lot of ideas. I would look at this as a clinician from where we all look into the wellness being, mental wellness. We should also look into the aspect that wellness it spills over into physical disorders also. So if somebody is not well, there will be a lot of physical disorders, and it's vice versa. Somebody who's not physically well, like in the morning Dean was saying, they will have mental disorders. So these two are interconnected. So in fact, a lot of the wellness disorders or mental disorders have translated into lifestyle diseases, lifestyle disorders. Most of the non-communicable diseases have a basis somewhere in this place because of the mental illnesses. And these lifestyle disorders as a cycle also influence mental disorders. So it is important to recognize this, and if we can from the beginning start correcting ourselves on physical aspects, like Professor Haridas was telling in the last session that we must encourage them to do some sports. That's right. Sporting activities not only will give them discipline, but will also encourage them to move, to use their limbs, hands and mind, to move away from the core activity of only mind and thinking, because it is very obvious that a lot of the work here is desk based. Let me just contrast it with the scenario in a hospital, for example. There everybody runs around, everybody is on the move, everybody has to see a patient. Patient will not come to you. Many of the times you have to go to the patient. So these things will make you move. Nextly, a hospital setting is a place where it's bubbling with life. Unlike some of the things where we may be working with inanimate, we are working in a lab, working with a computer, working with processors, working with instruments. So we have to work with patients. So that itself, that setting itself calms you down, makes you more mature, brings in the best in you, brings out the humane aspect in you. So this kind of interaction can be brought in this campus also, where we have to interact more with the students and teachers, and students among themselves have to interact. So a lot of the times they are busy with their devices or with their device. There's a feedback actually. A lot of times there is these people have to be with their devices or with their computers, and this kind of cuts out a lot of human interaction. And if there are some spaces where you can have interaction with comedy, laughter, that makes it even better. So these areas, if they can be addressed, it will make a big difference. Also, we have to, from what I see here, I was just talking to others in the morning, the people who walk into this campus, the students who walk into this campus basically, are some of the achievers. In their sphere, they have achieved, and wherever they have been trained, they have achieved, and they've come here. And they meet here the other achievers also. So they must understand, the students must understand that it's a congregation of achievers. Now, the competition or whatever it is between the achievers. And here also there will be grading, some will be above, some will be below, but each one of them will follow their own sphere of activity. And it's no way says somebody has a grade point of 5 or 6 doesn't mean that he's bad. It just means that his sphere of activity, his sphere of work can be much better elsewhere. And that is where the faculty or the mentor's role comes in, where they can identify this, give that kind of impetus and that kind of input to the student, and maybe change his sphere of activity and bring out the best in him. So all this stems from the fact that we as a society have transformed ever since my times. Say for example, when I was a student in a school, there was something called moral science. I don't know how many schools now have moral science classes. If we start from there, moral science, give, take, lose, gain, hurt, happy, all this will fall into place. And right from that time, these students will get into the groove and they will understand that there is always a failure, there's always a winning, and stress comes down. Once the stress comes down, they learn to ignore failure or they take it in the sportive way. All these next aspects will come down. That is the mental illness, physical illness, loneliness, all that would come down. So from a clinical perspective, I think this is how I look at it.
Thank you, Dr. Sendil. And some of these, your statements as well as some of the other panelists have brought out, and it is so relatable to me because in my course, I talk to students about how to deal with failure. And the first thing that I talk about in that class is that failure is inevitable. Every person goes through failure. No matter how successful you are, it could be, you could be a Sachin Tendulkar, you could be a Roger Federer, you could be a Rafael Nadal. Everybody has faced failure. It is, so once you accept that failure happens to everybody, even the best of us, like he said, once you come into this institute, you're all amongst achievers, and in a ranking system, somebody has to be above average, somebody has to be below average. You could have been the best student in your school, but here you may be not the best person in this class, right? So once you face that, it is how you deal with that failure that matters, and that is one of the classes that I take. And then I also talk to them about benefits like Swamiji talked about, right? So when he said, the circadian rhythm, following the circadian rhythm is important. So I tell the students that yes, it is good for you to sleep at 10:30 and wake up around 6:30. I know that the students find it very difficult, but what is good for me is that by the time the course ends, it's a semester long course. So I tell them that experiment with yourselves. Sometimes the students come back and say that I have made some slight changes in my either sleeping habits or I am exercising a lot more and I am seeing a difference. So this feedback that when I get at the end of the course is so gratifying because, I don't come and say that, look, you do this because I am saying this. You try it out for yourself and see the results. Because this is backed with scientific results, we show them the references as well. So when we talk about how the person's mental well-being can be elevated through either friendship or group activity or exercise, all these are scientifically proven. But when the student does it and sees other students talking about it in the class saying that I did this and it did me better, so many other students get inspired by that same example because it is not that the teacher has said do this and this will be better. The student has done it and it has given this effect, and the student is first hand giving this impression saying that I am feeling better because of this. So this kind of actual feedback coming from the class through the teachings that we do is really gratifying. Now I want to go to Dr. and Manimalai and talk about when at your level as a psychiatrist, there are gradations, there are counselors, then there are psychologists, and then when cases do come to you, is this a place where where the system is broken, or that is, have there been many intervention points that have been there and we've lost the student, we haven't intervened and it has come to you, or there are some cases that simply cannot be helped and it has to come to a level like yours? If you could please address.
Sure, thanks. Good afternoon. So, before I answer your question, sir, I would like to, I see a lot of young parents here and parents to be, grandparents to be. So, I work a lot with children and adolescents. So, what I would like to stress is mental health starts perinatal. even before the child is born. It starts with the mother. So mother's mental health is very equally important. But as we see, this topic is on building an ecosystem for the higher education students. So it's very important that we give importance to the perinatal mental health. As Sir said, moral science classes in the school level, that is also very important. As they go to the college, the biggest thing regarding mental health is one thing which I want to really stress on is the stigma. The stigma is one thing which I feel that the adolescents and young adults or even the children, they are open about the mental health issues. They, in my OPD practice, they are very open, they come for help, but I'm not sure whether it is the same with the parents. Even last week I met a girl who is doing her final year in college. Like first time she was with her neighbor. She has been on treatment for quite some time, but she came with severe suicidal ideas. And she has not made an attempt. Previously also she had certain these kind of issues. She is on treatment, but still she is not feeling well. I asked her whether the neighbor who accompanied her, the aunt, why the parents couldn't. The girl said that she's a topper, she's doing everything. Academically, she's doing well, from a well-settled family, everything. She said, my parents are not able to understand that I'm going through this. So I said, can you bring your mother next time for consultation? Because it's very important. She's a day scholar. And she's with her parents. And her mother came, she's from a very, she's a position in a very top position at work. And the thing was, I don't say that she's ignoring or she's not very understanding about the child, but she's not very clear about the mental health issues that the child is going through and she can go through. The first question the mother asked me was, she has everything in her life. Why should she have this kind of thoughts? Why should she have a depression or an anxiety or suicidal thoughts? Then I had to really talk to her for more than 45 minutes and explain her that mental health or mental illness is similar to other physical illness. Anybody can have it. That is very important. Even with all the facilities available, still a person can have a mental illness. That need not be a precipitating factor or a stressor, anything, but still they can have. As I said, the adverse childhood experience which we spoke about in the perinatal period or in the newborn or in the child developmental time, those are significant. That shapes the child or when they become an adult. So one who has a mental childhood trauma are more prone for mental illness when they grow up. And we know that these mid-20s are the time when a lot of mental health issues regarding mental illness, like the major and severe mental illness come. Especially in male, it is early 20s, and in women, it's around the late 20s or early 30s. So we have to be very careful. I can see that a lot of work has been done. As I was called as a speaker here, I went through all the work that has been happening in IIT Madras, and really, it's a lot of good things, great things have been happening. A big applause to all of you, sir. But the one thing is, as I said, going to midnight, I think Ma'am Richa Ma'am asked, when in the middle of the night when somebody is really in need of help in an emergency, they have, they are in a very stressful situation, or they are height of anxiety, or they are very suicidal, they feel that, because we get these kind of calls very often. So it is very important that we always give our OPD or one number, personal number of one of our staff, so that they can contact them immediately when they are in panic. Another one is, more importantly, peer support. The peer support, we always say, call a friend, not call a friend, call the friend. One person we are supposed to identify. The student has to identify one person who he or she can rely on when he is in severe or acute stress, so that he or she can reach out to them. And the peer support training is also very important to identify and help the person. Regarding as a person who is going through a mental disturbed phase, or as we say stress is normal to some extent. When it becomes persistent and it keeps on disturbing one's regular activities, it is a problem. So when the person, it's very important that the person themselves, sometimes they are able to identify. Most of the time they are not like, I'll take care of it. It's not like a fever, after taking Dolo you get over. It's just, I'm not going through a bad mood, I'll be fine tomorrow. But most of the time when they reach the doctor or the counselor, psychologist, more than months or years before they reach. So it is very important for them to identify. I think these college classes and these courses and workshops help them to do that. So identifying and accepting is the foremost thing in mental well-being of the students, and then getting help. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Manimala. Last but not least, I would like to bring in Shri Devendra ji. Devendra ji, Rita ji, and Jitendra Nagpal ji. We've been meeting in these conclaves every now and then, but from an IIT Madras perspective, I know how invested and interested and we are dialed in with regards to the student wellness. I can see from their perspective as well, because of the intention they bring to this, that they are also equally interested in student well-being. I would like to ask Devendra ji to talk a little bit about capacity building, taking something that is built here and to take it to a larger audience.
Thank you, sir. So the very fact that all the institutions, all the resource person, who have talked earlier, they are talking about ecosystem-based approach, and the fact that the very theme of the session that we have to have ecosystem, that means there is a important shift. We are not talking about individual intervention or some helpline or individual counseling kind of system. So this ecosystem basically provides a platform that where we are able to address the problem from the supply side perspective. Right now what is happening, we are waiting for crisis to happen, then we are responding. So that means we are waiting for demand to come, then we respond. So instead of that, we are talking about a system where there is a interlocked people's structure system, it is there, which will take care of the issue of well-being of students. So, and this is what we have been doing when we conceptualized this integrated approach for promotion of positive mental health, well-being and resilience in higher education ecosystem in 2024. Prior to that, we had issued in July 2023 one framework document under the guidance of then secretary, and idea was that let us give some guidelines to the institution so that they will do on their part for development of some ecosystem-based approach for addressing the problem. But at the same time, by the end of December, the problem were still continuing. So then secretary, he thought that it was his wisdom that let us start doing something. Let us not wait that who institution will do on their own. So he was of the very firm view that higher education ecosystem is very big. It's a big universe. So we should also do on our part. So we started this program, and every fortnight we are engaging with around 100 faculty. Of course, we call around 100. Sometimes we get 36, 40, but most of the time we have got more than 70, 80 faculty, and still lack of participation has never discouraged us. So even next week on 14th we are having one session. So far we have been able to engage with more than 3,500 faculty in the online mode. Plus, we have started Wellbeing Conclave in 2024. So first was in IIT Hyderabad. It was a very successful event. In 2025, we organized at IIT Bombay. Again, we saw more than 350 faculty and students from different centrally funded institutions. And these all have generated enough conversation amongst the faculty. At least faculty are talking about, and they are recognizing that this is a problem. We need to first recognize the problem, normalize conversation around the issue of mental well-being, then only we will be able to address the problem arising out of it. In all of our conversation, the basic shift we are talking about is that we have to move from crisis to prevention. We must have a model where we are able to build resilience early and normalize conversation. Second motto is that we must have early identification mechanism. So when we engage with faculty of higher education, idea is not that they should become psychiatric counselor. Basic idea is that they should have some awareness or understanding about the early signs, what is the problem, because they are the person who mostly interacts with the students. They know about their students, they know what is the problem, maybe the problem because they are most of the time interacts with the students. We are also focusing on shifting focus from individual approach to institutional approach. So this well-being system must be inbuilt in the governance of the educational institution. It must be manned by adequate number of counselor. Supreme Court has given guideline. They are saying 100 per 100 student, one counselor, but that is very big task that we have to see. Thirdly, we are seeing the role of faculty very important, because ultimately it is not that in every cases we need to have psychiatrist support. Idea is that let faculty be made aware about the early signs. He can address the problem at the early stage itself, so that cases are not escalated to the level of psychiatric. So this is how we are talking with all the faculty. And second thing is, fourth point is that whatever activity we plan, we must make students as the important partner. So whatever activity we plan, it should be a student-led. If it is not a student-led, if we think that, okay, we have to design system which is for them, then it will not work. It will work best if we design system which is with them. And third, we need to have a ecosystem which provides multiple pathways. It provides for career counseling, academic counseling, counseling to handle stress, emotional, physical health, psychological health. It should address the issue of sleep, nutrition. So these are all complicated issues. There is not a single sort formula for any ecosystem-based approach. Gradually, we are trying to talk about these and interact with the faculty as well as the institution, so as to get these things ingrained into the governance of the institution.
Thank you, Devendra ji, for this. And in the interest of time, I will just summarize what we have seen. We had a lot more time for this panel, but time is running late. So I want to thank Rahul for explaining the different choices that a student has with regards to support. And I want to thank Richa for talking about your dost and the value it provides in this ecosystem. I want to thank Dr. Sendil about bringing the perspective of exercise and other intervention methods in the student's own life and how it helps. And I want to thank Dr. Manimala to talk about parents and how they are also an important part of the students' well-being. I tried to bring in a little bit about how courses like the course that I teach, the happiness course, and other elective-based approach reduces pressure in students, and this is something that you guys could all consider. We are all available here if you have any further questions, you feel free to approach us. But thank you so much for listening to what we had to say, and we showcased an ecosystem that helped the student to support, just like Devendra ji said, that it is not an individual that helps the student not have these issues. It is not just the faculty, it is not just the student, but it's an ecosystem that helps students to overcome any issues with mental well-being. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sridhar sir, for beautifully moderating the session, and also to the esteemed distinguished panelists for a very engaging session and also touching upon the clinical aspects of mental well-being. With that, may I request Professor Sarit P. Satyan, Advisor Wellness, to give away the mementos to our panelists. Can we have a bigger round of applause? Thank you, Professor Sarit, and also our distinguished panelists. Okay, with that, we'll break for lunch, but we are also going to rearrange the tables for an activity just after lunch. Your belongings will be safe, but do keep an eye on it. Yeah. Thank you. 13 participants in a team. 2 tables together we've already put.
Hello participants. So we have joined both the table together. So around the table we want 13 participants together for our next session. We will have some fun activity session. So kindly gather and arrange yourself in that manner. So it will be help us to arrange our next session. So the next session is going to be activity, and for that we need you to separate in particularly 8 groups. So I request all the participants to divide yourselves among 8 groups. So from here, from the stage, I can see properly formed 5 groups. I will request rest of them to kindly complete their lunch as soon as possible, and then kindly join our sessions. Also, the groups seated at back, can you please come to the front? So it would be going to be a fun session. So we want your active participation. So I request the groups that have made and seated at the back, kindly come at the front.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. Yeah, good afternoon. I love the smiles. So please, can we come closer? We don't want people to be away from us. We need only 8 groups. Now you have to, why this table should be left vacant? We request all those participants to come here. Quickly grab your chairs and your belongings and come here. Just like kids, come running, quickly. 2 tables with 13 people around, just 8 groups. Whatever material is being distributed, just keep it with you. We will keep giving you the guidelines, right? So why can't we come this side, shift this side?
Please
And you need to
organize yourself
occupy-
a little bit. So we will be having the session soon.
Please leave a space in between to move around because we are not going to let you sit. So you must have space to move around. This table, please fill up the chairs. Here, do not go far away. Are we distributing the material? Quickly.
The volunteers are distributing
Where
the
are the
materials.
half sheets? Half sheets of A4. Each one should be given. The A4, half of A4 sheet. And kindly listen to the instructions. Each one of us should have, please turn your iCard like this. Okay? Yeah. And we'll be giving you Devapriya, where is half of A4 sheet? That has to be given. I think we have sellotape with you. So do not pick up the things, whatever is being given to you. Listen to the instructions and then we'll move ahead. So you have to paste half of this A4 sheet on your iCard. Not your iCard, but the person sitting. Obviously you cannot. So just leave it like that with a sellotape, not the colored tape. First, are we settled? All of us? Okay, let's begin with, why are we sitting there? No. Stand up, that group, come on. Hurry up, stand up all of you. And come to this table. Come here quickly. Quickly, sir, yeah. Pick up your chairs. Come on, hurry up. I'm sure when you were kids, you wanted to be close to the teacher. Yeah. The teacher is looking at me. It felt so good. So we can't be there and look at everyone. So let's have close eye contact. Right? Sir, do you mind shifting this side because we need space to move around? Yes, Devapriya, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone.
We can stop the music.
Hope you all had a great lunch, and in the forenoon session, you all had a very enlightening talk. So our afternoon session focuses on one of the most important pillars of student well-being, that is the building resilience. First of all, I want to convey that take a moment to appreciate yourself that you have already shown this much enthusiasm to attending a post-lunch session. So I will like to join you in a round of applause that you guys have shown this enthusiasm. So in this session, basically we will discover simple ways to strengthen our resilience and nurture the positive mental well-being. So with that, I hope from this session you will take some note and you will implement in future, near future. So to lead this session, I want to call Dr. Geeta Maharatra, who is the Senior Master Trainer in Life Skill Resilience Building in Mental Health in universities. You already have met Dr. Geeta Maharatra. I would like to call Professor Edmana Prasad from IIT Madras, Colonel Jaya Kumar to please take the stage and kindly lead this activity session. So in this session, we will try to get along with ourselves. We will learn how to build resilience. So please take the stage. So we want very much active participation from your side, because we don't want anybody to sleep after post-lunch. So I hope you all will be very enthusiastically participate in this. I hope you all have got your materials. So the session will be led by Dr. Geeta Maharatra. I hope you all have received your materials, that is the half A4 sheet. So soon we will...
I'll demonstrate. Sir, can you stand up? We haven't got the sellotape on every table. So sir, come here. No, not this one. Do not use the colored tape till you are instructed to. So you'll be getting a tape, sellotape we have. So this is how you have to stick onto your iCard and just leave it alone for now. Okay, so just turn around, sir, so that everyone can see. Okay, and let it be there. Do not ask any questions. We will tell you when it's time, right? Okay. Devapriya, may we? Huh? But before that, let's see if we have the ping pong balls, smiley balls on every... Do we have the balls? Yes? No, not the balls, but the ping pong yellow colored balls.
The
every table?
smiley balls
Every table?
on every table.
That's how the language is. Yes. Okay. Every table?
Raise your hand with the smiley balls placed onto your table.
Yeah, just keep it with you. But I want to be sure if every table has. So this is group number 1. Remember, group number 1, raise your hand quickly before we begin with the activities. We have very little time. Where is Riala sir or Sarthi sir? I need to know the time I have. We are starting at what time? Debupriya?
2:54 almost.
2:54?
Yes.
So I have time till 4:30. 4:30. So, and everything has to be very rapid. It's time bound. Group 1. Group 2. Group 2. Shout group 2. Come on, quickly. Sir, it doesn't take much energy to say group 2. Everyone, group 2. You can give a name to your group. Group 3. Shout group 3. Let's see which is the most energetic group. Group 3. Group 4. Louder, louder. You have stored all the energy. Group 5, come on. Yippee. Group 6. Group 6, come on. Okay, let that be group 6. Group 6, hooray. Group 7. Give your group a name, okay? Now, you have these ping pong balls. I request Tamanna to play the music. And now, pick up the ping pong balls, okay? Come on, come on. I know there are not 13 balls. Whoever has the, just pick up whether 2 balls, 2 people can pick up. And now, little softer, Tamanna. Yeah. So what you have to do is, come on, yes, exercise on my hand muscles. You have to throw the ball at each other within your group. Okay? Wait, sir, wait. This is how the children are. See, so excited. I haven't finished my instructions. You have to throw the ball at each other without hitting the ground. You're out. No. Why 3 tables? All right, it's okay. So you have to wait when I say start, then only you start. We don't need to give, I never said start, ma'am.
Yes.
We don't have to give more than 2 balls. Not more than 2 balls. Not more than 2 balls. Okay. So are we ready? Any questions? You have to throw the ball at each other without letting it hit the ground or the table. Okay, keep it in the air. Is it clear? Is it clear? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, start. Tamanna, the music. And when the music stops, you will stop.
Suraj,
without hitting the table, hitting the table. No. And make sure that you have passed on to everyone. Hurry up. Quick. Where is the music, Tamanna?
Suraj, can you please pass the ball to the group 6?
Quick, don't let it touch the table. Good. You can throw to other tables also now. You can throw to other groups also. And let's see. Yeah, but don't let it hit the ground. No, don't be so naughty. Don't be so wild. Come on, let's see. Very good. What a sight. Catch. Lovely. Okay. Stop. Music stops and we stop. Whenever the music stops, we stop. Okay. Now relax. Put the ball back into the bowl. We have to be organized. Put the balls into the bowl. And you can pick up a candy. You are all very good children. Now all of you stand up. Before we move to the next activity, do you have these lovely blank A4 sheets stuck onto your iCard? Everyone, each one of you? Yes or no? Yeah, because we have to move from one activity to the other without wasting a single second. So now, we will have the music on, Tamanna. Be at it, please, right? You have to go around and greet 6 people in your own way. Okay? And you will stop wherever you are when the music stops. So be alert, be mindful. 1, 2, 3, and go. Come on, music. Move around, greet people. Greet them in your own way. Quick. Move around. Come on. You don't have much time. Yes. Come on. You have to greet 6 people in your own way, in your own language. Yes. Meet new people. Come on. Stop. The music will stop and go back to your seats. Sit down. Yes, ma'am. The music has stopped. Come on, sit down.
The entropy of the room has increased so much.
All right. I am going to sing a song. Everyone settle down quickly. I will sing a song, and when you hear the sound B, ma'am, let's listen, because let's avoid repetition, right? So, yes, this group number 7, please be seated. We will not have enough time to waste. Ma'am, sit down. So now, I am going to sing a song. No music for this. And when you hear the sound B, you're sitting now. Every time you hear the sound B, you will stand or sit. Any questions? No? Clear? So, it goes like this. Group number 6. Did you hear what I said? I'm going to sing a song. At every time you hear the sound B, you will stand or sit. And no other sound, right? My bony, come on, bony lies over the ocean. My bony lies over the sea. Bring, come on, back, bring. Ma'am, you have to sit every time you, come on. Bring back, bring back, bring back. I know many of them are being smarter. Bring back, the smarter you act, the smarter I'm going to be. Bring back, bring back, bring back, bring back, bring back, bring back. Oh, bring back my bony to me. Clap for yourselves. You were so good. Clap, clap, clap. Come on, come on. Hug yourself. Hug yourself. Come on. Ma'am, hug yourself. No time to talk, huh? Hug yourself. When it's talking time. Sir, not like this. How would you hug somebody else? Oh, hug yourself. And then what do you say? I love myself. Say, all of you, we want to hear the chorus. I love myself. Let's hear the sweetest sound when you say, I love myself. I love myself. Sir, you genuinely love yourself, actually. One more time, I love myself. All right. Now quickly, stand up, all of you. Yeah, it's going to be very tough, huh? We want all of you to fall in 2 rows. 2 rows. Can you please come here? Yeah. All of you come here. Ma'am, we request you to shift this table, please. Sorry. All of you, this is one row A and row B. Each one of us should have a partner. No, sir. Stand on this line, row number A. Row A. Come here. Come here. Very simple. Yeah. All of you, please come here quickly. And this will be row B. Yeah. Sir, we can shift these tables also, please. No, this way. Huh? Can we shift these 2 tables, please? Yeah. So ma'am, not like this. Okay? Face. You have to like India and New Zealand. Cricket teams. Right? So stand here. This is your LOC. Right? Come here, ma'am. On this line, all of you. Yeah. So 2 lines, okay? This is row B. 2 lines, India, New Zealand cricket team or whatever. Yeah, great. So move this side, sir. Shift this side. Come on, sir. Hurry up. Fall in. Here. And each one should have a partner. Each one should have a partner. We can shift this side. Yeah, good. So we're going to have a toss. Yeah, each one should have a partner. Quickly. Ma'am, can we move this chair? Yes. Ensure that each one has a partner. Handshake. Give a high five. No, not like this. To the person opposite. Yeah. Each one shake one. Yeah, very good. So, okay. When I say, now listen. I will say 1 and you have to give a high five. Come on. 1. No, don't be late. You have to be very prompt. When I say 2, jump up high. 2. Jump up high. Come on, everyone. 2. 1. 2. When I say 3, come on. Turn around. When I say 3, turn around. 3, 2, 1. When I say 4, you have to shake. 4, shake. Come on. Shake your boogie. Shake, boogie. Ma'am, come on, do it. Everyone has to do. If we don't, yeah, very good. So 2 was jump? Okay. 3, 2 was turn around. All right. 4. Okay, now face this side, all of you, face this side. Great. Put your hands on shoulders of the person. You may ask, sir, may I? May I? No problem? No problem, okay. Now when I say orange, step forward. Orange, 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 orange. When I say bananas, jump backwards. Banana, 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 orange, 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 come on. Orange, 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 banana, banana, banana. All right. When I say mango, turn around 360 degree, but don't leave the hands. How do you do it? Mango, come on, mango, mango, banana, banana, hands on the shoulder. All right, clap for yourself, clap for yourself. All right. Now you have to again, let's take a walk. Usually we do morning walk, evening walk, okay? Remember whatever we are doing here, we are going to share the purpose of it. Okay? So keep thinking, keep your critical thinking, creative thinking turned on. Everything what we are doing right from the beginning, we need to know the purpose of it. So you have to go around, music will be played, and while you're going around, I will call out the number. You have to get into same number. Suppose I say 5, you have to get into group of 5. Those who don't find a group, they will be eliminated. All right? Got it? Any questions? I might say 10. 10. Okay? So you have to get into that. So should we start? Debu, let's have the music. Debu, Priya. So you'll walk, walk, walk. When I say the number, the music will stop and you have to huddle into the same number. Here we go. Come on, start the music, please. Come on, you start walking. Start, walk, 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 walk. Enjoy the music. Ah, no, 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 no. Come on, walk, walk, walk. Enjoy the music and walk. Go for a walk, sir. Go, go, go. Go. Let the music, let them do their job. Walk, walk all of you. Walk all of you and wait for me to call out the number. Hurry up, walk man, don't stand, don't stand. When I say the number, call out the number, you have to get together in the same number of people. Not same group, no, 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 no. Continue walking, walk, walk, in and out, go, go, zigzag. Sir, forget that. You have to form another group. Okay, walk. Come on, you're not supposed to sit. Come on, continue walking, continue walking. Faster, 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 faster. Ma'am, there is a lot of space. Go that side. Walk, walk, walk. Stop. And you, 12, 12. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Huddle together, huddle together. I'll count 10 and that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Look at this. All boys got together. Stop. Who did not find a group? Are you 12? Are you 12? Okay, show us a formation of a piano. Come on, get into a piano. Show us a piano. Come on. All the groups. Piano. Show us a piano. Come on, create a piano for us. Okay, how does a piano look like? How many groups are there? How many groups is found? Make a piano quickly. You have only 10 seconds. Let's see how creative you are. Yeah, yeah. Sir, piano has that. And we need a pianist also. We need a pianist here. We need a pianist to play the piano. Huh? this is a piano. Piano. No, we need a pianist also here to play the piano. Don't change your groups. Don't change your groups. 12 people in one group. All right. So here we have the pianist. We have the pianist. Everyone is a piano. Come here, sing a song for us and play the piano. Yeah. Come on. Okay. Do we have a pianist and a singer in any of the groups? Wow. Can we take a picture? See, piano has a roof also, no? Piano has a roof. Show us the piano and show the keys. When you play the piano, the keys will go up and down. Where is the pianist who can sing? Which group? See? None of the pianists.
I'm playing tabla actually.
Whatever language, yeah.
Jingle bells,
No, jingle
bells, jingle
Oh, no, it's not Christmas time, ma'am. No. Come on.
Happy birthday to you.
All right.
Jiya jale, ja jale.
There you are.
Dhua chale, dhua chale.
Good. Lovely. So are you all 12 people in a group? Huh? So now what do? We will all occupy one table. There should be in all 8 groups. Yeah? We understand your belongings are in different tables, but do not change the groups. Quickly go back and settle down. Don't change the group members. Do not change the group members. Yeah. Go quickly. Hurry up quickly. You have to stick to this group, ma'am, which you formed just now. Yeah. So pick up your belongings and settle down. Hurry up. Quick. We are all grown-up children, right? Yes. Now, can we listen? Can we request you all to share at least 3 responses? What was the purpose of all this, what we did? So this is table 1, table 2, group 2, group 1. You can have the names. So what was the purpose of doing this? Quick responses. There is no one perspective. There is no one answer. There is nothing right or wrong. Okay? And no answer is incorrect. Share your perspectives. As we said in the morning, we are not here to hear our own voice. We want to hear your voice. Okay? So, come on. Yes.
Stress-free physical activity.
We want to hear something related to, this purpose of this workshop. Yeah, quickly. Your mic is there.
To heal our mind.
To heal our mind.
Yes.
Okay. Ice breaking. Ice breaking? Where is the ice? We did not break the. Okay. Yeah. Next.
Madam.
Yeah.
Here.
Yes, sir.
Here. I think it helps us to build a team. The entire activity was, let's say, focused to help.
Louder, sir. Louder.
It is useful to build teams.
Yeah.
Building team. Okay. What else?
You feel sleepy after lunch. So
Can we note down on that whiteboard, please? Yes.
You feel sleepy after lunch. So
Were you feeling sleepy?
No, to overcome that.
Yeah. That's okay. It's okay to feel. Yeah. Yes, sir. What about that side? Yes,
Social
sir.
connection.
Huh?
Social connection.
Social connection. Yeah.
Cooperation.
Who's that? You had proper food, ma'am? So where is the energy?
Cooperation.
Cooperation. Okay. Coordination. Collaboration. Okay. What about, yes, sir? Huh?
I think it is
Enjoyment. Sir, is it important to enjoy? So when we are enjoying, are we learning also?
Yeah, I'm trying.
What did we learn?
It's okay to be silly. It's okay to be silly sometimes.
It's good to do silly, billy things. I'm glad that it came from. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I think it is because peers can really change your perspective, and how you work in teams will help with your mental health.
Perfect.
I think
one needs to shrug off any inhibitions that they might have when they're meeting new people. So I thought I went around laughing, and I think there's happiness in laughing.
All right. Now, since you talked about laughing, so look at me when I let's laugh. Huh? Let's all of us laugh. So I will start with this level. Eyes on me, please. Eyes on me. Yeah, I know we have to twist and turn, but that's how it is. So start laughing. This is low level, huh? Giggling, huh? So as I raise this level, laughter should also rise, okay? So watch my hands. So let's hear the giggles first and then to the highest level. Am I visible to all? Okay. Come on, start. Wow, fantastic. Yeah, they said no. So did we bond with new people, you said, right? Is it important? Yeah, can we elaborate into, say, few words speak a lot, okay? So in few words, we are actually rehearsing, sharpening, honing our communication skills. This group, how?
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Here.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so, what I found in these activities is, I forgot all my stress for the time being during this activity. So, stress-free.
Very good.
I'm out of the stress.
Sir, is it important or is it possible to do this kind of silly billy things in your classroom? No?
Yes.
Should we have this kind of maybe 5 minutes? In this short duration of time, we are demonstrating some of the activities which will naturally hone my life skills, build resilience, like what all you said, compassion, collaboration, connect, communication, through these simple activities, right? So is it doable? Is it doable? Usually we get to hear the students don't communicate because the faculty doesn't communicate. Because we come, as we all said, it's just a syllabus academic, CGPA or whatever, right? So if we do this, maybe during the period or end of the period, is it going to build a rapport, break the ice, shed our inhibitions, doing something beyond the curriculum? Yeah. Yes? Yes or no? Okay, NEP talks about some of the 21st century skills. What are those 21st century skills? Which we have actually rehearsed here. Come on. The modern industry wants what? Skills. Very good. Sir, louder, louder. Please pass on the mic to... Yes. Sir, speak louder.
Collaboration.
Sir, it's not on. Collaboration. And? Louder, please. Ma'am, we can't hear you. Communication, okay? Huh? Networking.
Hello.
Creativity, lovely. This
Creativity.
Did we apply creative thinking right now?
Yes.
Was there any learning through these innovative ways?
Yes.
Did any learning happen?
Yes.
I never told you what was the objective of these activities. It came from you. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Huh? Togetherness. Very good. We laugh together. We learn together. We share each other's experiences. Okay? Yeah.
Sir, does togetherness improve empathy? How, ma'am? Please tell us, no?
Mic, please, mic. Pass on the mic.
Certainly, sir, it improves our empathy, sympathy, because we feel apnapan hota hai na, togetherness. Unless we don't have the togetherness, we will not have the empathy also.
So here you are having faculty and students.
Exactly, sir.
Isn't it? So empathy,
not only for sir, not
for
only
the
in between the
teachers.
faculty, students, with the peers, colleagues, friends, everybody. Because empathy is most important things. One should have it. Otherwise, if I don't have empathy, how can I realize others? We have to be in the shoes.
Their emotions and their feelings.
Emotion,
Yeah?
that's
Right.
If
So then how would you look at this as an activity when you go back? Maybe an activity where apart from awareness and self-awareness and empathy, there is a lot of interpersonal skill development.
Interpersonal skill.
IPR, no?
Yes.
IPR is developing here. with the student, do you think this is important as a faculty?
Exactly, sir.
Where all do
if
you
we
think?
have the interpersonal, actually the students will have the confidence to speak to the faculty, to speak to the administrator. They should have that confidence.
Ask students. Students, would you
Students,
like to
where are
respond?
you? Hands up.
We'll ask students.
Do you agree with sir? Yes, ma'am.
You want to say?
Add
What
on
sir is
to what
saying?
sir
You're a
said.
student? Please tell us. You've heard sir telling, so please respond to all the skills.
You can stand.
It develops the skills that sir has mentioned, and doing all these activities inside the classroom will definitely improve the communication or break the barriers between the faculty and the student. It promotes communication.
Yes, yes.
Stand up, speak.
How does it break barriers? What kind of barriers?
The student might have a tendency to accept
Give her this mic.
the kind of relationship that is there with the faculty and the student. They'll try to understand it better, I guess. The faculty will also understand what the student is going through when they are in an academic environment, maybe the hostel environment. They'll definitely ask personal questions when such an environment is there.
Yeah, she wants
That's
to
a
add
very
on.
important point being taken up. We would want, as Geeta ma'am is saying, more students to respond, because this is a wellness sustainable program, right? So please respond. A very good response to sir she has given. One is breaking the barriers between faculty students, collaborative living. Okay, you had something to add to more than what already is being discussed.
Whatever I learned from my experience, I am the officer, academic
Sure.
officer, students affairs officer. We have to be firm in our walls, whatever the regulation, whatever the attendance, exam times are.
Fair enough.
But if any students fails to reach on time, they approach us, please allow us. But first we should listen to them. Whatever we have to be firm on our rules and regulation. We listen to them, we console them. Nahi bache, these are the things. If we allow you to enter the classroom, it sends a wrong message to the other. We console them and make them to understand next time they should not do that mistake. They cry everything, but we should listen, hold their hands. If possible, you hug the students. Okay. It gives them a lot of relief. The students feel that है हमारे लिए कोई है सुनने के लिए. At least they listen to us. We have to create that confidence among the students. The administration, whatever the faculty, they are strict with whatever the deadlines, rules and regulation, but they are listening to us. They have the consideration, whatever their emotional things. If we maintain that relationship, then the students will have free connection with the faculty, whosoever the administrator, that build the relation, not only during their college time, it carries throughout their life also. Because it is not only the relations between the institute, faculty and student, it doesn't end the moment they graduate.
So wherever you are working, sir, you are at...
I am Tiruchirappalli, sir.
Right. So you already have some programs of this nature, but you as an individual now when you're talking, are you able to look back and recall, reflect that this is only an activity? You can have 101 activities,
sir,
right? So from your experience as a faculty, and here is a student also, do you reflect back and say that, wow, I think I should do this more now?
Yeah, exactly, sir.
You feel so?
I am the senior administrative officer, students affairs. Already I am following that. But this what are the things we are doing it add value. It will be an addition to our activities.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.
Now you have a cut. See, after this activity, we have a role play prepared by IIT Madras. You have a cutout of heart. We have been given very less time, so I'm just demonstrating, sharing with. Now, repeat into 3 parts. Come on, quickly, each one of you. Your heart is there. Your heart is everywhere, ma'am. Come on, come on. Your heart. Go, quickly. Grab your heart. Quickly, go. And you have only 10 seconds. Tear it into 3 parts. Tear it into 3 parts. Quickly. 3 parts. Come on. Don't tear it into 2 tiny bits. Okay, 3 parts. You have a colored tape with you. Now repair your heart. Repair your heart quickly. Assemble it. Oh my goodness. I specifically told 3 parts. Now assemble it, reassemble it. Repair it. You have a roll of colored tape. Come on. Faster. Give them and tape. They should all have the tape. Put a tape and reassemble. You don't have the tape? Oh, no, sir. Everyone, we can't be heartless. And the tape, Suraj, make sure that everyone, here we have some spare hearts. We have the spare hearts here.
Yes.
And where are the roll of care, those tapes? No, we want the colored tape. It should stand out. Oh, lovely. Okay. Giving you, oh, lovely, sir. Lovely. Are repaired? How many hearts are repaired? Let's quickly move ahead. Show us the repaired hearts. I wish we could put the, just, sir, we can see those, put some more tape, yeah, repair it properly, your heart. Okay, now write down with a sketch pen or any pen which you have, who all are needed to heal the heart. Pen down in the sections you have. Okay, pen down, who all do you think are needed to heal the heart?
No, sir has.
Sir, you did not? You don't have the tape? Oh, just a small tear? You were very careful about your heart. No heartbreaks. Good. I don't want to be dumped again and again, be it a girl or a boy. Good. You have to write who is needed to heal the heart. People, we don't know, whatever.
Writing a book on OBT.
What is needed? Who is needed to heal the heart?
All these activities are there in the...
Okay, so we need, put a colored tape. All right, let's begin. We'll have only 3 groups and then we have the role play. IIT Chennai, be ready. Okay, so stand up, who's already got it. And please, let's share, what have you written?
Dr.
Who is
Geeta
needed?
ma'am, we have a very eminent OBT, I would say, expert from our country. And also he's been part of the IIT Madras here in the training programs and a very noted psychologist in the Services Selection Board in the Armed Forces. A valuable comment over
for
here.
sir.
Please give a big hand to sir. Yeah. He has some valuable observations and also through his vast training programs in the Armed Forces. Is lucky to meet him today. And I'm sure sir has some perspective to how we evolved through such activities. Sir, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, there you are. There you are. I'm so happy that since morning, with the help of Madam's activity, you people know each other. Yes? Yes or no? Hello? What's his name? No. The whole aim of this entire effort that is being taken is to understand one another. 1. And 2, whenever I go to a class, especially the outbound training sessions that I started in IIT Madras, I started this in 2007 and it is continuing still in an auto mode. The students train the younger students. There is no supervision. They enjoy. The first thing that we tell there is something that this gentleman was telling, senior administrative. Sir, what's your name? Huh? Ravi. He was saying he takes care of the administrative element of the students. The first thing that I notice is when the student walks up to somebody, a faculty member, whether alone or as a group, they are not fully dressed. They are not fully dressed. Students are not fully dressed. What do I mean when I say not fully dressed?
Means they have given enough freedom to express their
What do I mean?
They are not ready yet.
I'll not let you speak. I'll not let you speak. She knows the answer. You are not fully dressed. You are not fully dressed until you wear a...
Smile.
Until you wear
Not connected to the students.
you are not fully dressed until you wear a smile. That's why you were given this thing this is a smiley. When a student approaches you, you should ensure they smile. If they don't smile, what should you do? You smile. You don't make a long face. That is going to demotivate that fellow further. When you smile, what happens? It spreads. Smile is very, very infectious. It spreads. So the whole activity, sir, I am so happy. Madam, where are you? Hey, she is good. Madam, I am so happy you made all these people smile. Not just smile, it was boisterous laughter.
Sir, they are all winners.
Excellent.
Yes, those who smile. So, sir, can we listen to them? Who is needed to take what you set forward? They all have a healed heart.
Excellent.
So, who is needed to heal the heart?
I think this is good enough, sir.
I've written my mom, dad, my brother and my
So
three
the
best
smile
friends.
is there. I leave you all with the smile. Be fully dressed in your life.
Sir,
Keep
be with
smiling.
us. Sir,
Keep
be with
smiling.
us.
Huh?
We want you here, sir, to keep adding. We want you here, sir, to keep on adding your inputs.
One important comment
Should I add
Balaji also
something
has
more?
got. Yeah.
If you want me to speak a little more, hath upar, raise your hands. If you don't want to, keep your hands down. No problem. I'll go and sit down quietly.
So, who is needed? Sir, she wants to.
No, take it, okay. So, I'll tell you, we are here to tell you about resilience, how you can make our students resilient. I will just give one small example, live example that I saw. A lot of Faujis are here. One can be made out he is a Fauji with his mush. The other, the way he is looking at me and commanding me. So, I'll tell you what happened. We were sometime in 84, 85, I was posted in Rajouri. You were talking of staff course. You spoke about staff course. There is an exam called Defense Services Staff College exam. Our good lady's son did not go there, but he is doing much better than people who went there. Her son is also a Fauji. He is a colonel, Colonel A in Pathankot. So, I'll tell you one small incident about resilience, okay? I do not have all those academic credentials that all of you have. My good morning is in the Gutna. Early morning, you get up, keep running, that is good morning. So, but this DSSC, this college, is in Wellington. And for every army officer especially, doing a course in this DSSC Wellington is very, very prestigious. I attempted. I didn't make it. That's no problem. Had I made it there, I wouldn't be here today. So I know of one fellow. He was a Sardar. How many of you have seen Sardar? I'm happy. South, down. I'm asking this because one girl from Madurai came to SSB Bhopal. I was a member of that board as a psychologist in SSB Bhopal. I am diverting because of this Sardar. So the interviewing officer was a Sardar. He was having black tea. This girl from Madurai, who never saw a Sardar in life, she entered. This fellow had a thick beard, tied like this, and Gol Matol Sardar, that is, hefty fellow. And he was drinking this What was he drinking? All right, good dear, you are all attentive. I am so glad. He was drinking black tea. The moment this girl entered the room, double the speed she walked out. She ran outside. She ran. She was weeping. She was, what was she doing? Who? Arey, I am shouting here and you are asking who? So what happened? This girl was weeping. The attendant went, asked that girl, "Beta, what happened? Tell me." That innocence in her face. She came to become an army officer. And what she sees in that selection system is one burly, curly shirt with a thick beard and a whiskey in his glass in the office time. She says, "Sir, that gentleman is drinking whiskey." And for her it is taboo. Oh my God, Madurai, Meenakshi Amman. How can it happen? Now, please write down in your notebook what was the outcome of the interview. I'll give you 2 minutes. Write down what happened in the interview. She went again. What would have happened? Please write down. I leave it to your imagination. I will not complete this. But I'll come back to my original story. I had a Sardar who was preparing for staff course. It used to be very cold, 2 degrees, 3 degrees, Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir. I also prepared for that exam. I failed badly, but this Sardar passed, not only passed, he passed with distinction. He went to Camberley. Camberley, you will know Camberley. Very prestigious thing. Now I'll tell you about the resilience part of this gentleman. He used to study the whole night. And beach mein kya, you go like this, no, when you are feeling sleepy, studying. And you know what he did? He will tie his hair with a small little rope, and he will tie that rope to a nail on the wall. And then he will study. So when there is that little jhatka down like this hair is being pulled, he will shake himself up and continue studying. And I said, yaar, iske baujud agar neend aata hai to kya karta hai? He says, it is so cold, I go to the washroom, pick up a bucket of water, pour on me, and come and sit and study. That was the way this gentleman studied, because he wanted to do this tough course. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is resilience. There was another fellow who fell from spider net. Spider net is an obstacle. There was a rifle hanging behind. You climb that obstacle, go to that horizontal bar on top, turn over, hold a vertical rope, and you have to come down. At 16 feet, when he was turning over, this gentleman lost grip, he fell down, the rifle barrel was behind, he broke his spine. And he was in the hospital for 6 months. After 6 months, he came back. The instructor said, "Well done, welcome, here is the spider net, go." He climbed the spider net, the first thing, and he came down. Resilience. You don't give up just like that. You have to continue. And there is a doha, Guru Kumhar Shishya Kumbh hai. Who knows this doha, hath upar? Guru Kumhar Shishya Kumbh hai. Anybody?
The Hindi teacher here. We have Hindi teacher here.
Yeah, you are all potters. You are making pot. The children who come to your colleges, to our classrooms, they are the clay. They come from different places. Like a potter gets clay. You want me to finish? I'll finish. The potter gets clay from all over. He says, Guru Kumhar, Shishya Kumbh hai. Guru is potter, Shishya is pot. Gadi gadi kadai coat. You keep on picking up wrong things, fault lines. You clean up the clay and you put that chap in the wheel and you beat that fellow to come into the shape, because the placement cell has to do the job of selling him. The people outside see that you are beating that pot, you are beating that student, but that fellow does not know this hand is beating, whereas this hand is inside the pot supporting. The teacher knows how much pressure you can give. The student should not break. If you identify that, there will be fully dressed classroom. Over to you, sir. Over to you, gentlemen. Over to you.
Very big hand to Colonel Jayakumar, please. Thank you. Lovely. So we move on with the table activity.
So coming back to heal the heart.
So, can I just take some minute, and we have the Professor Edmana Prasad with us. So he will just address the audience and share his experience and insight with the audience, and then we will continue with our activities, and we will just have Edmana sir for some reason.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. I came because there was a panel discussion was the plan, but there are some sudden changes happen. But because the topic is happiness, wellness, being, how to be resilient. Resilience is all about adapting to changes and, fight back and then come to that procedure. So I thought I will also join a little bit. There's no panel discussion, it looks like. I come from a center in IIT Madras, which is an independent center called Teaching Learning Center. We train teachers of higher education on pedagogy. Across the world, higher education teachers do not get any training in teaching. We were just asked to teach a subject just because you are good in that subject. But subject knowledge is essential but not sufficient condition to teach. So apart from subject knowledge, we train them pedagogy. That's what we do. So one thing that we normally iterate several times is demonstrating a skill and developing a skill. These are two different things. As a teacher, you may demonstrate a skill in class. Doesn't mean that student will develop that skill. True for cognitive, affective, psychomotor, any skills. Resilience is a skill. That's what we are discussing in 2 days. You becoming resilient doesn't mean that your student becomes that. So always, when you go back, please ask yourself, I may have that skill, how do I develop the skill in another person? This is the key aspect of teaching. So it's not about demonstrating. Many of these cognitive teaching teachers demonstrate their knowledge on the platform. Nothing will be developed by students. So please keep this one line, demonstrating a skill is not equal to developing a skill. I strongly recommend whenever we talk about this kind of topics, Dr. Carol Dweck is a psychologist. Please see in YouTube or in Google, Dr. Carol Dweck videos. She talks about fixed mindset and growth mindset. So when you talk to students about wellness, about resilience, there is this fixed mindset students sitting in front of you in any crowd. How to take them from fixed mindset to growth mindset is what probably a teacher should do. I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lovely. Over to you, Geeta ma'am. Carry on.
Now we request Geeta madam to kindly continue her activities, and Nukkad Natak what she planned, kindly proceed with it. So kindly complete her Heal the Heart activities. Ma'am.
I think we should wrap up this activity which was going on. We did not. The heart activity.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah?
Please.
So
proceed.
who, are you there with me?
Yes, ma'am.
I think both the sirs added very valid inputs to what we were discussing. Now, coming back to this, let's begin with this table. Who is needed to heal the heart? I think sir gave us a lot of inputs regarding emotions, right? So, yes. Somebody who has not spoken yet.
I think we ourselves I think first we have to be getting healed. We have to be getting healed. We ourselves should be getting healed. Ourselves.
To the mic, ma'am.
Ourselves.
Okay. So who is needed? I myself have to heal my heart?
Yes.
And then only I can heal others' heart.
Yes, that is what.
Empathy, compassion. Okay. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Somebody else here would want to add? Okay. Coming to this table, who is needed to heal the heart? Haven't you written? Hurry up, hurry up. Oh. Yeah.
Me, myself, I also.
Me, myself. All right, here. Yes, ma'am. Quickly run the Tamanna to...
Tape chahiye, ma'am.
Tape chahiye? Good one. See, this is critical thinking, creative thinking. Tape chahiye. Kyun chahiye tape?
Chipkane chahiye.
Yeah, to heal the wounds. Yes?
Okay, so
Speak a little louder. Ourselves.
Good support system.
Let us not repeat the responses.
So other is a good social support system.
Good support system, a safety net.
Friends, family, other.
Okay,
Cardiologist.
family. Just speak out.
Cardiologist.
Cardiologist.
Ma'am.
We don't need that. That's the last resort, okay? Yeah.
Ideas. Heartbreaks.
Huh? Friends and community, okay? Something different? Ideas. Thinking out of the box. Innovations, right?
Ma'am, yeah, good music.
Good music. So stand up now, ma'am. Stand up and sing a song. And then, come on, music, yes. No, you can. Trust me, you can. Try it out. We will applaud for you and you'll feel so good. No, come on, man. We are not given much time. Sing 2 lines, any language. Yeah. Look at the sparkle in her eye while she's singing. It's healing. The heart, right? You said you can't sing and now you don't want to stop. Look at her. Please applaud for her. Lovely. You sang so beautifully. Okay. Now.
Can I add something?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Quickly.
Yeah. Somebody who can listen to you, somebody with whom you can connect.
Yeah. Did you write there?
So
yes.
I will go straight. A friend.
A friend. A friend in need is a friend indeed.
Indeed.
One trustworthy friend is equal to, the friend. Okay. Now here we call upon our team. I'm again repeating because we don't have so much time. So we are simply demonstrating some of the activities to give you the taste of it, right? Which you can try with your students. So here we have something coming from the horse's mouth. We have team of students. Quickly, Devu, we don't have a second to waste. Now here, while they're getting ready, see all of you have been given a task, right? You see on your table? These are some of the methodologies or the modalities for you. Sadly, we don't have so much time, otherwise we wanted these presentations. You had to prepare these presentations in a group, rehearsing collaborative skills, communication, compassion, creative thinking, critical thinking. So you can have these tasks with you. The situations have been given, topics have been given, like radio show, talk show, debate, Nukkad Natak, role play. So here our students from IIT Chennai are going to demonstrate one of the role plays. The topics also have been given, so you can try in your institutions. Okay. Call. Yes, sir. You don't have it?
Now I would like to call our some of the Mitra members to perform a Nukkad Natak in very short time. So after that Natak we will wind up this session.
They
So
prepared
please
in a
be
very
hurried.
short time. Huh?
So, yes. So please, Mitra member, over to you.
You found it? That group. There.
Hey Satya,
All
what
eaten up.
happened? You haven't been coming to classes or even mess
Sir,
these
pick up a
days.
candy and give it to ma'am.
Honestly, I don't know. I can't focus. I can't
No
really
broken
even
hearts.
sleep. I don't
We
know
can't
what to
hear
do.
you. Please take a better mic and speak louder. जोर से बोलिए, louder. We need to reach out to everyone. Come on.
Hey Satya, what happened? You haven't been coming to classes or a mess these days.
Honestly, I don't know. I can't focus. I can't even properly sleep. I feel like I'm all alone.
Oh Satya, you don't have to go through this alone.
What should I do? I don't want anyone knowing my problems.
You don't have to tell everyone. As you are a fresher, you can reach out to Sati Mentor. He is a senior, he will guide you, he will support you. And
Little louder.
you can even reach out to Mitra volunteers.
What if I want professional help?
See, for professional health, you can visit wellness centers. They are professional counselors, they will help you through everything.
I don't even know how to book an appointment.
See, that's so easy, Satya. You can reach out to your hostel warden. They will connect you through counselors. Or psychologists will visit 2 to 3 times a week.
What if I feel more comfortable talking online?
That's also not an issue. You can use your Dost for online counseling.
Wow, I don't know ITM had all these support systems.
Yes, whether it's your Sati Mentor or Mitra or wellness centers, the help will be always available.
Thank you, I'll reach out today. If you or someone you know is suffering, please reach out.
See, asking for help is a sign of strength. Remember one thing, you're not alone in IIT Madras.
Thank you.
Wow, fantastic. So what was the message? Two responses. What was the message conveyed through them? It's a rapid fire. Yeah.
So usually people consider reaching out for help is a sign of weakness. It's not sign of weakness, it's actually the sign of strength. And whenever you feel that you are not feeling well, you should reach out, you should express yourself rather than suppressing it and behave like a pressure cooker later.
I like this word, pressure cooker. It's okay to feel low. It's part of life. We always can't be chirpy, cheery, but then we have to find ways how to cheer ourselves. Be a tape or be a friend or whatever. So here we have one more activity. Can we have the slide, please, Tamanna?
So I would like, please apologize, ma'am, but we are really running short of time. So I will.
Thank you so much. But then before we wrap up, we would definitely want to hear 3 or 4 takeaways from this activity.
Yes, ma'am, sure.
All right, because we want to hear them.
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Right? Okay, so what is the takeaway from this brief session? I think not even 40 minutes complete, right? So what is the takeaway? No? Yeah.
The role play that we just from the whole thing, I think one thing is what we had a professor telling that you can be resilient, great, but build that also, attempt building that in your student. That's the takeaway for me.
Okay, here. What is the takeaway from this?
Doing such activities which you made us do in the beginning of the session,
if we recreate that in the classrooms, it will add, like she said, more silliness into the classroom, because as serious as we become sometimes, it is necessary to be silly with the students and to let them know that you are approachable and open in many ways as possible.
I love you for what you said. It's okay to be silly. It's good to be silly, to connect. Why do we grow up to be such mature people? Huh? Let that child inside not die, right? Good. Yes, take away from this side. Yes, ma'am.
When we take part in such activities, most of the teachers, we think it's just a waste of time, but it's actually an investment in ourselves and an investment in the students for their well-being and happiness.
It makes them feel that they are not alone, and my teacher is, she understands me. Empathy, unknowingly, right? Yeah. Yes. Yes, she will talk. Good, good. Yeah. Come on. Hurry up.
We should never let the inner child in ourselves die.
Yeah. Let that child be alive. Curiosity, inquisitiveness, whys and hows, and there's a very famous English poet, I can't recall the name. He said those 6 hats. Okay? So the moment you stop questioning, your critical thinking dies and you are as good as a dead person. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I would like all to give yourselves a round of applause, because you really participated in this whole session. And I would like to call Professor Raila to kindly give the mementos to Professor Geeta Mehrotra. So she is our mentor and she really put her effort to make this event successful. I think this was the most engaging session in this, and I would like my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Geeta Mehrotra, and I hope all of you enjoyed and you have taken so much takeaways from this session and how you will implement this to your classroom. So we will proceed to the next session. So I would like to hand over to Suraj. Thank you.
Thank you for the patience. Right now, before we start the session, I would like to request all of you to grab your tea. To grab your tea and bring it back to your table, so that after that we can start our next session.
Can we do this in 5 minutes, please?
Yeah, please. We're running short of time.
But we're running short of time.
Yeah. So it'll be better if we're quicker.
5 minutes.
Tea is not served. Yes. We can find our respective places and be seated. Yeah. So for the next session, I'd like to start with the borrowed wisdom from a great psychologist who is known as the father of American psychology, William James. He said the greatest weapon against stress is our ability to choose one thought over other. As the quote suggests, we need to distract ourselves and to deal with the stress. So, as we know, we cannot wish away our problems as well as stress. So, best way is to manage it and navigate through it. So, on this topic, our next session topic is proposed as managing stress, a clinical demonstration and case studies. So, I would like to invite Dr. Srividya, psychologist, Mindwell, and Professor Sarit Satyan MITR Advisor Wellness IIT Madras to conduct the session. Over to our panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Professor Sairaj Satyan. I am the advisor for wellness. I am very happy to introduce Dr. Srividya of Mindwell Consultants. Dr. Srividya was very instrumental in supporting IIT Madras in our wellness initiatives for the past 3 years. Yeah, so they are into the 4th year with us. So ever since we started setting up wellness center in the campus, Dr. Srividya was helping us in running a team of counselors. They are attached to the IIT Madras Hospital. So 24/7, they are providing us the counseling support to our students. Moreover, she is always there to help us in most of the other student-related wellness activities, starting from, for example, when a new batch comes, we used to do these orientation programs and then a wellness survey, etc. So she used to be very resourceful to us. So thank you, Dr. Srividya, for sharing your time with us. So the theme of this session is managing stress, clinical demonstration and case studies. So I'm sure now we are all into this business of wellness support to the students. So we are all from various institutions. So we are fairly aware of the problems the students are facing and the kind of solutions which we are able to provide to the students, depending upon the level of the issues. But of late, what we have realized, starting from Professor Kamagowdi's address in the beginning, there is a lot of disconnect between the students and their families, and they just come to the institution with a baggage of problems. That is typically because in our system, Indian system, right, particularly in higher education institutions, the students start leaving their parents at an early age. Probably many of them, for example, in IITs, many students spend their maybe 4 or 5 years in the coaching centers. At least 4 years they will be away from their parents, attending coaching centers. So, and they are just focused only for JEE or whatever, NEET or whatever you just call them, and nothing else. So when they get free time, no, they cannot think about values or philosophy or anything like that, right? No, it's natural that no, they'll be just thinking about something else. So where do they get values? Where do they get some sort of philosophy developed? And these kids will come to our campuses, and then we have very rigorous technical training given to them in 4 years or 5 years, etc. Right? No? So there is not much scope for even us to provide some sort of value system or philosophy, whatever you call. So they don't develop any personal or philosophy or any value system, and there is no point in blaming them when they encounter some problems in their life. Problems are definitely will be there, right? No, so this is the problem. So the thing is that of late we have also started realizing that are we doing something to help them out? The problem here is that if you just start offering courses on value education, etc., it is of no use. Because our students are so smart that they will game the system. They will get S grade and A grade, and then they will graduate nicely without even realizing what it is. So that's why we started thinking about conducting some survey when they enter to the campus. So she has been helping us to devise surveys. So just do some survey and then just to find out their some sort of preparedness for life, and then we just categorize them into different groups and then try to just deal with them in a slightly different way. So this is one aspect. And moreover, from that survey we will just try to understand what are the problems being faced by them, and then what are the solutions. Like there could be many issues affecting them. So some sort of psychological approach right from the day one is very essential. So that is where we find a lot of utility and support from people like Dr. Srividya and others like Richa and others. So in this context, I would like to request Dr. Srividya to just elaborate on this and then give us some ideas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Happy to see all of you. So what sir was mentioning is we are conducting a screening assessment for all the new joiners so that we understand what are the past baggages that they come up with. Unfortunately, anything that happens in IIT becomes a national news, right? It is also happening in other colleges, but IITs are at the forefront. So we have been conducting those screening assessments during the induction so that we understand if they are coming with pre-existing conditions. So how do we support and monitor them until they graduate? So that has really helped us to identify students who come up with different problems and touch wood. So we have been able to prevent a lot of other aspects worsening after joining. So again, we are closely working with IIT and we are also part of various other initiatives with them. And today there's an opportunity to speak with all of you and discuss about stress. Yeah, thank you, sir.
So then just coming to our topic. So what are the best practices when it comes to when you try to talk about managing stress right from beginning, right now? So how do you identify stress, and then probably you will have some standard test which will indicate the level of the amount of stress, but can you just share us some of the classical cases which probably you would have encountered in IIT campus so that they can just become familiar with such scenarios?
So before moving into the main session, so I've just slightly modified. It's not managing stress. So even before managing stress, you need to understand what is stress and how to regulate it. So I don't feel stress is a bad word. It is the way how we interpret it. Okay, because two people get into the same exam hall. One come out with flying colors. The other says, I've not done it well. So it is about the situation and the experiences what they have had, and that is what is causing that stress in a person. So typically with few cases to mention here, before the day of exam, whenever there is an exam, the previous night or 1 or 2 days before, we'll have a lot of students coming and asking for a letter. They say, I'm not prepared. I think I'm going to panic. I don't want to write exam. You please give us a letter. Okay, we don't do that because, okay, there are genuine cases we do, but we don't want to encourage that behavior. So if you're doing it for once, and again, if the student comes back, we say, no, it is not accepted. So we encourage them. So with 4 years of our association with IIT, I think students know about us as well. It's not like they just walk into us and ask for a letter. We don't do that. So in various cases where we closely work with the administration, where they are in, involvement is required. So that is how we were able to build that trust with the students, because it's not like, they get into the counseling room and you're offering support. But rather treating the symptoms, we identify what is the core problem. We go sit with the administrators and we try to bring out a solution for them. So it is not only a counseling session, it's something beyond that. So we want to close the loop. It's not like a student has come to me, I refer it to Sarit sir. It doesn't end there. I want to close the loop and understand. So in cases where even the parents have to be counseled or involved, so we also bring them onto the same page. Because unfortunately, the parents and the dysfunctional families are more on the rise. And the student feels comfortable speaking with the faculty. And they say, don't tell my parents, they cannot understand. So that is very unfortunate to hear such things. So that is the reason we do have a orientation during their joining on the day of induction. So we do speak with the parents, we help them understand what the children might go through, which the parents may not be aware. And so it is like the parents, the college, and us, so we all are there. It's a triage where we are helping the students to live their dreams at IIT campus. Yes, yes.
Okay, I think she has come prepared with a presentation, so let us just listen to her. But in case of any questions, you would not mind
sure.
Stopping at any point.
You can. That's
Okay.
I request participant if you have any questions to them, or else we will just proceed to her presentation for 5-10 minutes.
It is not a usual stress management. Am I audible? Yes?
Ma'am, you can.
Okay. No, don't want.
I need a hand.
Fine. So understanding and regulating stress. So here I wanted to. Not audible? Not audible? Okay. So here I just wanted to give you a different perspective today, because everybody talks about stress. Okay. You would have attended a lot of workshops on stress. So what is something that I'm going to bring different today? Okay. So it is about the evolutionary and the behavioral neuroscience perspective today than the usual stress session. So the moment when I say stress, what comes into your mind? How many of you had these symptoms?
Overburden.
Or usually?
Overburden.
Racing heart, sweaty palms, zoned off, okay, palpitation, butterflies in the stomach when we have to do a presentation, difficulty sleeping, right? There could be much more. So it happens with every one of us, right? Probably only the intensity varies. For some it is very mild, for some it could be very severe. So how do we look at stress? If I ask you what does stress mean to you, rather than what are the symptoms, what would you say? As ma'am was mentioning, there is no right or wrong answer. It is what you experience and you can say. What is that one word that comes into your mind when I say stress? Because today stress is used even by UKG first standard children. They say, I'm very stressed. Why? I have exam tomorrow.
For me, stress in one phrase is a cluster of thoughts which are troublesome, which are also recurring, which are non-stop, they're troublesome, and it's a big cluster of thoughts that are just interlinked to each other.
Okay. So it is a cluster of thoughts which are very troublesome, and that keeps repeating. What else?
Something which can.
So I don't see stress as a bad thing here. I'm actually talking about the positive things. All the symptoms that you listed out are things which are actually things which you would experience if you care about something. Like for example, you have an expectation of a certain outcome and you are thinking, okay, if it doesn't happen, if I lose it, let's say I'm missing a train, I want that train to be like on time and I want to get it. Then all these symptoms comes in because you care for a certain outcome. That expectation is the one which is bringing you the so-called symptoms. So sometimes it is positive because it lets you do what it has to, like what you have to do. And sometimes, yes, it can have overarching physical problems or mental problems, which is maybe you have to let go of certain situation also. It's about you identifying what is good for you and then deciding when to let go.
Okay. Okay, what else?
Stress is deadline.
Deadlines.
Deadlines.
Okay.
And when I can't say no, deadlines and deadlines and deadlines.
Okay. Any other? Yes. Okay, so that is beyond your ability to manage, right? It is beyond your threshold. What else?
It's the preparation of our body for an action.
Okay, so you feel like your body is getting prepared for an outcome.
Stress for me is endless anxiety for something or the other that is coming up, like the nervous system is not able to shut down. It is constantly, even while one is asleep, constantly on the move. That creates a certain stress in the system.
Okay.
Encountering something new to the body or mind, probably unpleasant.
Okay.
Or maybe expectation of something.
Okay, so everything is whatever you have mentioned, most of the stress is unpleasant, right? There could also be good stress, but unpleasant is where you have those repetitive thoughts. So here, there is also a definition where they say stress is a specific response to a demand, right, placed upon it. So it is like, as I said, tomorrow is an exam. Do all of us have the similar stress? Is it the same way? Why? It is the same event, but it depends on how the individual is interpreting that event. So when I say interpretation, there is an outcome associated with it. So who has set that expectations on us? Who is setting that expectation? Who is setting that? Ourselves? Our parents? Okay. So, as you said, the nervous system is getting prepared. So just talking to you about, discussing about the evolution, from where did it begin? So around 50,000 years back, what kind of life our ancestors lived? What kind of life? What kind of life they lived? Were they working in a corporate? Okay, they were moving constantly from one place to another. What else? They were living in caves. What else? Hunting. So, 50,000 years back, what has happened? Yes, it is more about the survival. So, there is an inbuilt survival in our body. What is that? Fight or flight. Okay, so there is a gland associated with it which is inbuilt. There is an inbuilt survival mechanism in our body. Every one of us are born with that. Okay. So, what has happened is, initially, the survival system in our body is meant only to protect myself from a danger. Because people were living in forests, people were living in caves. So they have to be very vigilant and alert to protect themselves. So it was a safety mechanism for which that gland had evolved. And now we are still using the same survival mechanism. Isn't there a mismatch? So the early Stone Age, it was about survival. It was not meant for happiness. The inbuilt survival mechanism was not meant for producing happiness within you. It is only to protect you from any physical danger. It could be another human, it could be a wild animal, right? So over a period of time, we have evolved. But the same brain, many organs have evolved inside many structures. Yes. Yes. So here what has happened is the cortical regions have developed. Today we are in the place of where we can, we can send space. We can go to space. We are making innovations, artificial intelligence. Then what is happening? One part of the brain has evolved. The thinking brain, the neocortex has evolved. Whereas the emotional brain or the survival mechanism where it was built, it is still in the Stone Age. Isn't there a mismatch? Why? Because the same brain, modern problems, and that creates stress. They are not in alignment with each other. Your thinking brain and the emotional brain. The brain structures are not in alignment with each other, and hence there is a mismatch. Does it make sense? So, how do we? So, with the same brain, we are still living it. So, how do I regulate it? I cannot say I want a new brain. I have to allow that part of my brain to evolve. So how do we do that? No, he said until 5 o'clock. Because we just started. Okay. So here, when you look at the survival brain, they were supposed to help you only with 3 types of threat. Because while we lived in the Stone Age, they have to protect themselves, so there was a physical threat. There was also another threat, social threat. I have to feel belong to the tribe from where I come. So today, even in the modern world, I cannot face criticism. I compare myself with social media. So here also, a social threat. If I don't be part of the group, I will be left out. So there is a fear of missing out today. And the third thing is psychological, whereas in Stone Age, in our ancestors, this was rarely present. But today, as everyone mentioned, missing deadlines, looking for an outcome. So the psychological threat has taken over your physical and social threat today. And hence, stress is a big problem today. Then how do we regulate it? Look at this emoji. What are you able to look? What comes into your, the moment you look at it, what instantly comes? There is an angry face. So this is what typically the brain has been evolved. It is it is called negativity bias. Why it is a negativity bias? Because my brain can instantly capture a threat. It was evolved only for that purpose. It was not meant for happiness. So we don't have a proper understanding and we are looking for happiness from that, right? So this negativity bias is not a bad thing, because we always feel, why am I only thinking about unpleasant things? Why am I only getting negative thoughts? Why am I not able to, think about positive things? Because it is instantly built within us. If you're not going to know the science and evolution, we will only be talking about, I have to manage stress. And it is like we are treating the symptoms without addressing the core problem. Okay? So you have to know about 3 brain regions. Prefrontal cortex. So prefrontal cortex is also called thinking brain, which helps you to plan, which helps you to organize, make decisions. Then the other part of the brain is amygdala. Amygdala is your emotional brain. Today that emotional brain is hijacking my prefrontal cortex. So when my emotional brain gets activated, I get that racing heart, palpitation. I cannot think clearly. You can reflect in your stressful situation. Do you have that calmness and composure to sit and talk to somebody? We tend to project that anger or stress onto somebody because I am not able to think clearly. my amygdala is hijacking that. And how is it hijacking? So these are the three parts of the brain. Amygdala stores all the emotions. It perceives, it can capture that threat. It can signal, it can detect a threat. The moment it detects a threat, it is taking those evidences from hippocampus. Hippocampus is nothing but, my memory. It stores all the information. And hence it feels, no, it is a threat. I have to protect myself. So this is the exact that HPA axis. HPA axis is nothing but hypothalamus, pituitary and adrenal. There is a threat. Tomorrow I have an interview. Tomorrow I have an exam. I am perceiving it as threat. Then I activate, my amygdala is able to understand what am I scared of. It is taking the information, the past experiences stored from hypothalamus. And it is sending signal to pituitary. You are the master gland. You are the CEO. Please take control of the situation. I am going to flunk. I am going to panic tomorrow. I am going to make a fool of myself. I am not prepared. So immediately the pituitary gland will go and signal adrenal glands and say there is a danger coming up. All be prepared. And hence those adrenaline and cortisol gets released. They are not bad hormones. They are there to protect us. But when the intensity is high, people come and say, I have a panic attack. So people are not able to differentiate what is a panic attack and a heart attack. So they say, something is happening. I'm not able to control. Please help me. So if you know how to regulate your HPA axis, right? So what happens? Your heart beats faster, your breathing increases. So they're all having a reason, because my heart is getting a signal that I have to take in more oxygen now. When my breathing increases, it says, you need more energy to fight or flight. So there is a reason. So you might come and say, why is it doing, I want a medicine. There is a reason for that. So these hormones, you can just reflect adrenaline. Everybody needs adrenaline. We say there is an adrenaline rush. I want to do certain things immediately, instantly. And cortisol will provide energy for the fight or flight. So if I'm left all alone, whenever a student comes, we ask, are you alone? No, I have a roommate. Okay, bring your roommate. Because in that stressful period, when I have a companion, that oxytocin, that connection will be established, and I feel in my mind that I'm being taken care. Okay, so there is a reason why those hormones are secreted. So you can look at it. I'm just rushing up. Okay, ANS, and so whenever we are highly stressed, all your hormonal functions are disrupted. Right? As we said, the heart races, the breathing increases, your muscles get tightened up, palpitation, sweating. So this shows your sympathetic nervous system is activated. So people come and ask, how do I remember? So sometimes we hear people telling, have some water, do a breathing exercise. What does it help? So the reaction time, if I'm able to cut off that and activate my parasympathetic is nothing but slowing down, calming down. So if I can do that, even 2 minutes of my, slow breathing or a diaphragmatic, there are many types of breathings are there. Even if I'm able to do that, calmly, my parasympathetic gets activated and I'm shutting off this emotional brain. Because you have to know what is the threshold, what is stress, which is good stress and which is bad stress. Good stress is which is very short-lived. It is not going to be in your body for a longer time. Yeah, I have my exams, I'm preparing. After my exams, I become free. I become, relaxed. That is acute. When something is there in your body for a longer period of time, and that is where it is called chronic. So chronic stress is, it is not going to, you, see, everything gets delayed, and I'll ask Harit sir. Another 20 minutes at least, 5 to 10 minutes at least. Okay. See, either you should not give a, because a stress, about stress, we do session for an entire day. And they ask us to complete the 10-20 minutes. Don't want. Skip. So, do you know what effect that it does on your body? Any guesses? Because people say, yeah, I shouted, I was stressed, and then I went and said, sorry, I'm done. Do you know how much time your body takes to recover from the stressful situation? Any guesses? 10 minutes? Hours? How long? 2 or 3 hours? How many hours? A prolonged stress? Years. Okay, so usually from a normal stress, you want to recover. It takes minimum 8 to 10 hours for the body to get back to its normal functioning. Even before it recovers, I am getting another stress, I am adding another stress. What happens? My body gives up. It says, this person is not in physical danger. This is how this person is conditioning their nervous system, and hence we are living with that stress. So it impacts your whole body from head to toe. There have been lot of cases, even I don't know, with vitiligo, I don't know how many of you know what is vitiligo, right? Even vitiligo cases, when the stresses are high, it spreads. When we put them into a stress management or regulation, it comes down. So it does more harm than what you can imagine. No, go there. I just want you to look at this. What is the impact of chronic stress in your body? Has it left any one organ at least? From head to toe, the entire system is getting impacted because of chronic stress. There have been clients who come from fertility clinics, they refer them to us and they say, I think the person is holding lot of stress, why don't you try even before we trying out for an IVF. We have had cases where they have had a natural conception when they were able to regulate the stress. You know, they didn't have the reason to go to an IVF afterwards. So even you may not be knowing, can stress does lot of harm to myself. Your migraine headaches, right? We go to the doctor, yes, the medicine is given, but people come and say it's still the same. Because you're not addressing the core problem, you're only trying to treat the symptoms. So today, any metabolic disorders, what are the metabolic disorders? Thyroid, PCOD, okay, women, PCOS, apart from that, diabetes and hypertension. So when cortisol levels are too high, you know, it is disrupting. Today, now as you sit, if the tiger walks in, will you sit and listen? What is your instinct? You want to run away. You know, I want to save myself, I want to protect myself. Everything because your immune system weakens. Your immune system weakens, there is a gastric reflex happen, GERD. That is because of stress. When the stress is high, there is more of acid produced in my gut. So are we treating that? We go to a gastroenterologist, he gives us a medicine, he say, use PAN 40 for the rest of your life, before your food. Unless we address the core problems, your issue is not going to get resolved, and hence we don't have something called cure. They say only management. That's why they say stress also management. You don't have to manage your stress, you can regulate your stress. And that's a good information about, because our brain is neuroplastic. So how do I know? How do I know that stress is bad and I am getting impacted? So these are the clinical red flags. When you feel I'm having constant panic attacks, I feel like there is no hope in my life, there are self-harming tendencies, suicidal tendencies, they will be prone to substance, and hence their academic or your work productivity declines. Okay, so stress needing attention it is persistent for weeks. People come and say, I don't know what is happening, I don't know why it is happening. If you are able to hear, listen to your body will send signals. But we keep ignoring those signals. Go to the next. If I say you, whatever damage has happened, we can reverse it. We can at least minimize it. You don't have to live with it for the rest of your life. Is that possible? Is that possible? Is it possible? Maybe, right? Because there's something called brain neuroplasticity. Once you understand why it is happening, you will be able to differentiate. Is it a physical threat? Is it a social threat? Is it a psychological threat? I am not in danger. It's not my physical threat. Then is it my social threat? Yes. I keep constantly comparing with myself, with my colleagues, with my friends, with my peers, with people of similar age in social media. So I am creating those stress within myself. If I am able to regulate that, I need to ask only 4 questions there. Oh, nice. Is this a threat? Are there any evidences that I will fail? If I feel that I fail, there is a fear that is already setting into my system. Then I want to avoid. I don't want to even go and do that. If I challenge it, if I confront the thought, no, let me see. That becomes a focus and you're able to succeed. This is called cognitive reappraisal. I have to decondition what we have learned. I'm ready to unlearn and relearn. If I'm ready to unlearn and relearn, we will be able to reverse it. We will be able to, the brain can undergo changes from the damages that has occurred in the past, but it is going to take time. Because whenever people come, they say, ma'am, I have been suffering from stress or depression for 10 years. How many sessions should I come? In 4 sessions, will you make me all right? What you have accumulated in 10 years, how is it possible? You don't require another 10 years, don't worry. You have to be cooperative. We'll see what best can be done in a shorter time. So people feel like one tablet I take, everything should be, it is something to do with your mind. It is not that easy because we have learnt it consciously and now you have to learn it and unlearn it unconsciously, right? So, if you are able to ask only these 4 questions, what is my brain trying to protect me from? Keep constantly asking this question, is this a physical, social or a psychological threat? And what is the response it is requiring in that situation? What can I do to help my nervous system? So if my nervous system has to recover, what are the practices that I'll have to? Whenever there is a stress, what is your coping mechanism? What do you do? Sleep, okay. You hear songs. What else? Scroll, doom scrolling. What else? Food. Okay, food, yeah, stress eaters. Just be quiet. Any other habits? Exercise. Okay, you go for long walks. Sleep. Painting. Okay, what you are interested. Okay, you have your own interest. Because there are some people, as a coping strategy, they get into unhealthy habits. If I may say, even eating is an unhealthy habit. I'm eating because of stress is unhealthy. Because there was one client who came and said, whenever I'm stressed, what do? I eat 250 grams of cashew nut. And she's going for a diet. It's too contradictory, right? So these are all unhealthy coping strategies. Rather, I go for a walk, I listen to song, I paint. Unknowingly, we get into habits which are unhealthy. And I'm not able to get over it because I'm getting addicted to that. So how do I do that? Regulation happens when you know how to breathe. Are you breathing now? Are you aware? Are you conscious? No. Simple breathing exercises will really help you to regulate, to calm your nervous system. There are various breathing practices are there. The moment you become aware, I'm trying to cut off from my thoughts. You said it is a constant worry and thought. If I'm able to bring my focus into my breath, you are trying to regulate yourself. Because many people say, you do breathing. Why should I do breathing? What is it going to give me? Shall we do a small activity for 3 minutes? I'll just teach you an activity. Then let's hear how it is. Okay, are you all settled? Be comfortable, place your bags down. Be more relaxed. Are you relaxed? Okay. Gently close your eyes. This activity is not to control your stress, but it is to regulate your stress. Get the awareness of the chair that you're sitting. And feel your feet touching the ground. Your body relaxed. And gently feel the air that is touching your nose. Slowly bring your awareness onto your breath. You can feel the cool air. Breathe in gently. Hold on and gently breathe out. Breathe in. Gently breathe out. Now bring your awareness onto your feet and feel the relaxation there. Your calf muscles, your knees, your thighs. Feel the relaxation. As you do this activity, don't lose your focus on your breath. Feel your body is getting relaxed, and get back your awareness onto your lower back, middle back and upper back. Now your whole back is getting relaxed. Bring your awareness onto your stomach, your abdomen. Your fingers and your arms are very relaxed now. Gently feel the relaxation onto your shoulders. This is where most of us carry the stress. As you bring your focus onto your neck and your facial muscles, exhale the stress if it is present in any part of the body. Your facial muscles are completely relaxed now, and you feel your whole body is feeling very light and relaxed. With every exhale, you're releasing the tension or the stress that is locked in your body. Bring back your awareness into the room. Rub your hands and gently place it on your eyes. How did you feel? Were there any thoughts? Initially it was there. How did you feel? Hardly, I think we did only for some 3 to 4 minutes. How did you feel? Were you able to feel the stress, whatever if it is there, getting released? If you are able to practice this, it is not only during the time of stress. If you are able to include this in your daily ritual, you are decluttering and detoxing on a day-to-day basis without any accumulation. It's such a very simple activity. It brings back your attention from your racing thoughts, and it also helps you to bring the focus on the task that you want to do. Because many of you said you go for a walk, but how many of you really are doing a mindful walking? We go for a walk, we are overcall, or we listen to the music. Do include mindfulness in whichever activity you do. Mindfulness is nothing but your awareness, your full attention, and you're not judging anything, right? So with this, I don't know how much it helped you. Okay, I think the way you look at stress is going to be very different. You understand you're not here to manage, but you have to regulate your nervous system instantly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Srividya. So now I would like to call Colonel Balaji on the stage to felicitate Dr. Srividya and our Mitra advisor, Professor Sharit Satya, for their kind association. And I think this meditation session is would be so helpful, and you can implement into classroom also. So please give it a big round of applause. It is our fortune that we got our Mindwell psychologist to take care of us. And it was a nice perspective to get a clinical psychologist aspect of the stress. So now, as a responsible Institute of Technology, our Professor Dr. Bala Ganesha and his team has developed one fan spring that our director was mentioning to prevent the suicide, how the fan spring can be developed so that rate of the suicide can be decreased in the institute. That demonstration will happen. So I would like to call Professor Bala Ganesha and his team on the stage to demonstrate the fan spring that is being developed by his and his team. Yes, sir. Please.
Good evening to all of you. So this device, all of you know our ceiling fan can support more than 200 kg without safety device. So we started developing this device from 2020. Then we have almost installed 9,000 ceiling fan safety devices in all our hostel rooms. So last 3-4 years there is no hanging at IIT Madras hostels. So here if you look at the rod, that hanging rod is a regular ceiling fan support rod, and there is a small device we can call as a force cutoff valve. So if we apply the load above 35 kg, so it will detach the fan from the ceiling, so it will drop the person to the floor. So we will demonstrate now. Device. Okay. So this rope is slightly heavy. Other side porrema. Other side also. Okay. Slip over. Ladder it on the lama. Ladder. Santosh la any it on the real na. Ladder it on the. Okay, right. That's okay. Hold on. Hold on. Both sides. Fine now. Fine. Put it.
One of the thread that side and then turn it.
Other side. Appadi pidichu. Okay. Later. Start. Petal bottom. See, this is a very simple design. So there are two parts, and in the bottom part there are four. You can see 4 petals. So the 4 petals will be put inside the top mount, and here when the load applied above 30 kg, the petals will contract and detach from the ceiling, that hook, And the spring, if you look at the mean coil diameters of 22 millimeter, when we stretch one revolution, it is about 70 millimeter. So there are about 25 turns. So 25 into 70, you can multiply, it will elongate more than 1 meter. Okay. So if you have any interest, we will we can show the devices, parts of the device. Thank you very much.
Professor, so we have some questions.
Yes, please.
So, how long does it stay as it is, like lifetime of this particular spring?
Yes, madam. So the spring, we need to do preventive maintenance, and I think 3 to 4, we can do condition monitoring every 3 years. Then based on the condition, we can replace it. But we need to do preventive maintenance every year. We go to check the status of the parts. So we are doing at IIT Madras hostels. And also we cannot do marketing for this product. Once we do marketing and if we create publicity, then they will try for other modes. So that's why we have installed very silently. And also we have installed about 9,000 at IIT Madras hostels, 4,500 at IIT Hyderabad hostels, and some 2,500 at IIT Palakkad. So last 2 to 3 years there is no hanging in by using these devices, the ceiling events. Now also in another 3-4 months, we are going to install 15,000 devices at IIT Kharagpur hostels.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So it was a demonstration of how actually Institute of Technology can take forward the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat and how exactly we can implement our thought and creative thinking into prevention of suicide into practical level. So now I would like Professor Sarit Satya, our Mitra advisor, to kindly felicitate Dr. Bala Ganesha for demonstrating and inventing these types of technology. So please have a round of applause. I think this is a very new technology we have come up with. And we would like that you also come up with some new critical thinking to prevent and implement in your institutes.
Thank you, sir.
Now we will go for the hostel visit. This will give you the opportunity to directly contact with the hostel warden and how IITM actually implement all this system. So I would like to hand over my mic to the Colonel Balaji. He will guide you through. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you all had a cup of tea and then you have been refreshed to just go to the next session. And now we're just going to be visiting the hostels and also going to be meeting the wardens and those who are just looking after the warden out, the hostel out there, and going to have a session or a discussion session with them at CCW, followed by a visit to the mess. We have divided your team into 6 groups. I just would like to call upon team 1, Dr. Vijendra Pandey. Dr. Vijendra Pandey to be with me. And team 2, Dr. Kannadasan. And team 3, Dr. Shrikant Alam Shetty. Dr. KSA Dinesh Kumar from team 4. And Dr. V. Vidya and Dr. S. Usha Kritika. I just request all of you to just come to me so that I can explain what exactly we're just going to be doing in this session. Right, so you also. Shrikant. Dr. Shrikant is team 3. I have just made the list. Team 2, team 1 is Dr. Kannadasan. Yes, Dr. Kannadasan is team 2, and team 6, Dr. Usha. And team 5, your team. Team 1, Dr. Vijendra Pandey. Dr. Pandey. Is behind you? Oh, sorry. Okay. I'll just explain what we have just done with this. We have grouped the entire team. The first 15 names in this belongs to you. Similarly, I have just bracketed the other groups. Ladies are just going in a vehicle where they will be visiting the women's hostel, The men folk would be going to the men hostel. We have 4 hostels for the men folk and 2 hostels for the women folk. So there is a vehicle which is just standing. There is a coordinator who is just going to go with you. Please take the visit seriously because it is expected from the Ministry of Education to give your feedbacks tomorrow and then come out with what has been happening, what is better for you, or what best things that you do in your institution, so that it could be discussed during the session. So take it seriously. I just request the team leaders. I just took the liberty of nominating you as team leaders. So to take this charge, and there'll be 6 of them would just come to you just now. Sab, bula lo unko. These 2 ladies would be just going with you. तो आप इनके पास நீங்க உங்க டீமை நீங்க ரெடி பண்ணுங்க இந்த டீம்ல இருக்கறவங்க ladies are all being separated out, so request all the ladies to join this crowd with the ladies, and men would be just joining with them. Sir, you have the list. I request you to just take your team and then stand separately so that we can just take you down to the buggy. The buggy will just take you all to the respective hostels. There will be 6 hostels visited by the 6 teams. Given the names to the team, sir. If you could just beat them, they will just announce the names. In case you have any difficulty, please just meet me. I'll read out the names to you.
NIT Pondicherry.
Sir, I request all of you, all the team leaders, to submit the visit report to me so that it could be discussed tomorrow. I request the team leaders to take on and do the needful.
I'll just hold the names so that you can read the names.
Yeah, sure. Wait. Give me, no problem.
Yeah.
NIT Pondicherry, Akhilesh Kumar.
Yeah, it's better to read the names.
Govindaraj V. Okay, then from IIT Madras, Dr. Lakshman, Tarun, Vemuri, and then IIT Hyderabad, whoever is there, and IIT Palakkad. IIT Hyderabad and IIT Palakkad. Teams from IIT Hyderabad and
Those who
IIT
have just
Palakkad,
selected
IIT
yes.
Madras, and Pondicherry. Of course, NIT Andhra Pradesh also. IIT. NIT.
Thank you everyone for being here right now. I hope you had a very wonderful visit around the hostels round, and you met people and had a very wonderful discussion with them as well. Right now, I'd like to invite all the team leaders that were there. Individually, they can share their experience with us. You'll get 30 to 1 minute. You can come and share your experience, how it went, and your honest feedback to us. We'll start team-wise. Team 1, we can start from them, and then further we go.
Okay. Yeah. Hello all. This is Dr. Rupender from the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. Yeah, the visit was amazing. It was quite practical, and we could understand what exactly is happening in connection with the hostels and the mess management system and the hostel allocation management systems and various other infrastructure that has been developed for the hostlers of this institute. Good. We appreciate your efforts to make us understand all these things. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback. I'd like the team leader from team 2 to come here and share the experience.
First of all, myself, Dr. Kannadasan from EEDM Kanchipuram. Thanks for the opportunity for the organizers who have made us all the efforts to take us from here to hostel and mess. We got to know about all the detailed management of how hostels are being managed, how messes are being managed, what are the infrastructure in detail. We got to visit all the mess and hostel, and yeah, we gained some insights we plan to do in our institute as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll move to the team number 3. Team number 3.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity given to us. And we visited the hostel, Kaveri hostel, and then a mess also. And then we have a good discussion there with in charge of the all hostels. So we had a question and answer session, and it worked well, and we impressed with the care you are taking for this mental well-being also. Like counselor session timings are also mentioned there in the hostel. So weekly 3 sessions being organized, I think, isn't it? Oh, so it's so nice and inspiring us also to take this kind of initiatives in our institute. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Team 4. Team 4. Yeah.
Very good evening all. This is Dr. Dinesh Kumar from NITTR Chennai. In our team, we had participants from IIM Visakhapatnam, IIM Tiruchirappalli, IIM Kozhikode, and the School of Planning and Architect, and ISER Thiruvananthapuram. Right, we visited Sindhu Hostel where we have observed the lot of things, and our participants had interaction with the officials there, and they have clarified their doubts. And in addition, they were counseling each and every room in the door. We have observed that the counseling contact detail were given. So really, it's a wonderful thing. And we went to the some sample room we have seen, and we have gone to the facility which are all provided in that particular hostel. That is PG hostel. Individual accommodation was given to the each and every participant, every research scholars that we have discussed, and we discussed about what are the other facility facility extended by the IITM for each and every research scholar, that we detailedly gathered the information. Then we went to the mess facility, and we have seen that one. Really, it's wonderful. Really, our participants interacted with the officials and clarified their doubts. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. For FYI, we will take any constructive criticism as well. So please feel free to say that.
Yeah, I am Professor Vijendra Pandey, so representing team 1. So we had 15 members from Central University of Karnataka, Central University of Tamil Nadu, IFLU, then we had Hyderabad Central University, Pondicherry University. All 15 participants have joined and all they have actively participated in that. So first we have gone to the Mandakini hostel. So we have inquired about how that hostels are functioning, what are the procedures of getting that the hostel and all. And then we have inquired about the room facility, mess facility and all. And then we had a very detailed interaction with the main warden, CCWD, and we have inquired about what are the procedure of mess, what are the rents and all, and also that we have discussed about various issues related with the drug abuse, alcoholism and all. So how these things are being handled. So this was a wonderful experience for me, and I am really grateful and very obliged, thankful to IIT Madras for giving me and my team for such a wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, please. Team 5.
So, from team 5, first we visited the Swarnamukhi hostel, and we should really appreciate the caretaker whom you have sent, probably the manager Meenakshi. She guided us really well and took us around, showed the facilities in the hostel, and it was really nice to meet the student council members. It was a warm reception from them. So we really enjoyed, and we are really happy with the maintenance of the place that I should mention here. And again, they showed us the rooms, the common room, the TV room, and the facilities that are provided. We also visited the gym, and we also had a couple of interaction with them. Whatever doubts we had, the team members had an active interaction with her, and she politely answered all our queries. And then we also enjoyed the journey towards the hostel, and again, while coming back, the little interaction with the team members, it was really nice. And thanks to the entire team for giving us this opportunity, because though it is late night, we all were very tired, we were having complaints, but still we were able to complete and do it here. We don't have any major complaints as you are asking, because we were just looking at some standards that you are setting for us, so that was really nice. So actually from my end, I don't know, other team members, I didn't have any complaints to tell you as you are asking. Then we visited the mess, and again we reached to this place. Thank you.
Thank you. Team number 6. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Usha Kritika from NIT Trichy. So we visited the Sabarmati hostel, which is for PG and PhD students. It was very well maintained. That is the first thing that we should appreciate. And every college or every institute has got its own culture. So when we went to the hostel, it was that culture that we really learnt a lot about. And all the facilities are really good. The gym facilities and a reading room, laundry, everything we visited, we really liked it. We liked that individual rooms were given for the PG and PhD students, and they can sign in at any time and sign out at any time. I mean, they can go into the hostel at any time, which is different from our institute. So yeah, we enjoy the trip really. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like my colleague to move to the next session. So.
Hello, good evening everyone. So as we move towards the concluding session of today's workshop, let us not forget that the beautiful thing about learning is that no one can take it away from you. And now the discussion on life skills and Indian knowledge systems will definitely enrich us with insights that will stay with us far beyond this workshop. Now it is my great privilege to welcome our esteemed speakers for the concluding session, Dr. R. Shailaja, Medical Officer, Siddha Ayush, AIMS Jodhpur, Dr. G. Kavita, Physician and International Sleep Disorder Specialist, and Dr. Pranshu Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychiatry, AIMS Jodhpur, who will be joining us through online mode. I would like to kindly invite our distinguished speakers onto the stage and share their thoughts on cultivating well-being through life skills and Indian knowledge systems. Okay, Dr. Pranshu Singh will be sending us a short clip video that she has made, so we will playing her video. And one more announcement, those who have not got the post-program reflection and action plan, which needs to be signed institute-wise, so they can collect it from the anchors table beside. Thank you. Ma'am, please, the stage is yours.
We have to ask him. Yes.
IIT second one. The other one.
Yeah, I think I can change the slides. Good evening, one and all. Hello, I'm happy to introduce myself. I'm Dr. G. Kavita. I've been having my lifestyle clinic. Basically, I'm a general physician and also a sleep disorder specialist. So I've been into this stress management and lifestyle skills. So today's topic being mental well-being, especially in students, because we are in an institution where the majority of the population who needs these is our students. Okay. So how are we going to achieve this mental well-being? Through life skills, okay? See, we don't want any medications, we don't want any strenuous medical interventions, but we have to address and acknowledge that stress is the highly prevalent, finding, which we have been identifying every now and then, especially among the student population, okay? So, why is it important in students? As you all know, stress, it prevails inside the classroom and as well as outside the classroom, where we are also having our life going on, isn't it? See, we have to build relationships, we have to be having in the crowd, and we have to be with the other peoples, okay? So what is there along with the students as an important factor to deal the stress? So what we are going to see is how to identify stress in individuals or in the student population and how to navigate about the stress situations. So one thing is, first there is stress and how to identify it. So we have to first see the signs. See, I'll just show you the next slide. So you will be seeing one of the student who will be isolating or who will be just keeping himself away from the regular routines, or he is not mingling, or he is not been having any regular conversations, or his academic performance has been a bit low. So these are the easily identifiable symptoms or signs in a student that he is under a lot of stress. Okay, fine. Okay, in that case, we'll just go to visit the basics. What is mental well-being and why is it so important? So it's actually self-explanatory. Well-being is being well physically, emotionally, and social. See, that is the compartments of mental well-being. Thank you. So our mental health parameters are involved in building our social skills, personal skills, relationship skills on the emotional balance. So the most important thing, especially in a student life, is your emotional resilience. Why is it important? You all know young population, especially in the late teens to young adults, that is right from 18 to 24. That is exactly where we are as students, especially where we are creating ourselves to somebody who we are going to be throughout the life. So that is definitely a stress involved period, isn't it? And you all know when we are entering an academic curriculum, there will be something expected out of you to match the performance, maybe for your personal expectation or the institutional expectation or from your home and family. So we have to meet up with all this expectation. That itself can cause stress, even though you come prepared for the academic preparedness and the emotional preparedness for a new environment, as well as for your curriculum oriented activities and the learning curve. Okay, so what we do here is this mental well-being or the stress as triggers or challenges. So what is stress? Anybody can help me out in this? In one word or maybe in a short sentence? What is stress? Just wanted to know your inputs. Anyone?
For me, it's getting overburdened.
Overburdened, okay. Any other dimensions? See, stress is just a natural, normal, physiological response to any challenging situations, or as he said rightly, any burden or overwhelming scenarios, okay. How you respond to it and how you react to it, that is what is stress. Maybe to simplify it, I will always say this: from where you are to what you want to be, there is a distance. Covering that will cause you that word stress, okay. So all pressures are the triggers. So academic pressures, environmental pressures, peer group pressures. So whatever is around you and within you are the pressure inducing triggers. So what are the challenges? Challenges are the already existing disorders. So what are the common disorders of mental well-being which is prevalent among the student population? One is insomnia, that is lack of sleep or lack of enough sleep or the quality of sleep. So sleep is an essential part. Actually, American Heart Association has included sleep as the 8th pillar of health very recently, I think within maybe 2 months, I hope. So sleep has got an essential role to play in your mental well-being. You know why? As a student, I would just like to share these two things. See, one, in sleep only, your memory is getting organized and consolidated only during N3 sleep. So consolidation as well as organization of your memory, whatever you read, whatever you give as input into your brain in the form of learning, anything what you learn, everything is put into slots and then consolidated to long-term memory only during sleep. So if you lack sleep, if your sleep is not enough, then it is going to affect the memory, okay? So the next disorder can be anxiety, because as we all see now, see, the stress is an important factor associated with young adults as well as the student population. So what are the disorders which can come? Anxiety as well as depression. See, they are on the two arms of the spectrum. Anxiety is you are always anxious, or you are you will just keep on thinking, overthinking, and you will lack sleep, and you will be building scenarios which is not there actually, to imagine that it can happen, this can happen, that can happen, what will I do if this comes? Even in the question papers, when you are receiving your sheets, like the first thing comes to your mind is, okay, I hope I can see the best questions which I know already. So that is a sort of stress. But one thing I will again like to share with you is stress is also essential. See, there is something, a small push we all need towards motivation. A little bit of stress in the physiological levels are very important for any human being to achieve their motivation. Okay, so that is also important. But stress in a different level can affect your physical as well as psychological well-being. So apart from disorders, so what are the early changes? They can be classified as behavioral changes as well as cognitive changes. So behavioral changes can be easily picked up either by your friends or your teammates or your close classmates, sometimes maybe your teachers. So behavioral changes can be, you can be irritable, there will be mood changes, okay, and sometimes picking up quarrels. See, all these will come under behavioral, whereas your academic performance will come under the cognitive changes. See, cognition, you all know how your mind thinks and acts, isn't it? So what will happen is your performance in the academic sessions will be going down, as well as you will have poor decision making, and sometimes you will also have a sort of isolating yourself from your peer group. So all these behavioral and the cognitive changes can happen once you are going to be immersed in the thing called stress. So there are different strategies to actually come out of this confusion or this state of stress. How do we do that? Why do we do that? Because we all need to go towards the maximum well-being and the optimum health. Okay, so what does an institution do? Because students are always there in an institution. Yes, definitely they are offering you help, support and advice from the relevant hierarchy people, and they will also have guidance, whether it is career or psychological guidance, and some assistance, support system with assistance for you, and they will also give you enough info, that is informations for you to tackle and also overcome this stress. So why does it make so much of importance? So you come to an institution. Why do you come to an institution? To meet up your academic goals, isn't it? So your academic performance, and which is the foundation for your life. So that is why it is impacting a lot in the students. So what should be doing? There are something called coping strategies and self-care. So what are coping strategies? There are in two things you can divide, because as I told you, physical well-being as well as mental well-being, isn't it? So activities, regular physical activity, as well as you are keeping up with your force of your curriculum. So all these come under activities. See, please do not be bothered about the deadlines. Deadlines are announced long back. That is only there to stimulate you to finish the work. Don't take them as something very threatening, okay? It is only a guideline, so towards which you can do your work and finish it before the time, and you can be very happy. And what is mindfulness? See, this I'll say, children, okay, students are having their mind full with so many things. You know why? Half of it is because of academics, okay? The next is social and your media, okay? So that is overburdening your mind. The next thing is, of course, your screen time. So all these distractions are filling your mind, whereas what you have to be doing is, you have to be mindful about what you are doing. So what is being mindful? You have to be focusing on what you are doing. Okay, so that is where we have simple techniques to get into that mindfulness. Do you need to have a brain gym? People have heard about that, brain gym. Gym you have been very familiar with, where you can strengthen your muscles and joints and your bones, right? So there is something called the same as brain gym. How does it work? Because as I told you what is stress and how does it manifest, that is how does it present. I told you the behavioral changes as well as the cognitive changes. All these things are the way stress present among students. So I'll tell you on small things. So you all want to be smart, right? All students? Definite? Everybody, not only students. Every one of us want to be smart people, isn't it? So there is a small synonym for that. Smart is S for study properly, study well, study according to your syllabus or according to your curriculum pattern, timeline, okay? And master your schedule. So day-to-day routines, they play a major role in keeping you out of stress. So schedule has to be there in everybody's life, and that you have to master the schedule. So you have to achieve a balance between your emotional and the social well-being. Then you have to go for self-care. Please do not think self-care is being selfish or it's going to take a lot of time. Self-care is essential and it takes very few minutes of your day-to-day routine. So how do you take that self-care for you? See, only thing is you have to do your routines, have your physical activity and have a good sleep. That is what it matters. And there are 3 rules to keep away from stress also. Stay positive, okay? And keep trying and be always flexible. It's okay to fall down or you can set back or you can even, you can be away from your regular friends' performances, but it is okay. Just be flexible so that you can catch up with the next. So, thoughts and focus. The thoughts should be about yourself and your personal growth. Never ever compare yourself with anybody else. That is the root cause for the stress. Okay? So don't compare. Have your thoughts about yourself and your personal growth. And for that, we will just tell you small techniques. So one is to breathe. Just take deep breaths if you are feeling stressed at certain situations. Take a deep breath. This can be done wherever you are. Okay. Another thing is 4-7-8. That is inhale for 4 seconds, hold the breath for 7 seconds, and exhale for 8 seconds. This is one of the very simple technique. Wherever you are, you can do. And there is a beautiful technique called grounding. So what is grounding? Your present moment, okay? That is called grounding. That is bringing you to the reality to face it. So how will you do that? That can be done psychologically as well as physically. Physically, just there are 3 things. Walk on the floor without slippers, okay? That is making you feel the ground and feel you the reality and the scenario, situation around you. The next thing is hold any cold objects. So that will again a sensory stimulation where it will make you feel the present situation, the moment. So you will catch up with the moment because we tend to drift when we are stressed. And another method is psychological, is you have to envision a situation where the surrounding, you have to even say it verbally. See, I am seeing a green mountain, I am seeing beautiful flowers, I am seeing a dog going around with so much of good feeling whenever you see a pet. Okay, so these things, and sometimes you can even recite something about your own self. That is a positive thing, so that you bring back yourself from drifting away from the reality, so that you are grounded and think about the positive things. And so no more of this with grounding and mindfulness. I think I have taught you the real small simple techniques. And managing the triggers, as I told you, you have to identify the triggers, like which all can bring that stress in you, psychological stress, so that you can manage them with either breathing or prioritizing your activities, or you have to reach out for a very good friend or somebody who can take up your sharing. And eat healthy. That makes a lot of difference. Unhealthy hedonic eating we call, because just for the sake of eating and the dopamine release, you just go for some unhealthy food. Okay, that is again going to have a repercussion on your cognitive thinking and your stress levels. And good sleep. Good sleep, again I just want to tell you only one point. Everybody thinks good sleep is the duration. I am telling you that is the 3rd point. Duration of 7 to 9 hours of sleep depending upon everybody. it depends. This can vary to person, individual. But one thing is that sleep has to align with your circadian timing. See, you cannot always say, I can keep awake and study and then catch up with that 7 hours. No, it does not happen like that. Because sleep cycle, it is always in sync with the circadian, that is light and dark cycle, so that only when you sleep accordingly, or all your physiological activities during sleep and the hormone secretion and your stress cortisol secretion, everything is controlled in the right way when you get the sleep. I will tell you the timing also, from 11 to 6. That's the best time. And I will tell you one more small principle, 8-3-2-1. 8 hours before your bedtime, stop caffeine or tea, okay, the stimulants, okay. 3 hours before your sleep time, finish your dinner or whatever you are taking as your last meal. And then 2 hours before, do all your physical activities, finish them off. 1 hour before, no screen time, whatever, laptop or screen or your mobile or even your TV. So blue light is the worst stimulant to keep your mind awake. That exactly goes into the, we call that as a circadian clock, master clock. That is your suprachiasmatic nucleus that has got a very, very sensitive thing towards blue light. So that blue light is emitted from all the screens. So stop your screen time 1 hour before. Just read, man. Whenever we take a book, what we have, we will fall asleep. So that is very simple. So read the soft pages. You will definitely have a good quality sleep. Okay. So sleep well, be active, but not the reverse. Thank you. And one more thing. This session is going to be followed by an interesting session because, see, I am an allopathic doctor. But I've been having an experience of running an integrated medical practice along with Siddha, Ayurveda, as well as a naturopathy and yoga doctor. I've been seeing great results. See, whatever we do not have an answer in allopathic medicine, these fields, they have a lot. Only thing, a setback for those fields are there, they don't have evidence-based medicine. What the modern medicine carries itself as its pride. Okay, but I tell you, wherever we have a no, those fields have an S. Definitely, especially for skin disorders, all autoimmune disorders, even for malignancies, they have beautiful solutions. And that's exactly what my colleague is going to tell you now with some even demos. Kindly enjoy that session. Thank you. Yeah, that is 4 minutes, 4 seconds. You have to inhale. Hold your breath for 7 seconds and exhale for 8 seconds. Yes, always exhalation should be slow and prolonged. 4, 7, 8. And 8-3-2-1 is for your sleep. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this enriching session. Now I would like to request Dean Planning, Professor R. Sarathi, to present memento to Dr. Kavita. Please, sir. We will have a practical demonstration as ma'am was saying, but before that we have an interesting experience sharing from Dr. Pranchu Singh. She will be joining us through Zoom meeting online mode now. She is an assistant professor in Department of Psychiatry, AIIMS, Jodhpur.
Hello. Good evening to everyone. I hope I am audible. Hello. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. I am Dr. Pranchu Singh. I am assistant professor at AIIMS Jodhpur. I have been working as a psychiatrist for many years. And In my practice, I see many children with neurodevelopmental issues such as autism, hyperactivity related issues.
Now,
so am I
Dr.
visible?
Pranshu is saying you can continue. Now you're visible to us.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, in my practice, I see a lot of children who have neurodevelopmental issues such as hyperactivity, behavioral problems, anger issues, autism spectrum related disorders. And also, I see adult patients who suffer from depression, anxiety, post traumatic stress disorders, sleep related issues, obsessive compulsive related disorder. So, my first encounter with Dr. Shailja was when we started hearing reports from a lot of parents and from my colleagues that Varmam therapy has been helping a lot of children in regulating their emotions, is improving their sleep, and is improving
Hello.
communication and
Hi,
eye
ma'am.
contact in children
I'm
with
sorry to
autism.
interrupt, but your video is frozen.
Okay, I'm not sure what I can do.
Yeah, you're clearly audible, but the video is frozen. Yes, now we are able to see. Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Now your video is.
Yes.
Okay. So a lot of parents of these children, they started to report improvement with Varmam therapy after they were referred to, or they had themselves visited Dr. Shailja at Ayush department, the Siddha section. And eventually we all were very intrigued because in these disorders sometimes we have to resort to giving psychotropic medications because the children are very hyperactive, they are unable to sit at one place, and because of that sometimes the schools would even refuse them admission, saying that the child is not even able to sit. How will the child be able to study, and how will the child be able to progress? So, but with Varmam therapy, a lot of parents, they started reporting improvement in hyperactivity. The sleep and behavioral got regulated, and so me and our child psychologist, we were intrigued, and with the help of our head of department, we visited Dr. Shailja at Department of Siddha, who was extremely gracious, and she introduced us to the basic concepts regarding Siddha and the Varmam, or the energy points of the body. And eventually we were convinced that it is a very safe practice, and it is non-invasive, so can be effectively done and can add as an add-on therapy in children. We as psychiatrists, we usually do psychotherapeutic treatment through cognitive behavior treatment. We also sometimes advise various kinds of relaxation practices, yoga, pranaya, but this was completely new to us. And so we started sending more and more children to Dr. Shailja, and almost everyone, they would feel that the benefit of Varmam therapy or Siddha principles. And eventually, I thought that if the children are able to regulate their emotions better, so why not try this even in adults also? So initially, I started sending adults with mental health issues such as obsessive compulsive disorders, personality issues, emotional regulation related issues, and there was improvement seen in adults also. There was improvement reported in their mood, control of their anxiety, the sleep had improved. So in general, it seemed that their nervous system was better regulated, and their well-being had improved. One patient with post-traumatic stress disorder, she would have an intense allergic reaction to medications from time to time, because of which she would require hospitalization, and it would limit the amount of medications we could give to her. So I referred her to ma'am also, and again there was a reduction in these symptoms also, and we were quite delighted and surprised by what was happening. So, although it is a safe and non-invasive technique, especially in the hands of a trained practitioner, but I feel that there is a need for further research and to improve our understanding in what profile of mental illness patient, what kind of Siddha practice or what kind of Varmam therapy might be helpful. So it was only last year that I got to know of this technique, but this technique is thousands of years old, and it has the potential to benefit hundreds and thousands of people in maintaining their stress, regulating their emotions, and even healing from severe trauma or mental illness. So I'm extremely grateful to IIT Madras for this opportunity, and I just wanted to share my experience with regarding Siddha with all of you. And recently, I also came across a study that was done in University of California, in which they applied Siddha principles of intermittent fasting, gratitude, and some other Siddha practices, and they saw that even in patients who had severe obesity or severe heart related issues, even in their poor physical health conditions, they felt extremely happy after a few days of these practices, and they were able to achieve what they described as state of flow or overgai, I think, as is mentioned in Siddha practices. So there is a lot to learn, and there is extremely limited research in this area. And in the future, I hope I can learn, and we all can reap the benefits of this great science. So that will be all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pranshu, for your insightful experiences and your experiences about how to treat child's mental care and take care of it. Since you're not present with us, so on your behalf, your memento will be received by Dr. R. Shailaja. And I would like to request Dean Planning, Professor R. Sarthi, to kindly give the memento to Dr. R. Shailaja. Since Dean Planning is not here, so I would like to request Professor
Colonel Balaji is there.
I would like to request Dr. Colonel Balaji to present the memento to R. Shailaja on behalf of... Sorry for the confusion. So, Dean Planning, Professor R. Sarthi is here, and he will present the memento to Dr. R. Shailaja on behalf of Dr. Pranshu Singh.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to request Dr. R. Shailaja, Medical Officer Siddha Ayush, AIIMS Jodhpur, to present her presentation and carry forward the session with a practical demonstration. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Tamanna. I'm Dr. Shailaja from AIIMS Jodhpur. First, I would like to thank Dr. Pranshu for giving an explainable version of what is Varmam therapy and how it is able to help for mental health conditions. Thank you, Dr. Pranshu. And before starting, I would like to render my heartfelt thanks to Professor Kamakoti sir, Suresh Raila sir, and our Dean Planning, Dr. Sarthi sir, for giving me such a privileged opportunity to share experiences about Indian system of medicine, especially the South Indian system of medicine, Siddha. And with this, I'll just start my session. So how many of you know Ayush? You can just raise your hands. What is Ayush? How many of you know Siddha system of medicine? So I think only people from Tamil Nadu, so I think the raised hands all belong to Tamil Nadu, right? Yes, all are Tamil people, because I am practicing in Western India, where there is no Siddha. So people know only Ayurveda. When I say it is Siddha, they'll call us, is it Ayurveda? So wherever I go, wherever I start my speech, I'll just start with, just to know what is the feedback from the audience. So it's good to see many hands as it is in Tamil Nadu. That too very, I think it is in single digit raised hands I have seen. So I just want to say Ayush is Ayurveda, Yoga, Yoga, Unani, S for Siddha and Sovarigba, and H for Homeopathy. So S stands for Siddha and Sovarigba. Siddha is the Tamil system of Tamil medical system, and Sovarigba is Tibetan medical system. So when it comes to Siddha, so it is basically the Tamil medical system. Tamil is one of the oldest civilizations of the world, and Tamil is one of the oldest living languages of the world. So what are all the living languages in the world? It is Chinese, then comes Tamil, which is still living from many thousands of years. So whenever there is any civilization, people will develop some of the other kind of medicine. So like we have Siddha, which is it is a Tamilian civilization, and in North India we have Ayurveda, and we have Chinese TCM, that is traditional Chinese medicine. We have African system of medicine, Korean system of medicine. So wherever people are living, they have a system of medicine, because they need certain rules for living, they need certain rules for preventing diseases, and they need something to cure themselves. That is how the medicine evolved. So whatever we see today, the allopathy medical system, which is the evidence-based medical system, it is 200-year-old medical system. All our traditional medical systems are thousands and thousands years of old. And when it comes to Tamil Maruthuvam, it is basically, it is the medical system of the Tamil people, Tamil society since many centuries. And the references for Tamil Maruthuvam, we can see in 5,000-year-old Tolkappiyam, which is one of the grammatic texts. So it is such a oldest medical systems in the world. The basic barrier is language. Many people doesn't know about Siddha, because everything is in Tamil language, which is the major and basic barrier. So nowadays it is getting expanded, as I am also serving in Western India. So it is the medical system of Tamil people, I said, and it is majorly contributed by Siddhas, who are highly spiritual and alchemical adepts. And these Siddhas are they were headed by a Siddha called as Sage Agasthyar. So Sage Agasthyar or Agastya Rishi, we all know, he is the head of Siddhas, and his knowledge has been transferred to his disciples, and it has been transferred through oral tradition from one generation to another, and then it's been transferred through copper plate inscription, stone inscription, and later on palm leaf manuscripts, paper manuscripts, and certain things now available as books, and the government is taking much steps to digitalize these literatures. This is the current scenario. So because of time, I'll just fast up. And as I said, Sage Agasthyar is the father of Siddha medicine and father of Tamil language. This Siddha system of medicine is based upon teachings of 18 Siddhas. I have just written the names: Nandi, Agathiyar, Moolar, Punna, Kisar, Bohar, Pulikai, Isar. So there are 18 adepts whose contribution has been followed as a Siddha medicine these days. So as I said, it is a 5,000-year-old system. This has a reference from Tolkappiyam, which is a 5,000-year-old grammatic text, and it says that the fundamentals of Siddha system of medicine is on permutation and combination of 5 basic elements, that is air, you all know, right? Air, earth, water, ether, and space. So this permutation and combination of the 5 elements is the resultant of the macrocosm, which is the universe, and also the microcosm, which is us. So there is a Siddhar called Sattai Muni. He says that Andathil ullade pindam, pindathil ullade andam. Andam is the universe. So whatever the constituents of macrocosm is the same replica of the microcosm. That is why we reflect whenever there is any temperature in the environment. So when there is a rainfall, we will have flu-like condition. That is why whenever there is a change in the environment, whenever there is a change in the macrocosm, the same will be reflected inside our microcosm. So that is well explained by a Siddhar called as Sattai Muni. And this system of medicine is based upon 96 tattvas, and in that the major three components, we call it as Vali, Ayal, Ayyam. Vadi is the air component in the body, Ayal is the heat component in the body, and Ayyam is the secretory component in the body, which is formed as a result of permutation and combination of 5 basic elements. And whenever you have any digestion problem, it is concerned with your heat component and air component. And that is how in this way, the physiology and pathology is explained in Siddha system of medicine. Siddha, it's not only speaks about medicine. Siddha have spoken about highly philosophical theories, and we have many alchemy, which is called as Rasa Sastram, which is made, now many researchers are happening, but Siddhas have written a lot about alchemy, yoga, jnanam, that is spiritual upliftment, and also we do have a lot of literatures telling about mantras, tantram, and also yantras. They are all metaphysical studies. So coming to wellness, so when we will be healthy? So we will be happy only when our physical state and mental state and social state is good. So how it can be achieved? The wellness can be achieved mainly through our food, sleep, exercise, and basically the diet and lifestyle plays a major role for wellness. So what the Siddha says? So there is a Siddhar called as Therayar. He has written lot of dietary rules and lot of lifestyle rules to live a disease-free life, basically to prevent diseases. So what he says? So it starts from our early morning routine. So Siddhas, the lifestyle in Siddha, it insists you have to get up early in the morning, that is Brahma Muhurtam, and you have to attend your nature calls, and starting from brushing. So today we use lot of branded toothbrushes, toothpaste, but in olden days, it was done with the herbal, like nama Tamil Nadu solrana vepanguchi. Alum velum sollukurudi. Alum velum pallukurudi, naalum rendum sollukurudi. So alum velum abdingiradhu vandu all is it's a roots of banyan tree and vel. There is a tree called as Acacia catechu, that is Karuvela maram, kelvipatripinga. So they both are rich in astringent property. So when you are brushing with such kind of stick, it will regulate the pH, which will be good for the enamel also and also for the gum health. That is how our ancestors have used. And whenever you start your brushing, you have to start from left. So why we have to start from left? We have a theory in Varmam. So Uirin Iripidam Idahalayil. So Uir, which is the basic life force, it will be in the left side. And after brushing, you have to gargle 12 times, which is also said in our literature. And there are many studies which is taking place in these days, which says when you are using this kind of herbal based things, they have anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, and antioxidant properties. So when it comes to food, so there is a Siddhar called as Tirumular. He has written Tirumandram with 3000 stanzas. So what he says, Udambar Azhiyin, Uirar Azhivar. So whenever your physical health goes down, automatically your life energy goes down, mental health goes down. So when the physical energy will go down, whenever you are not following proper dietary rules, whatever you take by mouth, it matters a lot. So Udambar Azhiyin, Uirar Azhivar, Thidambada Meinyanam Seravum Matar, Udambai Valarkum Ubayam Arinde, Udambai Valarthen, Uir Valarthene. So Tirumular says that he understood in order to attain spiritual upliftment, the physical body is very important. Only when you have sound physical health, you can do a lot of mental things, then you can reach the spiritual upliftment. And whenever speaking about Siddha principles, we cannot forget our Tiruvalluvar. So Thiruvalluvar, he has written many words about food and also the medicine. So what Thiruvalluvar says, Marundana vendavam yakkaikku arundiyadu attadu potri unin. So when you don't want medicine, when you know what to eat and what not to eat, and when you know whenever you feel hunger, that time you have to eat. So you have to obey your hunger. Whenever your stomach says eat, that time you can start eating. So, and mindful eating, overeating, everything was said by Thiruvalluvar. And Siddharth Erier, he insists to take milk, which will be definitely good for bone health. And I'll just go speedily. And we insist to take fermented curd. Why fermented curd? Because fermented curd will have lot of lactobacillus in that. So when you are taking lactobacillus, we all know it is good for the it is good for our gut. So whenever your gut health is good, you will have better mental health and also better physical health. And what is buttermilk? Can anyone say? More. Chach. Anyone can say what is more? Huh? How it is made? How buttermilk is made? Whether diluted curd is buttermilk? Huh? Churn it, right. Why I ask the question is, when I used to tell all these dietary rules to my patient, I'm practicing in Jodhpur. So Jodhpur is, you all know Jodhpur, they have habit of taking lot of milk products. And especially when it comes to milk, one individual person will drink 2 liters of milk and one person will take half kg of curd per day, and for full family they require 5 kgs of ghee. For a 3-member family they require. So but when I say, because I used to insist when a patient comes with acidity problem, hyperacidity, hypertension, I used to insist them to take buttermilk but not curd. So they will say diluted, dahi mein pani dal ke chaach banaya. So it is not the, so what is, because it matters a lot, because as per Siddha theory, when you are taking buttermilk, as I said, 5 fundamental basic elements, buttermilk belongs to water component. When you are taking the thing which is rich in water component, automatically your heat in the body will be reduced. So how you have to make? To the fermented curd, you have to add lot of water, churn out the butter out. So the buttermilk will not have butter. Butterless milk is the buttermilk. So you have to churn out the butter and add lot of water to it. That is called as buttermilk. And what Siddharth Erier says is, neer perukki, more, whenever you are taking food, he says that neyurukki, more perukki, neer churukki, perure, unbavar tam peruraikil pome pini. So that is how I have represented in the diagram, which in the picture. So neyurukki, whenever you are having ghee, you have to take melted ghee. And ghee is so good for health. So you can take 1 to 2 teaspoons of ghee in your diet. It is rich in short chain fatty acids. So it is good for your gut. So you can take ghee in moderation. So he says that melted ghee, neyurukki, more perukki. How you have to increase the more? You have to add lot of water. So diluted more will be rich in water component. So whoever having hypertension, even your family members, you can advise them to take buttermilk but not curd. When curd to be avoided? Curd is a representation of Vayu. Okay, so which is the air component. So whoever having any joint pain or stiffness in the body, they have to avoid dahi. They have to avoid curd. So once you are avoiding curd, you will have a lot of pain relief, and curd should not be taken at night. So that is also said in Siddha. And when it comes to water, what he says, neer churukki. As I said, more perukki, neer churukki. Neer churukki is you have to boil and condense the water. So once you are boiling the water well and condensing it, what will happen? It will have a lot of antibacterial properties, because microbes will be killed. So antiseptic and antibacterial properties are there, and it is advisable to take mud pot water. So nama manpana thanni. So adana nama kudichittrundom. So when you are taking that mud pot water, again the concept of fundamentals come. Mud is a representation of earth element. So it will be having cooling properties. Whoever have dry eyes acidity problem, you can start taking mud pot water and boiled and cooled. You can boil the water and you can place that water in the mud pot and you can drink. It is good for APDs. And when you are taking water in the copper vessel, these days, it's, the past 1 decade, it is a trend to take copper water bottles. So you can take, when you are taking in copper bottles, it is good for your eyes. Because as per Siddha theory, copper is a heat component and it is called as Kunma Kalan. So if you are having acidity problem, copper vessels will be the great choice. You can go for acidity problem for eyes also. And but there is one caution. Whenever you are using copper bottles, you have to wash it very well. So while washing, you have to add lemon or any sour agent like tamarind. You all know you are from, because copper will oxidize and form copper chloride, which is very harmful to the body. And it is insisted to take iron vessel. If you are taking food in iron vessel, it is good for anemia. And gold vessel is also indicated in literature, but it is not for heating. It is not for heating. And a gold vessel, you can boil the water and cool it in a gold vessel and you can eat. It will have rejuvenating properties and it is good for, it will be having a lot of antioxidant properties. So dining rules, I can just continue, right? Yes. So dining rules, so vaഴക്കായ്, unripened banana can be taken in the diet. Yes, I'll just go. Okay. So because of time constraint, I'm directly come to mental wellness part. If anybody is interested, I'm here. You can come and ask me any dietary related things if you are interested. So then comes the mental wellness in Siddha. So again, these are the words of Tirumular. Manamadu chemmayanal mandiram jebikka venda. Manamadu chemmayanal vayuvai uyartha vendam. Manamadu chemmayanal vasiyai nirutha venda. So manam, just reading with this, all Tamil people would have understood what is manam. So once your mental health is good, you don't want to recite mantras. If you are mentally stable, you don't want to do any meditation techniques. And if you are mentally fit, you don't want to do Vasi practices. And just if you are mentally fit, everything will be sorted out. That is the direct meaning of this song. But there is one indirect meaning in this song. So there is a context in Tamil literatures. So you have to understand the opposite part also. So whenever in order to achieve optimum health, so once your mental health is good, these things will be good. Already if your mental health is not good, how we can achieve? So there are certain steps indicated in the literature. So you have to do some breathing practices. And in Siddha, we have for breathing, we have a time index method. So I'll be explaining in the next slide. And we have a Vasi Yogam. Vasi is the places of enormous energy. So these Vasi places can be linked with Varmam places. And there is a concept of Panjama. Panjama is the thing which starts from Ma, which is Panjama, which includes Muttirai. Muttirai is which we do with your fingers. Mani. Mani is the one specialized medicine which is made with the use of mercury. And then come Mandiram, which is the recitation of particular, chanting of particular aksharas. And Mudire. Mudire is, you can do these practices with a particular kind of cereal. And Moolige. So Moolige is, you can cure mental diseases with certain herbs. So this is the concept behind how we approach to treat any mental problem in Siddha. So this is again coming to the fundamentals. So whenever your airflow in the body is right, your energy flow and your mental health will be good. And there comes the concept of Namah Shivaya. So Manamadu Adanga Katradu Adangum. So Manam, when you will be stable, when the airflow in the body is stable, you will be mentally stable. And to achieve this, Varmam therapy can help you. In order to achieve this, how we can do this Varmam therapy, I'll be explaining in the practical session. So there are 18 places indicated in Tolkappiyam, which I said ancient Tamil text. So these 18 places, if you are concentrating on these 18 places, you will have good mental relaxation. So whatever the points I have mentioned, great toe, feet, they are all the Varmam points. Pulimuttu, Padangal Varmam, Veeradangal, Amaikalam, Andakalam, Annakalam, all are Varmam points. For your better understanding, I have mentioned with the places. So if you are concentrating on these 18 places, you will have good mental health. So coming to Siddha Varmam therapy, so as I said, Siddha is one of the ancient medical system, and in Siddha we give medicines made from raw materials from plant kingdom, animal kingdom, and also metals and minerals. And there is a unique treatment in Siddha which is called as Varmam therapy, which is very confined to South India, especially Kerala and also Kanyakumari, Thoothukudi and Tirunelveli districts and some parts of Madurai. Now, after the establishment in academic settings, now it has become very common to use the Siddha Varmam therapy. Siddha Varmam therapy is a non-invasive, non-pharmacological, simple, cost-effective treatment which is basically stimulation of vital energy points in the body. These vital energy points, they are 118 number as per most of the text. When you know how to stimulate these 108 Varmam points in the body, you can achieve optimum health. So Varmam is nothing but what is Varmam? Varmam is a kind of extremely subtle energy flow in the body. See, I am speaking, now my eyes are functioning, now my heart is doing its own work, lungs is doing its own work. All this autonomous activity is done by one particular energy. So we say that particular energy is called as Varmam. So Varmam is basically the physiology of the body. So these are the references. I'll go directly for the session. And stress management, this prana yoga is... So I said this system is basically on olden principles. So we have, how many of you are aware of chakras? Chakras in the body? Yes, 6 chakras. So I'll be explaining Varmam in the chakra view so that you can get better understanding. So, so you all know Mool Adharam. Mool Adharam, it is resided in the perineal region. So that is linked with the Andavarmam. And I will tell you how you can stimulate your Mooladharam, Swadhisthana, Manipuragam, Anagadam, Visitti, Aginai and Sahasram with the stimulation of Varmam points. So this, whatever I have mentioned here, they are the energy points related with that particular chakra. In Tamil we call it as Adharam. Yeah, I'll just... So coming to the practical session, I need one volunteer. I need one volunteer. Anyone can come. Yes. Yes. So please bring one chair and you can be seated here. I'll teach how you can do Varmam. Anybody interested and anybody who are already stressed and you can also do along with me. So this please sit, sir. This Varmam therapy you can do on yourself. It is for your self-healing. So the first point, I can. I'll be asking you to do, na? Sir, you can come to that. Sure. So I said. So I have formulated a set of 8 Varmams which you can do yourself also. The first point is Kondai Kolli. Okay, you can move the slide. Okay, I'll directly tell. I don't want slide. No, the first point is the Kondai Kolli, so which is at the vertex of the head. How you can trace? You can trace both the ears. From both the ears you can come to the top of the head. you have to use your tip of the 3 fingers, middle 3 fingers. You should fix it over here and move right and left. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So you can do yourself. So these 3 points, okay? You can fix it here. Varmam you have to do with very gentle pressure. It's very important. It is not the massage. We are actually trying to correct the subtle energy inside the body. So the pressure which you give, it should be very, very delicate. Okay, right and left for 3 times. Yes, you can do it yourself. It's very simple, but it will have enormous benefit when you are doing with proper guidance. Okay. This is the first point called Kondaikoli, and it is for regulating your Sahasra Chakra. And
It's like from this point and this point at the top.
yes, it's at the vertex of the head. It is at the vertex. And second point is Chunambakalam, which lies 3 finger breadth above the ears. You can take 3 finger breadth. Okay. So how you have to apply? You have to apply pressure from middle 3 fingers again, tip of the middle 3 fingers. Fix it over here like this. Okay. Fix it like this and move right and front and backwards. Yes, good. Okay. This is second point. And these 2 varmams can correct your Sahasradi Chakra. Okay. Yeah. If palpating and whoever having stress, if you are touching the exactly on varmam, you will have a kind of deep breath and you will feel better. I am sure about it. And the next point is Pachi varmam. Pachi varmam. So you have to apply pressure from again tip of the middle 3 fingers. You have to trace the glabella, which is the meeting place of both the eyebrows. From just above the meeting place of both the eyebrows, go 1.5 finger breadth above. It is exactly the place where we keep our vibhuti. Nama Tirunur Vekkirom illaya, that is the exact place. See, it is in our tradition. So if you are constantly touching with one or the other way, you can already feel you are stress free. So you have to apply this way. Just understand my pressure. You can do it. Okay, this is Pachivarmam, and it is to correct your Agna Chakra. So this is the third point. And the next point is Tummikalam. It is to correct your Visuddhi. Visuddhi is the place where your old emotions, old thoughts will get accumulated, and you will have a kind of in Tamil, a kind of choke at the neck. So when your Visuddhi Chakra is too much of toxins, definitely you will have. So in order to detoxify your Visuddhi Chakra, this Tummikalam will help. How you have to apply? With the middle 3 fingers, again, just you have to touch this suprasternal notch. So there is a small notch here. Yes. The pressure should be very delicate. In Tamil we call it as Poonasunga Matire. Whenever you are touching a flower, how will you touch? We will touch in such a way, you won't crush the flower. So the pressure should be very light. 1, 2, 3. So this is called as Tummikalam, and this is to correct your Visuddhi Chakra. And then comes Nervarmam. It will correct your Anagata Chakra. So it lies at the solar plex. It lies at the center of the chest, solar plex. How you have to apply? You have to use your middle part of the middle 3 fingers. So just give gentle pressure from here to downward. Empty your pocket. How you can? So he can give the pressure from here and just move on both the sides. So opposite side and here. We have to give pressure from the middle part of middle 3 fingers. Downward. So the name is Nervarmam. So all these Varmam will actually correct your nostril energy flow. Okay. This is called Nervarmam. It is for correcting your Anagata Chakra. Anagata Chakra is meant for emotional intolerance. You could see people who will have increased fear, anxiety, palpitation, which means their Anagata Chakra is affected. So once doing these practices will strengthen your Anagata Chakra, so automatically you will be more resilient. And next varmam is Adapakalam. It lies on the rib area. So how you have to, so this is at the level of last rib. You have to apply pressure from the middle part of the middle 3 fingers. So here is the varmam. We have to move front and back for 3 times. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. So easily how you can do, you can start from near varmam and you can just drag it downward. You can just drag it downward and move front and back. Okay. Do the opposite side. It is at the center. 3 times. So this is how it can strengthen your Anagata Chakra. And next point is Annakalam. Annakalam, it is for your Manipuraka Chakra. So Annakalam, it lies at the level of navel. How you have to apply? You have to self-application. You have to use the middle part of the middle 3 fingers of right hand. The right hand, you have to touch the middle finger of the middle finger should be on the navel. Yes. Not very gentle. It should be very light. And this hand can be on this on the hand. Very gentle pressure. You have to press it 3 times. Okay. This is for Manipuragam. And next comes the Kallidai Kalam, which will be for Swadhishtanam. So Kallidai Kalam, it lies 6 finger breadth below the navel. So from navel, you can measure 6 finger. So all these finger measurements are measurements of the particular individual. Okay, not the physician. So where is your navel? So you can get up. So just for understanding, you can come this side. For everybody's understanding, I'm telling this in standing position, but you can do it in sitting position also. So you have to trace the navel. From navel, you have to take 6 finger breath. How you can take? You can take 4 finger breath and 2 finger breath from that hand. So it will be 6 finger breath. And you have to use this hypothenar part of the right hand. Fix it on the varmam. Okay, don't give any pressure. You have to mildly drag upwards. It should be very mild. 1, 2, 3. Okay. This is called as Kallidai Kalam and it can correct your Manipuragam. Swadhisthana Chakra. So, so this is, if you are, it seems to be, it will be heavy only because these things we, now it's my time to acknowledge my guru. He is Dr. Shanmugam. He is in Coimbatore. So I come from a traditional family and I have learned these techniques as in a Gurukulam manner and still I am in the learning process. I'm a student of him for the past 25 years and I submit my respect everything to my Asan here. So this is how the Varmam can be done and when you are learning from a Gurukulam, it will not be taught in a one day. So whoever sits here, definitely it will be heavy to carry, but whoever interested, you can come and you have a, and in IIT Madras, you have a wellness center and I think the doctors are coming here. You can get better clarifications with them and you can contact me also for any doubts. So as a quick thing, can we do once?
Yeah, I just would like to add, we have a Siddha center where Varmam is one of the things. Actually, doctors come here and treat. And you won't believe it, 425 footfalls were there in a month. That is the level. We just started a month before. And many students have got benefited. You know, the level of stress, it comes down. In no time, they feel very comfortable, right? And, you know, today evening, madam just looked at my nadi and said, you have a little problem in your stomach, right? And I agreed immediately because I cannot take spicy food. If I have a spicy food, I will get a stomach pain, right? And also she started telling me what are all to be carried out, right? So this is an alternate way. There is absolutely nothing. There is no medicine at all, right? And immediately you will feel the comfort, right? And there are many faculty members who had a little of a frozen shoulders. and they got a worm and now they are comfortable, right? So you may feel that what is it like, but it is a fact. And as and when you experience, I am pretty sure this, if it can be taken up to the students, you know, the level of anxiety, depression, or some sort of, you know, anything in specific, if you look at it, these exercises will enable you to get the complete relief immediately, right? Madam, sorry, I took a little advantage. Yeah.
It's your turn, sir. So,
Yeah.
Sir, if you have, how do you feel now?
1 minute.
I feel relaxed compared to where I was sitting there. I can't speak actually.
This time, sir will give.
So, if anybody wants a detailed clarification, you can come and get it. And it can be easily done.
Clear about all that.
Want to repeat it again? Anyone repeat? Sir, you can do it with my guidance. Sit. Yes, you can do it. So the first point is on the top of the head. I'll also do it along with you. It's on the top of the head. The middle 3 fingers, tip of the middle 3 fingers, fix it on the vertex of the head and move right and left. Yes. The second point, 3 finger breath above the ears. We have to use tip of the middle 3 fingers, both the sides simultaneously, and it should be parallel to each other. Yes, front and back, right. No, it should be, hand should be static, move front and back. Okay. And the third point is just above the meeting place of the eyebrow. You can use tip of the middle 3 fingers. 3 times right and left. Ma'am, you have to give less pressure. Yes. Okay. And next point is at the suprasternal notch. We have to give pressure with the middle 3 fingers. Just drag down, just touch downward. Downward pressure. And the next is nervarmum. So it is at the solar plex. So you can use the mid part of the middle 3 fingers. Just drag it downward and you can reach the adappam. Yes, front and back. No, you can move downward, touch the rib and come front and back. On the rib you have to do this front and back for 3 times. Do on the opposite side. Yes. Drag downward, front and back. Okay. Then on the navel. So, yes, with this hand, press it for 3 times. Ma'am, you have to use the middle part of the middle finger on the navel. Yes. Then 6 finger breath below navel. So you can use the hypothenar part of the hand. You have to fix on the vermum and drag upward. Yes, okay. So if you are doing it regularly as an exercise, definitely it will help in reducing your anxiety and stress levels, and it can also develop a better mental health. And what I generally explain these vermum points to my patients. So you would have heard feedback from Dr. Pranshu from our psychiatry department. Patients who are coming with anxiety palpitation, I am teaching these vermum and they are doing as an exercise at home. They are doing twice a day. So you can do it. It is harmless. Thank you, sir. Finish it? Okay. So I'll just conclude and then. So with this, because of time constraint, with this I conclude my session. I offer my sincere gratitude and I'm so grateful to IIT and also to my institute, AIIMS Jodhpur, for giving me such an opportunity to share my experiences, because this is one of the gray area I can say, because everyone doesn't, and getting an opportunity to explain these things in a premier institute of technology is something astounding. So thanks for the opportunity and thanks for your patience listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insights on Siddha Burmam therapy and physical, mental, and social well-being and how it can be achieved with simple daily items. Now, I would like to request Senior Wellness Officer Colonel Balaji sir to present the memento to Dr. Shailaja. There's a small announcement.
So thank you. It was a very long day, so we do acknowledge, and we have got feedback that we had very end-to-end session, and there was not enough opportunity to have question and answer. So what we have planned tomorrow, we will give you full opportunity, full time. So all the experts will be here. So most of the half day today will be dedicated to all of you. You can come, you can speak, you can share your experience. If you have any question and answer, we will give you full opportunity. And secondly, we have shared one paper where we have put some question and answer. So simply you go through it along with your team member and try to give your feedback as to how you are going to implement the learnings which you have taken during the course of the day, so that we also be assured of the fact that we are in the right path. And ultimately we have also planned that after 1 month we will be again engaging with you all of you in online mode, so as to see that how the learnings are being implemented in your institution. Thank you.
Now we will offer the dinner. Please have a pleasant dinner here, and after that we'll